Chapter 100, Peak 9th Level Essence Chi Realm. Chapter 100, Peak 9th Level Essence Chi Realm. Only after hearing what Feng Ruoqing said was Huyen-Yong stunned. Sensing the increasingly wilder essence energy vortex, Huyen-Yong was once again shocked. The feeling of this essence energy vortex almost caught up to breaking through the spirit condensation realm. Such violent essence energy. Was Yi Yuan not afraid that he would be stuffed to death? However, heart like still water was a legendary realm. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really digest it. Thinking up to here, Huyen-Yong could not help but look forward to it. Hee. This rascal really brings people surprises repeatedly. Huyen-Yong was secretly excited. However, Su Yubai's expression currently did not look good. He originally already confirmed Yi Yuan's death. Now, not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, he even started breaking through by taking advantage of the situation. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He was actually going to break through again. Right now, Su Yubai could only curse that Yi Yuan was stuffed to death by this violent essence energy vortex. Also, Yi Yuan actually reached the heart-like still water realm from the legends on the Nine Heavens Road. He had lived for such a long time, and he did not even know what was called heart-like still water. Yet a 15-year-old brat like Yi Yuan actually reached such a level in Heart Realm. After raging, Su Yubai suddenly felt waves of uneasiness. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said 3 days back. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." The words were still echoing in Su Yubai's ears. Back then, he only treated it as a joke. But now, Su Yubai's heart started to become uneasy. Within a year. He can't really do it, right? Thinking up to here, Su Yubai shuddered uncontrollably. The wild essence energy vortex started roaring with Yi Yuan as its center and shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. The students sensed that the surrounding essence energy was virtually sucked dry. Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art and greedily absorbed the essence energy surrounding the 9 heavens peak. His aura could be clearly seen as it rose swiftly. However, Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the vortex, did not move even in the slightest, as if he was still a dead man. This movement and stillness gave everyone a huge contrast, making them felt the situation was very odd. Nevertheless, what people were most concerned with was what Yi Yuan was trying to do. Such an enormous essence energy vortex could completely let a martial artist break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this Yi Yuan trying to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm? Under everyone's dumbstruck faces, Yi Yuan used heart-like still water to revolve the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art. The efficiency actually became several times faster than normal. He frenziedly refined the essence energy to bring it into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also in the process of steadily rising. The cultivation breakthrough this time around was not Yi Yuan initiating the breakthrough, but rather, it followed naturally after the breakthrough in Heart Realm. As the saying went, when the water was full, it automatically overflowed. This was that logic. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm without any surprises, stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Chi realm. However, this was just the beginning. The essence energy vortex did not show any sign of stopping, and Yi Yuan continued to refine essence energy ceaselessly. Too maniacal. He absorbed so much essence energy and only broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm. If it were me, it would probably be enough to reach the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Yeah. What he's cultivating is definitely not the Academy's cultivation law. It's impossible for the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws to have this kind of effects. When you compare people, people have to die. When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. I wonder if I can be as monstrous as Yi Yuan if I cultivate such a powerful cultivation law. Are you still sleeping? Don't talk about cultivating Yi Yuan's cultivation law. Are you even able to cultivate the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws? High-tier cultivation laws are incomparably profound. If everybody could cultivate them, then wouldn't everyone be able to ascend to the divine realm? That's true. But how is Yi Yuan trying to break through? Looking at his appearance, is he not going to give up if he doesn't break through to the spirit condensation realm? Initially, I thought that way too, but looking at his current performance, the amount of essence energy required to break through to the spirit condensation realm must definitely be horrifying. Even though this essence energy vortex is powerful, I'm afraid it isn't sufficient for him to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Under the crowd's discussions, Yi Yuan's cultivation steadily rose and rapidly broke through to the peak of 7th level essence Qi realm. Then, it directly broke through to the 8th level essence Qi realm, following which, Yi Yuan's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. His aura became even more vigorous until he broke through to the 9th level essence Qi realm before finally gradually slowing. Finally, Yi Yuan's realm stopped at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm, just a single step away from the spirit condensation realm. The essence energy vortex dispersed, and Yi Yuan slowly got up. He muttered to himself, in the previous life, I cultivated to the divine king level without having any breakthrough in heart realm. I didn't think that while I'm currently only at the essence Qi realm, I would unexpectedly have such breakthrough. Martial artists placed emphasis on essence energy but disparaged heart realm. I didn't expect heart realm to actually be so important. Perhaps that intangible, abstruse heaven-man unity might even have some sort of connection with the deity realm. There was also the distinction between realms within the heart realm, except, it was not as systematic as cultivation realms. It was also somewhat hard to grasp. Heart realm was divided into 3 realms. They were respectively heart like still water, heart like monolith, and the mythical heaven-man unity. Heart realm could not be trained. One could only rely on lucky chances and enlightened comprehension. Heart like still water, akin to an old well without ripples. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to achieve. The world was plagued with turmoil and confusion. How could it be simple to truly achieve heart like still water when in the midst of the pugilistic world? Those who could reach heart like still water realm probably would not number more than 10 in the entire endless world. Yi Yuan initially did not expect to break through the heart realm either. He immersed himself inside the illusionary realm all so that he could RSE for when meeting Ji Kanglan in the future. Ji Kanglan's might was not something that the average person could comprehend. Even if he cultivated to the divine king level once again, Yi Yuan also did not have confidence in killing him. If Yi Yuan was unable to remain calm and collected when facing Ji Kanglan in the future, then the person who would be defeated would very well be himself. In reality, it was already extremely perilous for Yi Yuan just now in the illusionary realm. He was already at the edge of losing himself. However, when Ji Zhengyang died yet again due to protecting him, something flashed across Yi Yuan's heart, and he comprehended heart like still water at the moment of crisis. That was how he broke the illusionary realm and exited. Heart like still water was actually not that amazing in the divine realm. Martial artists at the divine king level could basically all reach this realm. Of course, with the exception of Yi Yuan. However, heart like monolith was not so easy to attain. According to what Yi Yuan knew, there was scarcely anyone who reached that level even among the divine realm's divine kings. As for the mythical heaven-man unity, Yi Yuan had never heard of anyone who accomplished it. Looks like the person who created the 9 Heavens Road had reached the heart like still water realm in the past. He fused his understanding into the illusionary realm to help students sense it. Seriously impressive. Except, I'm afraid it would be difficult to comprehend this heart like still water if one didn't have Ma's Civ lucky encounters. Yi Yuan had already praised this 9 Heavens Road more than once. Yi Yuan must admit that the difficulty of this 9 Heavens Road had surpassed his imaginations. He even nearly lost himself while in the illusionary realm, let alone the other students. Even those students who had made it past the 9 Heavens Road most likely only forced their way through it. They were, however, unable to comprehend the true essence of the 9 Heavens Road. This 9 Heavens Road was actually a vast treasure trove. This middle stage of 333 steps no longer posed any more challenge to Yi Yuan now that his heart realm had already broken through to heart like still water realm. He made his move and headed directly for the 3rd stage. Chapter 101, Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Chapter 101. Former Hall Master, Marshal Hall Yi Yuan ascended the following steps like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Having reached the heart-like still water realm, this Nine Heavens Road's illusionary realm practically only existed nominally to him. He ascended one step after another, strong and firm, and crossed the entire second stage in an instant. Su Yubai's face turned completely black looking at this scene. He had already sentenced Yi Yuan to death twice and did not expect Yi Yuan to revive again. Not only did he revive, but he was also living even stronger. Now, he could not leave nor could he stay. He stood there very awkwardly. He was not resigned to leaving either. If he did not witness Yi Yuan being annihilated by the Nine Heavens Road with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease when eating and sleeping even if he returned. But he had already walked out of the pavilion. How could he not leave now? Could it be that he had to turn back, sit down, and be critical about it? He could not afford to lose his face. Su Yubai's face alternated color several times. Finally, he swept his sleeves and left. The other elders actually really wanted to see if Yi Yuan could succeed in his challenge. This was a historic moment. However, they saw that Su Yubai had left, so they naturally did not find it appropriate to sit back down. They could only follow along. On the other side, Zhuo Buguai watched Yi Yuan's steady footsteps and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. To actually break through in such a manner on the Nine Heavens Road, he truly no longer knew how to describe Yi Yuan. But at this moment, Long Tang suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Zhuo Buguai was stupefied and hurriedly asked, "You aren't watching anymore, old Long?" Long Tang did not slow his footsteps and merely waved his hands with his back facing Zhuo Buguai. "The overall situation has been set. There's nothing to see anymore. I'll go make my preparations. The next one will be me, Finus. Hi+ing, Long Tang left straight away. The overall situation has been set." Zhuo Buguai repeated this and then muttered, "He's so sure that Yi Yuan can clear it. Even if he already broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm, it's still only the Essence Chi realm. The last 333 steps are the most challenging segment of the road. Can an Essence Chi realm cross it?" Naturally, Nobody answered him. The only response he got was Long Tang's solid footsteps. Stepping onto the 667th step, the illusion in front of Yi Yuan immediately vanished and changed back to the Nine Heavens Road's initial appearance, a set of steps connecting to the heaven. Yet this time around, a green-robed elder appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He had a benevolent look, with the airs of an expert. "Young man, to have made it here shows that you're a person with unmatched talent. However, this third stage is the most challenging round in the entire Nine Heavens Road. Are you ready for it?" The old man actually opened his mouth to talk when he saw Yi Yuan. He actually had his own consciousness, but Yi Yuan already saw that he was an apparition at first glance. Hence, he was not overly alarmed. To actually leave a trace of divine sense behind on the Nine Heavens Road, could it be that this Nine Heavens Road was created by Senior? Yi Yuan did not answer the old man's question but asked another question instead. The old man could not help being surprised by Yi Yuan asking that. "You can actually see through my apparition? Such a wonder, a wonder. Looking at your bone age, you are 15 or 16 years old, yet you have such knowledge." However, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was not created by this old man. Rather, it was created by my tranquil cloud sect's founding ancestor, Yu Wuya. This old man was about to reach the end of my lifespan. That's why I willingly split a wisp of my divine sense into the Nine Heavens Road to host the third round. The green-robed old man twirled his beard with a smile as he revealed an admiring look. Clearly, he idolized that person, Yu Wuya, greatly. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. Only now did he finally know the Nine Heavens Road's origins. It was actually established by the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding father, Yu Wuya. From this, one could see that Yu Wuya was definitely a dazzlingly talented individual. Others might not understand, but Yi Yuan could tell that this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array employed the law of 9 and faintly incorporated the heavenly Tao. It was not something that the average person could construct. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could see that this 9 revolution turbid heaven array's power was far beyond this. What was set up on this Nine Heavens peak was merely a simplified version of the Grand Array. The Danwu Academy was only the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect. How could the Tranquil Cloud sect possibly lay out the complete version of the array formation here? However, even if it was the simplified version, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was still an extremely remarkable array formation. So it turns out that it was created by founding ancestor Yu. No wonder it has such power. Yi Yuan could not resist praising it. You actually comprehended heart like still water? The old man sized up Yi Yuan and was greatly surprised. Yi Yuan's mental state was calm, akin to an old well without ripples. Clearly, it was the sign of having comprehended heart like still water. The old man willingly guarded the stage, so he naturally understood the array considerably and was aware that this second round incorporated the heart like still water concept. But he did not expect a 15-year-old brat to comprehend it. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, and he said, "This junior comprehended it by luck." Only now did the green-robed old man examine Yi Yuan closely and commented agitatedly, "Good, good, good. It's truly talented people will be born to take over the previous generation. Heaven is protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. My Tranquil Cloud sect will surely revive in the future with such a talent. I've waited for a millennium, and finally, I saw hope. Quickly tell me your name, young man." "This junior is Yi Yuan. May I know senior's name?" Yi Yuan asked respectfully. Yi Yuan was still very respectful in his heart towards a figure like him who sacrificed himself for the development of the sect. One had to know that this elder already did not have much lifespan back then. Splitting out divine sense to host the array formation would result in an even greater loss of lifespan. What reason did he have to be discourteous towards such a selfless person? Yi Yuan. Not bad, not bad. This old man is Lu Yang. I'm the Tranquil Cloud sect's 35th generation, Martial Hall, Hall Master. So senior is the Martial Hall's Hall Master. This junior pays his respect. Yi Yuan bowed respectfully. Haha. Quickly get up, quickly get up. I'm already a dead person, so what's the point of you doing this sort of empty courtesy? I've already hosted this array for over 100 years. My divine sense is about to be exhausted already. To be able to encounter a peerless genius such as yourself before I perish, this old man can die peacefully. Through special means, divine sense could indeed be sustained for a long time. But there would come the day where it would eventually perish. This Lu Yang's divine sense could at most hold on for another 10 years. At that time, it would completely dissipate from this world. A former powerhouse, yet he still had to return to dust. This was Lu Yang's desolation and also the anguish of all martial artists. Even an unparalleled divine king could not overcome the ravages of time. Nevertheless, Lu Yang was a broad-minded person. He had long treated life and death lightly. I've hosted the 9 revolutions turbid heaven array for nearly 200 years. Yet, the number of students I met were barely around 10 people. Only that brat called Mo Yuntian from several years back left some impression on me. But compared to you, he was much more inferior. Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan naturally would not blow his own trumpet in front of Lu Yang. Although Lu Yang only hosted for nearly 200 years, he was obviously extremely clear on the situation inside this 9 Heavens road. Those so-called geniuses did not even register on his radar. How could one talk about being a genius if they could not even make it past 3 rounds? What the Tranquil Cloud sect required were not this kind of genius. What was needed were geniuses who could revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, rally, and lead them. The purpose of the 9 Heavens road's existence also laid here. While Mo Yuntian made it past the 9 Heavens road, it was merely luck. Heart like still water, and this 3rd round was where the true essence of the 9 Heavens road laid. Otherwise, why would there be a need to sacrifice a Martial Hall's Hall head's lifespan to host the array formation? Can you promise me something, young man? Lu Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Does Senior Lu want me to aid the Tranquil Cloud sect to eclipse the other sects? From the exchange of words previously, Yi Yuan naturally knew Lu Yang's thoughts. Haha. This child is teachable. You indeed understood from just a bit. However, I don't only want you to eclipse the various sects in the southern domain. What I wish for even more is for you to lead the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain, Liu Yang said agitatedly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Isn't Senior Liu thinking too highly of me? I'm just a junior at the Essence Qi realm. Haha. You don't have to be modest. To be able to comprehend heart like still water, your future accomplishments are limitless. I only hope that when you possess sufficient strength, you will remember the water's source, that's all. Liu Yang was already a dead man, so he naturally would not demand great help from a shallow relations. HI plus P. If the request were too overboard, Yi Yuan would never agree. Even if he promised, it would also be impossible for him to do it in the future. Remembering the water's source, these 4 words. HIT the spot nicely. It pointed out that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were due to the Tranquil Cloud sect, yet it did not mention any specific request. What to do in the future would still have to rely on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were an ingrate, then these words would obviously be wasted. But if Yi Yuan were someone who valued loyalty and relations, HI plus PS greatly, these words would have buried a seed inside Yi Yuan's heart. Hearing that, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior worries too much. I'm originally a disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Contributing to the sect is expected of me. Liu Yang nodded with a smile. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's reply. He did not need Yi Yuan to promise him anything. It was good enough for Yi Yuan to remember that the Tranquil Cloud sect was good to him. As for whether Yi Yuan could reach that height in the future, Liu Yang had never doubted it. Back then, Yu Wuya's talent did not stand out at all. But ever since he fully comprehended heart like still water in the spirit condensation realm, nobody could stop his rise anymore. Even if Yi Yuan did not reach Yu Wuya's height, at the very least, he would have adequate strength to bring the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. The power difference between the northern and southern domains was rather huge. The truly mighty sects in the Endless World were mainly all in the northern domain. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect was also a major sect in the northern domain. Afterward, because their new generation could not handle things like the older generation, they were swallowed up by the other sects and even nearly lost their foundation. All these years, the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon had never given up on the goal of returning to the northern domain. However, the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations were poor and barren lands, and their talents were zilch. How could it be easy to want to return to the northern domain? There were also a few people who made it past the 9 Heavens Road these past few years among the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations Danwu Academy. But not a single person had comprehended heart like still water. Liu Yang laughed and exclaimed, Haha, to be able to hear your words, the knot in this old man's heart these few years is finally resolved. Counting the main sect's 9 Heavens Road, there are still 10 old undying guarding the stage like this old fellow. But they don't have my fortune. I didn't think that I could witness you crossing the 9 Heavens Road in my living years. This old man can finally pass us away with a smile. One could see that Liu Yang was indeed extremely satisfied, and he no longer cared about life and death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't have to be pessimistic. Heaven does not seal off all roads. Perhaps you still have the chance to witness the day the Tranquil Cloud sect returns to the northern domain. Liu Yang smiled, and he waved his hands. Don't comfort old me, little brat. Life and death are up to fate. This old man has already seen past it. Liu Yang thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him. But with Yi Yuan's methods, it was not impossible to bring Liu Yang back from the dead as long as he had adequate strength. Yi Yuan did not explain anything either. It would be up to Liu Yang's fate whether or not he could hang on until that day. If he had sufficient strength in the future and Liu Yang's divine sense had not dissipated yet, he would come and help Liu Yang. All right. Enough of this nonsense. Even though you comprehended heart like still water, you still have to pass this third round. The third round's raison d'etre is my Tranquil Cloud sect's supreme skill, the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art. The might of this set of sword technique is unrivaled. How much you can comprehend is up to you. I will control the power of the array. If you can't hold on, I will withdraw the array and directly let you pass through the third round, Liu Yang said. The Nine Heavens Road had stood for 1,000 years before a genius who could comprehend the heart like still water realm came. Liu Yang did not wish for Yi Yuan to be killed by the array. That would be playing too big and risky. After all, Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. His chances of making it through the third stage were honestly not that great. Many thanks for Senior's concern. But please don't control the power of the array formation. If I don't even dare to take on the Nine Heavens Road, then what qualifications does this junior have to help the sect return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan rejected Liu Yang's good intentions instead. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually receive this sort of preferential treatment. But after thinking about it, he still rejected it. He comprehended heart like still water in the second round, so he became curious about the third stage. Even heart like still water was only placed in the second round. If one par said the third round, what benefits could they receive? At this point, he would no longer look down on the tranquil cloud sect. Yu Wuya was an absolute genius, but why had he never heard of his name before in the divine realm? But to be able to comprehend heart like still water in the lower realms, the sword art he left behind was definitely worth a look. Liu Yang naturally did not know what Yi Yuan was thinking and thought that it was because of his pride and arrogance. He could not resist to persuade Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the power of this Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is extraordinary. Even for the sake of testing genius students, there were still many Spirit Condensation Realm students who fell to this sword art. Although you comprehended the heart like still water realm, your power is shallow after all. It's better to think first before you act. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't Senior tell me to comprehend the sword art just now? If you control the might of the sword art, then how can my insights be deep? If I learn a half-ASS Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art later, then wouldn't it be a joke?" This. Liu Yang had no words to retort with. Yi Yuan continued saying, "Senior, this junior is aware that you are doing this for my own good. But which true powerhouse grew up inside a greenhouse? Wanting to become an expert of my generation in a completely stable and safe way is undoubtedly a fool's talk. I believe that Senior Yu Wuya also went through nearly certain death back then before he could have such achievements, right?" Liu Yang involuntarily let out a long sigh after hearing that, and then he said, "Looks like this old man was mistaken. I actually couldn't see things as clearly as a teenage brat like you. Forget it, forget it. Regardless of time or fate, try your best." Yi Yuan bowed towards Liu Yang and said, "Many thanks to Senior for allowing it, Finus." Hi+ing, Liu Yang's figure vanished, and the array immediately seethed with killing intent. Yi Yuan could feel that this was a true blue killing array. One would lose their life on the spot if they let their guard down. At the same time, the back segment of the Nine Heavens Road became enshrouded in clouds. Yi Yuan's figure also disappeared from everyone's sight. Everybody could feel the waves of killing intent coming from the Nine Heavens Road. Even those Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists also felt their scalp tingle involuntarily. Even the outside world could sense such vivid killing intent, let alone Yi Yuan who was residing within the array. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their initial confidence in Yi Yuan turned into anxiousness right now. They knew that Yi Yuan was about to face the most terrifying stage. Could he really make it through? Chapter 103, Sword Intent vs. Sword Intent. Chapter 103, Sword Intent vs. Sword Intent. What's going on? The power of this array is not right. Huyen Yong felt a chill run down his back when he sensed the surging killing intent from the Nine Heavens Road. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows and said, "Why would the third stage have such incredible power?" "That's right. I was also present back then when Mo Yuntian challenged the Nine Heavens Road. There wasn't such a piercingly cold sword intent from the third stage. Could it be because Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water?" Huyen Yong sucked in a deep breath and said, "The Nine Heavens Road's array will become stronger when it encounters someone stronger. Could it be that the Nine Heavens Road's judgment of Yi Yuan had already surpassed?" said Mo Yuntian. "But his only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Even though his only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm, Mo Yuntian had not comprehended heart like still water. It was said that he crossed the second stage with a ragged appearance, far from how effortlessly Yi Yuan did it. There's only this explanation. Hopefully, nothing happens to Yi Yuan. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that the array possessed such incredible might because Yi Yuan himself requested for it. To make the guardian of the stage invoke the array at full power, Yi Yuan was probably unprecedented and unrepeatable. At the foot of the mountain, many students were forced back by the raging sword intent. The initially packed plaza was currently split into multiple segments. The front rows were mainly spirit condensation realm students. They were still able to withstand the encroachment of the sword intent. Behind them was a vast stretch of empty SPACE, and behind the empty SPACE were those Earthrank students. Those even further out at the periphery were students with inadequate strength. Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the storm, on the other hand, did not show the slightest signs of discomfort towards the violent sword intent. He stood with his hands behind his back while the fierce wind worked up by the sword intent tore his clothes. But Yi Yuan himself remained completely unmoved like a pine tree. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's disposition was drastically different from usual. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a sharp sword, and he was resonating with those raging sword intents. You actually have your own sword intent as well. Seeing the situation, Liu Yang was completely taken aback, as his voice transmitted from the void. This junior was lucky to have comprehended some sword intent. Compared to senior Yu Wuya's sword intent, it's still far from it. It's just able to forcefully protect myself. Yi Yuan was just being modest. How could his falling flower floating zero sword intent possibly be inferior to Yu Wuya's? Except, Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was not high, and he himself also had the intention of restraining his sword intent to protect his body. That was why he did not unleash it around. But in terms of the sword intent's level, Yu Wuya was just a lower realm expert back then. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath with Yi Yuan? One had to know that when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero sword, even the extreme sword divine king could not stop praising it. All right. Since that's the case, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack now. Liu Yang's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan replied indifferently, feel free to attack, senior. Then Yi Yuan trod across the steps while braving the sword shadows filling the skies. One step, second step, third step. Yi Yuan walked all the way for 30 steps, yet the azure sword shadows which filled the skies did not descend from start to the end. It just kept accumulating more and more. It was evident that Liu Yang had already pushed the quant. One tie of these azure sword shadows to the limits, all for the final 33 steps where the attack would begin to land. Under so many sword shadows descend, even steel would also be shredded to rotten mud. These sword shadows were formed by sword intent. Under the influence of Liu Yang, the killing power would be extremely blood-curdling. The students who challenged the stage in the past, including Mo Yuntian, all faced almost certain death under these sword shadows. But the sword shadows that Yi Yuan was facing currently were several times, even dozens of times greater than what the others had experienced. Even if a spirit condensation realm came to the third stage, it would be tough to say whether or not they would be able to retreat fully. But Yi Yuan was presently behaving like nothing was wrong, and he strode out to the first of the 33 steps without hesitation. As expected, the sky full of sword shadows stabbed towards Yi Yuan like raindrops and looked like it was about to pierce Yi Yuan full of holes like a beehive. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan wielded his fingers like a sword and pointed to those sword shadows. A streak of faintly discernible sword chi shot towards those sword shadows. The imperceptible sword chi was engulfed instantly. Yi Yuan did not seem to give up resisting. His sword fingers drew a half-arc in midair and finally pointed to his right. At the next moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The sword rain which obscured the skies actually collectively flew out to the right of Yi Yuan. In front of that arc Yi Yuan drew before him and vanished entirely into the void. What? Yo, how did you do that? From the void came Liu Yang's alarmed voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, this junior has some understanding in the application of sword intent. These sword intents might appear to be extremely powerful, But in reality, they are just rootless SS scattered and not condensed. I used sword intent to tow them, so they would naturally deviate off course. This is an artful way of using a weaker force to deal with a greater force. SSS. Have some understanding? Liu Yang muttered to himself. This sort of thing was easy to say, but to actually do it was extremely difficult. Forget about some knowledge towards sword intent, it would be incredibly arduous for even those who understood sword intent very well to do this. Liu Yang spent his entire life immersed in the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art, and he had remarkably profound understanding towards sword intent. But if he were the one just now, he might perhaps be able to do it, but he definitely could not do it like how Yi Yuan lifted a heavy object as if it was light. Only now did Liu Yang knew just how exaggerated Yi Yuan's some understanding was. But this way, Liu Yang could finally put his heart completely at ease. He could also totally unleash the array formations at the back now. The greater Yi Yuan's strength was, the higher the hopes of the tranquil cloud sect returning to the northern domain, the second of the 33 steps, the quant. One tie of the sword intent decreased to 1,000. This time around, Yi Yuan used 2 fingers before he could draw the sword intent away. The third of the 33 steps, the quant. One tie of the sword intent decreased by another 10 times. There were only 100. This time around, Yi Yuan unleashed 5 fingers. The number of sword intents of the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art became increasingly lesser, while the number of fingers Yi Yuan used progressively increased. It was very clear that while the number of sword intents lessened, the power was multiple times greater than before. The Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art truly lives up to its reputation. To have such incredible power, the attack of my falling flower floating zero sword is lacking, but it has no flaws to be exploited when using it for defense. Even so, this 100 sword intents could actually force me to use 5 fingers. Truly impressive. Yi Yuan was also full of praise in his heart. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already arrived at the final step of the 33 steps. This time, only one beam of sword intent condensed in front of Yi Yuan, but when Yi Yuan laid eyes on this sword intent, this face changed to a never-before-seen solemnness. This streak of sword intent was where the true meaning of the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art lied. Like before, Yi Yuan took a step forward. The sword intent did not strike immediately but gradually became corporeal. Be careful, Yi Yuan. This beam of sword intent is the pinnacle work of founding ancestor, Yu Wuya. It has unbelievable power. Even if you comprehended sword intent, you still have to be careful when dealing with it, Liu Yang warned. Yi Yuan said with a solemn face, "Many thanks for Senior's warning." Yi Yuan knows. Previously, those sword intents were overflowing with sword qi. But this time around, Yi Yuan could not even feel the slightest trace of sword qi leaking out. From this, one could tell just how consolidated this streak of sword intent was. When Yi Yuan's foot landed on the Nine Heavens Road's 999th step, the streak of sword intent finally mobilized. Chapter 104, Fusing Sword Intent. Chapter 104, Fusing Sword Intent. En. Just now, I clearly still felt that incredible sword intent. Why is there nothing now? Could it be that Yi Yuan succeeded in parsing the stage? Huyen Yong suddenly exclaimed. If he succeeded in parsing this round, the Nine Heavens Peak will condense a rainbow road to send him down the mountain. Feng Ruoqing's words meant that Yi Yuan still had not parsed the stage successfully. But what's this situation? Could Yi Yuan have? Being completely unable to view the situation inside the Nine Heavens Road, Huyen Yong's imagination started running wild. Stop making wild guesses. We should just wait patiently. However, the Nine Heavens Road this time is truly somewhat peculiar. I wonder what Yi Yuan encountered inside. Since the final streak of Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art started condensing, Yi Yuan already completely stopped unleash. I plussing the sword intent from his body and shut his eyes. It seemed like he had completely given up on resisting. What are you doing, Yi Yuan? This streak of sword intent is extraordinary. You will die like this. Liu Yang's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan ignored Liu Yang. In reality, He had already entered a selfless state and sealed his 5 senses up. In Yi Yuan's world, there was only that utterly terrifying sword intent left in front of him. He was savoring the sword intent of the azure dipper purple yang sword art on purpose. While on this road, Yi Yuan had used the falling flower floating zero sword intent to guide the azure dipper purple yang sword art, and it was not a simple evasion of sword intent. Since the original intention of this array was to allow future generations to study the sword art, then this set of sword techniques would not place emphasis on killing. Except, this sword art was too powerful. Students were unable to comprehend it, which was why they fell here. From countless streaks sword intents to 1,000 streaks, then 100 streaks, 10 streaks, and finally 1 streak. The quant. 1 tai decreased, but the power progressively increase. It looked like this was the effect brought forth due to the manifestation of sword intent. But with Yi Yuan's experience, it was naturally not so shallow. These final 333 steps were actually the process of how Yu Wuya gradually deepened his understanding towards sword intent, and this final sword was the most powerful sword intent which Yu Wuya left behind in the endless world. If this final sword came out right away, then it would have been impossibly difficult to comprehend the azure dipper purple yang sword art's sword intent. But the ingenious part was that Yu Wuya derived the forms on the steps from his lifetime's comprehension. This resulted in the possibility of allowing the challenger to comprehend sword intent. Of course, the prerequisite was that the challenger could survive under such cold-piercing sword intent. Nobody could be like Yi Yuan to have the thoughts to comprehend the sword intent leisurely. Although the Nine Heavens Road was rather bumpy, Yi Yuan had to admit that Yu Wuya had expended much care and thought for future generation disciples. Why aren't you using sword intent, Yi Yuan? Seeing that streak of sword intent about to fire, Lu Yang's anxious voice transmitted over once more. The sword intent was already fully activated. Even he had no way of stopping that sword intent anymore. Yi Yuan actually withdrew his own sword intent at the most critical moment, which caught him totally off guard. Swooze. Plus when Yi Yuan's feet landed on the 999th step, that sword intent suddenly activated. The sword intent converged without spreading, but Lu Yang was aware of this sword's terror. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes remained shut, as if he was unaware of the impending danger. Lu Yang gritted his teeth, and he instantly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. A faint phantom stretched his hand out to draw a circle in front of him. A streak of sword intent condensed and shot out. However, this streak of sword intent was just like an ant encountering an elephant when compared to that streak of sword intent which blasted over. The difference was too huge. Lu Yang was able to condense such a terrifying sword intent because he unleashed it through the array formation. Now that this streak of sword intent was released by him himself, the power was too weak. After all, Lu Yang was only a fragmented wisp of divine sense. He wanted to save Yi Yuan, but the flesh was weak even though the spirit was willing. Many thanks, Senior Lu. Allow me. Right then, Yi Yuan's calm voice sounded out from behind Lu Yang. Meanwhile, an aura which Lu Yang was familiar, yet also a stranger to, rose from Yi Yuan's body. There was no time to think, so Lu Yang made way for Yi Yuan. That streak of sword intent was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. However, Lu Yang could clearly see that when the streak of sword intent reached several dozen meters in front of Yi Yuan, it became like it was submerged in mud. The speed became increasingly slower and progressively sluggish. Finally, that streak of sword intent came to a stop around 2 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and lightly tapped the tip of the sword with a finger. That streak of sword intent dissipated with a bang. Lu Yang, who was watching by the side, was flabbergasted and was utterly dazed for some time. He had never thought that this final stage could be cleared like this. This was simply inconceivable. He had hosted the Nine Heavens Road's 3rd stage for nearly 200 years and was all too clear on the might of that streak of sword intent. This was with the array formation at full power. Even a peak spirit condensation realm martial artist might not be able to withstand that streak of sword intent, yet it scattered with a gentle tap from Yi Yuan. Many thanks to Senior Lu for sacrificing yourself to save me just now. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Lu Yang. Only now was his consciousness dragged back to reality. Liu Yang stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a monster. He smiled bitterly as he said, "My actions just now were redundant. That final sword would not have been able to deal any harm to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter what, Senior Liu ignored your own safety to save Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan will definitely engrave this in my heart." Liu Yang coming to save Yi Yuan was indeed unnecessary, but he did not know that Yi Yuan could deal with that beam of sword intent. If Liu Yang took on that sword just now, his soul would have disintegrated by now. Just based on this action was worthy of Yi Yuan remembering it. Liu Yang however just waved his hands and said emotionally, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. My tranquil cloud sect actually birthed such a peerless genius like you. Not only did you comprehend the heart like still water realm, you even fused together sword intents in the third stage." Only after his shock did Liu Yang find out why he had such a peculiar feeling just now. The aura coming off of Yi Yuan carried his own sword intense aura and also had the aura of the Azure Dipper purple young sword art. Yi Yuan, he actually merged the two completely different sword intent into one and transformed it into his own new sword intent. Even if Yu Wuya returned, such talent was beyond his. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This junior was lucky. Does this count as me Sing?" From the moment the array formation was fully unleashed, Yi Yuan already had the thought of incorporating the Azure Dipper purple young sword ART's sword intent into his own sword intent. The falling flower floating zero sword was excessively nimble, while the attack was lacking. This was its greatest flaw. But the Azure Dipper purple young sword art was a sword technique which emphasized on slaughter. The attack power was immensely powerful. Furthermore, this sword intent's level was very high and not beneath that of Yi Yuan's sword intent. It was very suited to be merged into the falling flower floating zero sword. Finally, he had a sudden epiphany at the last moment. The fused sword intent was on an entirely different level from before. Hence, that streak of sword intent was just like an obedient baby in front of Yi Yuan's aura. The compet. One tie-on between sword intent was not a compet. One tie-on of strength, but instead, it was a compet. One tie-on towards the comprehension of sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long been pulverized into meat paste. Liu Yang nodded his head somewhat mechanically. Of course it counts as Sing. A flawless Pares. Chapter 105, First in 1,000 Years. Chapter 105, First in 1,000 Years. Of course he said. If even Yi Yuan's result did not count as a Pares, then no body could clear it. After the shock, Liu Yang was wildly ecstatic in his heart. To have such a genius figure appear, why would the tranquil cloud sect worry about not being able to return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan, your talent is even greater than founding ancestor Yu Wuya. I'm afraid that your future accomplishments are probably not going to be inferior to him. My tranquil cloud sect is truly fortunate to have you. Liu Yang sighed in admiration. Many thanks for senior's praise. Yi Yuan had never doubted his own talent before. In his previous life, it was just that he did not place his attention on the martial path. But his talent in martial Dao was not necessarily inferior to Ji Kanglan. Rainbow Road. Appear. Liu Yang gave a low cry and fired a shot of essence energy into the array. Following that, a multicolored road appeared on the top of the Nine Heavens peak. Yi Yuan, right now, you can be considered to have inherited founding ancestor Yu Wuya's mantle. I hope that you won't forget today's promise. I'm someone who's about to die and won't be able to see the day the tranquil cloud sect returns to the northern domain. I hope that you will carry this Tsanghua sword with you. If we can really return to the northern domain one day, I hope that you will bring it with you to the northern domain. Of course, if you don't despise it, you can also use it for battle. It also counts as a continuation of my life. Liu Yang gestured with one hand, and a green sailed sword flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The instant the sword was in his hands, Yi Yuan knew how extraordinary it was. It was actually an 8 restrictions spirit artifact. Martial artists' weapons were divided into precious artifacts, magic artifacts, and spirit artifacts. They were targeted at Essence Chi realm martial artists, Spirit Condensation realm martial artists, and crystal formation realm and above martial artists respectively. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts had no restrictions. Only spirit artifacts and above would apply restrictions to increase the power. A vast majority of crystal formation realm martial artists' weapons were merely magic artifacts. An 8 restrictions spirit artifact was considered as an excellent weapon even in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. It was obvious that this sword was Liu Yang's lifeblood spirit artifact. If Yi Yuan's conjecture was right, this sword had accompanied Liu Yang at the top of the Nine Heavens Peak for 200 years already. It was his spiritual support. Even though it was for Yi Yuan to bring the sword back to the northern domain in name, in reality, the last sentence was the crux. He was giving the sword. Yi Yuan was also aware of Liu Yang's thoughts. He could see that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would be anything but ordinary. A tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect might not be able to hold him. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery but tough to send out charcoal in the snow. Right now, he was bestowing some small favors to Yi Yuan. He only hoped that Yi Yuan would not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect in the future. Of course, that was one scenario. The footsteps of an expert would not stop because of things like these. To martial artists, while the sect was important, the ultimate goal was the boundless Great Tao. When Yi Yuan matured, how could a puny little 8 restrictions spirit artifact enter Yi Yuan's eyes? Yi Yuan received the Tsunghua sword, but his heart was filled with lament. Although this Tsunghua sword was not some divine artifact, it held extraordinary significance to Liu Yang. He doing something like this was no doubt for the sect. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. Right then, Yi Yuan cupped his hands towards Liu Yang and then said, "Rest assured, senior. This junior will definitely not let Tsunghua be covered in dust." Liu Yang stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "Haha, I naturally believe that you have the ability. All right. Time's up. You should leave now." Yi Yuan saluted respectfully. This junior takes his leave. A multicolored winding road poured down like a magnificent rainbow. This was the Rainbow Road. In the entire history of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, the Rainbow Road had only appeared a mere 5 times. And this was the 6th time. Quick. Look. It's the Rainbow Road. My God. Yi Yuan, he really succeeded. A 6th level Essence Qi realm clearing the 9 Heavens Road. This fellow is truly terrifying. Oh please, he's already at the peak 9th level Essence Qi realm, alright? Wasn't he at the 6th level Essence Qi realm when he just started challenging it? Furthermore, he relied on his 6th level Essence Qi realm strength to par SS through the first stage. That's true. This fellow is simply inhuman. Now, there's a show to watch. Elder Su's face has been resoundingly slapped by Yi Yuan. I totally forgot about Elder Su until you mentioned him. Didn't Yi Yuan say that he will take his life within a year? Back then, we only treated it as a joke, but now, Yi Yuan's improvement speed is too outrageous. Such a monster should fight it out with those geniuses in the Tranquil Cloud sect. I'm afraid the Danwu Academy already can't keep him. Yeah. At this rate, him Serpa S. Sing Senior Apprentice Brother Long will probably take at most 2 to 3 months. Without question, Yi Yuan successfully par S. Sing the 9 Heavens Road caused a great stir among the students and instructors. He was the first in 1,000 years. Coming down from the Rainbow Road, Huyen Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and her niece took the lead to welcome Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. Good boy. You really widened my horizons. Some people plotted and schemed to harm you. But now, they are left dusty and dirty in appearance. Now that you cleared the 9 Heavens Road, let's see if those people have anything else to say. Huyen Yong was completely unbridled when he spoke in front of so many people. Even though there was no direct mention of names, anyone could tell that he was talking about Su Yubai. However, what he said was right. This time around, Su Yubai had lost a great deal of face. After being preoccupied with him for a long time and the schemes by the Elders' Council, he did not even manage to play a puny Yi Yuan to death. Instead, he let Yi Yuan cleared the 9 Heavens Road. After par S. Sing through the 9 Heavens Road, Yi Yuan would possess the status and privilege equivalent to that of a Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciple. It was no longer possible for Su Yubai to try and openly kill Yi Yuan anymore. Congratulations for Pares Sing through the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing was still so warm and elegant. She only came forth to lightly congratulate. Heh. Succeeded thanks to luck. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much and only chuckled. Feng Jirui, who was behind Feng Ruoqing, had a complicated look as she looked at Yi Yuan. Back then, her casual sword strike could make Yi Yuan disconcerted. She did not expect that Yi Yuan could shorten the distance by so much in such a short time. Although she was still that little bit stronger than Yi Yuan right now, being caught up or even Serpa said by Yi Yuan was something inevitable. All right. Since Yi Yuan's fine, we'll head back and talk, said Huyen Yong. There were too many people here. Clearly, this was not a good place to talk. The group returned to Yi Yuan's residence. Yi Yuan inspected Lu'er first and only relaxed after seeing that nothing was wrong with her. Yi Yuan, you seem to be somewhat different. Girls were still sharper on these things. Feng Ruoqing was the first to notice that Yi Yuan was different. She discovered that not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but his entire being's aura also seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. Yi Yuan had just fused the sword intense and was still not really able to release and withdraw it freely yet. His entire being stood there like an unsheathed sharp sword. There was a huge discrepancy between this and his previously wastrel temperament. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Haha. I've incurred ridicule from Teacher Feng. I obtained some rewards from the Nine Heavens Road. It's just that I'm still unable to control it freely right now. I didn't expect that Teacher Feng could see through it." Hearing this, Huyen Yong was speechless. Other people face almost certain death when challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Being able to survive was already not bad. You actually had such a huge harvest? Seriously a freak. When he heard Feng Ruoqing say this, Huyen Yong naturally also noticed Yi Yuan's change. He scolded verbally, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women. Coincidentally comprehended, that's all. Teacher Huyen, Teacher Feng, I want to enter a retreat to consolidate my cultivation these 2 days. After exiting seclusion, I wish to enter the endless forest. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you with Lu'er. Regarding the Nine Heavens Road's matters, Yi Yuan just sidestepped it with some words. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath. His tongue would surely slip if he talks too much. It was best to talk less. Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing were also understanding of Yi Yuan's dilemma, so they kept quiet and did not mention it. Rather, the two of them were quite surprised Yi Yuan mentioned that he wanted to go to the endless forest. Taking care of Lu'er is naturally not an issue. But what do you plan to do in the endless forest? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yi Yuan answered, to find some herbs. Lu'er's condition isn't that great. The essence energy I transmitted would only help her to temporarily suppress the frost poison. As time Pares says, the eruption would be even more terrifying. There is a type of high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill called cold dispelling pill. It can control the frost poison in Lu'er's body for the time being. But the herbs that this medicinal pill requires are rather uncommon. I think that only the endless forest has them. When she heard that, Feng Ruoqing was astonished. There's actually such a powerful Tier 2 medicinal pill? The eruption of frost poison due to the 9-yin absolute meridian is basically incurable. This medicinal pill can actually control the frost poison? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Teacher said before, there aren't any truly incurable illnesses in the world. The method just hasn't been discovered yet. The path of medicinal pills is a great Tao and possesses limitless possibilities. When cultivated to a supreme level, one can transform something rotten into something magical. Nothing is impossible. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she seemed to have understood something. Yi Yuan's words were filled with wisdom, helping Feng Ruoqing suddenly see the light. Although she knew that the path of medicinal pills was broad and profound, her horizons were limited after all. She could frequently only immerse herself in that acre of land. Although Alchemy Dao and Martial Dao had different systems, there was still one thing which was the same, which was the more you comprehended, the more you discovered your ignorance. With the passing of time, this sort of feeling would affect your own mental state and impact cultivation from there. Yi Yuan's words opened up another window for Feng Ruoqing. After musing on Yi Yuan's words for some time, Feng Ruoqing sighed in admiration. Your master is truly an expert. Yi Yuan carried a mischievous mentality and blew his own trumpet as he continued talking. Yeah. Master, that old man is unfathomable. I can barely understand a fraction. It's a pity that he likes to travel the world. I also don't know when I can meet him again. Feng Ruoqing obviously could not tell that Yi Yuan was praising himself, but instead, felt that it was expected of Yi Yuan to be saying that. However, even if you gather the ingredients, are you able to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Ruoqing asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I can't refine it at the moment. After returning from the Endless Forest, I will continue closed seclusion to impact the spirit condensation realm with full force. As long as I break through to the spirit condensation realm, refining the cold dispelling pill shouldn't be an issue. The soul strength of a high-grade alchemy master was required to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Back then, when Yi Yuan's soul strength was lacking, and he refined a low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill at the 4th level Essence Qi realm, he directly collapsed in exhaustion. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had significantly improved, his soul strength did not grow by much. Wanting to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was no doubt a fool's talk. But as long as he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan's soul strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that time, with his alchemy Dao's prowess, refining a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would not be too difficult. Huyan Yong exchanged glances with Feng Ruoqing and then said, since that's the case, you will join the endless trials with the other students then. Although the endless forest is a limitless treasure trove, there is also a great deal of danger inside. There are a large number of high-tier demonic beasts. Even crystal formation realm martial artists would also lose their lives inside if they were not careful. You being together with the other students can at least look after one another. Yi Yuan asked curiously, oh? There's such an activity in the academy? No way. You don't even know about the endless trials? To think you already have the power of a heaven rank student now. Feng Zhiro, who had been silent, exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and felt somewhat awkward. That. I mucked around too much last time. Heh. To the former Yi Yuan, forget about the endless trials, he was not even interested in class. Says. How could he have the thought to inquire about this stuff? Even if he heard about it, he would just turn a deaf ear to it. He simply had no interest in knowing. Feng Zhiro rolled her eyes and gave Yi Yuan an explanation concerning the details of the endless trials. For the sake of tempering students' practical combat ability, the Danwu Academy would organize an endless trials every fixed period of time. Specific missions had to be completed during the endless trials, or else, the Academy would deduct certain welfares. The missions were tied to the student's rank. The missions which heaven rank students were required to complete was to turn in 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts inner cores, and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. Apart from what was handed in for the mission, the other items seized belonged to the students themselves. Most importantly, the Academy only specified the quant. One tie for the mission but did not stipulate what methods one could use to obtain them. Hence, the endless trials also became a venue for students to settle their personal grudges. Furthermore, the endless forest was filled with dangers. Every endless trial, many students would remain there forever. When Yi Yuan heard that, he curled his mouth and said, so that's the case. Does teacher Huyen intend for senior apprentice sister Feng and me to partake 1p8 in the endless trials together? Huyen Yong did not get to say anything before Feng Zhiro immediately blew up. What? Are you scared that I will drag you down? Come, let's duke it out now and see just who hinders who. Don't think that you can taunt a martial roles expert just because you were lucky to break through to the 9th level Essence Qi realm. While talking, Feng Zhiro drew her sword with a swing. And summing a fighting posture as she waved it around in front of Yi Yuan, a good man does not fight with women. I didn't say anything, you were the one who said it. Yi Yuan used his finger to push Feng Jiro's sword aside helplessly. Then what did you mean? Say it. Feng Jiro pointed the tip of the sword which was nudged away back at Yi Yuan. Hey. This sword is very sharp. Don't play with it, okay? I'm aware that you martial roles experts are powerful, alright? Actually, what I meant was that I can resolve the problem with your body. Yi Yuan hurriedly jumped aside. This lane SS tended to strike whenever she liked, best to be more careful. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Jiro revealed a complicated look, but it was swiftly replaced by stubbornness. Humph. Who do you think you are? You say you can resolve it and it's settled? Let me tell you now, there's nothing wrong with my body. No need for your concern. Fineness. Hi+ing, Feng Jiro sheathed her sword and walked out of the door. The previous time, Feng Jiro and Yi Yuan used voice transmission to communicate. Hence, Feng Ruoqing was unaware of what happened. Seeing the situation, she asked in puzzlement, something's wrong with Jiro's body, Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, it isn't anything serious either. But, senior apprentice sister Feng's personality is overly stubborn. If things carry on, maybe a major problem might occur. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the problem with Feng Jiro's body. Feng Ruoqing furrowed her brows when she heard it. So that's the case. This lane SS has shocking potential, so I was wondering why she advanced so slowly recently. At first, I thought that she was lazy and slacking off, but I didn't think that it was due to this reason. Chapter 107, Wn Yuan fled. Chapter 107, Wn Yuan fled. But Jiro's cultivation law is already fixed. What should be done then? Jiro, that lane SS is very stubborn, and now she knows that she can't ever break through in the future. If a long-time Pares says, a problem will really occur. Since it involved Feng Jiro's cultivation road, being her aunt, Feng Ruoqing was unable to remain calm. Don't be anxious. Didn't Yi Yuan say he had a solution earlier? Huyen Yong was clearly more collected than her as he hurriedly said. Ah, right. What solution do you have, Yi Yuan? As long as you can let Jiro continue cultivating, I can promise you anything. The words slipped out of Feng Ruoqing's mouth. As soon as the words came out, Feng Ruoqing suddenly realized that it was a little inappropriate. If Yi Yuan had some overboard request, did she have to agree to? Thinking of this, Feng Ruoqing could not help bloose. Hi+ing heavily, and she swiftly turned her face away. Yi Yuan did not think too much from the start. When he saw Feng Ruoqing's crimson face, he was unwittingly stupefied. However, he quickly recovered, and could not resist wildly fantasizing about all sorts of requests on the spur of the moment. But Huyen Yong was also by the side, so it obviously was not the time to flirt. This would make it so difficult for a lady to step down from the stage. Luckily, Yi Yuan had already comprehended heart like still water now. Wanting to control his emotions was still easily managed. Don't need to be courteous, teacher Feng. Senior apprentice sister Feng's problem isn't hard to resolve. It's just that if I go and fix it, she probably won't allow it. So I can only do it through you, Yi Yuan said with a serious face and waved his hands. When Feng Ruoqing saw that Yi Yuan did not seem to have any misunderstandings, she could not help quietly blaming herself for being shameless, having her imaginations run wild over some things. She could not even compare to a youth's frankness. Of course, there was still a tiny bit of resentment after the blaming. If it were somebody else, they would probably have wild ideas after hearing her say these sort of words. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be moved. This involuntarily made Feng Ruoqing question her charm. Quickly tell what method you have. Feng Ruoqing said anxiously. Actually, senior apprentice sister Feng's biggest problem is that the cultivation law she's training in does not match well with her physique. If you want to resolve this issue, the crux lies in the words yin-yang harmony, Yi Yuan said. Yin-yang harmony? Feng Ruoqing pondered over these words and shook her head. It was clear that she still did not understand what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan continued explaining, due to the cultivation law, it caused senior apprentice Sister Feng's bodily yang qi to be overly excessive. Thus, it resulted in her body being very averse to essence energy. Under these circumstances, continuing to cultivate her original cultivation law would definitely pile one disaster after another. The best method is naturally to disperse her cultivation, and recultivate by selecting a cultivation law suited to her physique. Feng Ruoqing frowned and said, "So the method you said referred to this. Jiro is currently at her prime time of cultivation. The moment she disperses her cultivation to recultivate, all these years of hard work would have been completely wasted. What's more, it would also delay cultivation. Even if I go talk to her, it's impossible for her to agree to it. This is even worse than killing her." Yi Yuan nodded unconcernedly and continued, "All right. Since that's the case, we can only use another method. It's just that this method will make senior apprentice Sister Feng's future martial arts road become even more challenging. Of course, once she succeeds in cultivating, her strength would also greatly surpass same-rank martial artists." Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she asked, "What method?" "Let senior apprentice Sister Feng select a gentle yin attribute cultivation law, and start training both cultivation laws at the same time right away. Just now, I said that the crux lies in the words yin-yang harmony. As long as the essence energy within her body reaches yin-yang harmony standard, all the problems will be easily solved. So it can actually be done like that." "Great." Feng Ruoqing was overjoyed when she heard that. "Don't be happy so soon, Teacher Feng." "Why?" "Although this method can resolve senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem, the requirement towards cultivation law is very high. The two cultivation laws must complement each other and work in concert. Using this method, senior apprentice Sister Feng must temporarily suspend the cultivation law she is currently training in, and cultivate another cultivation law to the same level. Even with senior apprentice Sister Feng's talent, it will probably still take a year or so. That is to say, within this 1 year, senior apprentice Sister Feng will not advance at all." Hearing that, Feng Ruoqing did not mind at all and then said, "That's also something that can't be helped. This is much better than dispersing her cultivation. I will head back right away to help Jiro select a suitable cultivation law." After that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and got ready to leave. Yi Yuan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Wait, is there anything else? Jiro must have been very depressed over this matter these few days. I got to hurry and find her." Feng Ruoqing was also torn with anxiety. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "An anxious heart can't eat hot tofu. This thing can't be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Even if you go right now, you also can't help much. But, not that I'm scaring Teacher Feng, but the selection of cultivation law needs to be extremely particular. If the selected cultivation law is unable to complement her existing cultivation law, the problems it would cause in the future would be even greater than now." Then what should I do?" Feng Ruoqing was at a loss. "I wonder if Teacher Feng has the jade slip of the cultivation law that senior apprentice sister trained in. I have it at my residence, I'll go get it for you straight away." Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a moment but still agreed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to look at this cultivation law. This was a taboo for martial artists. However, Feng Ruoqing thought about the master behind Yi Yuan and felt at ease. For Yi Yuan to improve at such a god-like speed, how could his cultivation law possibly be lower grade than the cultivation law Feng Jiro trained in? Not only was it not lower, but it was also even several grades higher. Feng Ruoqing cracked her head thinking about it, but could not imagine just what cultivation law could let a person cultivate from the first level essence chi realm to the peak 9th level essence chi realm in 1 month plus time. Even though there were many fortuitous encounters in between, it was crystal clear that Yi Yuan's cultivation law was extremely powerful. Yi Yuan nodded, and Feng Ruoqing returned to her place to retrieve the cultivation law. Not long after Feng Ruoqing left, Tang Yu came as well. "Congratulations for successfully clearing the 9 Heavens Road, senior apprentice brother Yi. You became the first person in the Dan Wu Academy's 1,000-year history to have made it through at the Essence Chi realm." Tang Yu congratulated from the bottom of his heart. He clearly only knew Yi Yuan for a month plus, yet Tang Yu felt like an epoch had passed. Yi Yuan spent merely just over a month to go from junior apprentice brother Yi to senior apprentice brother Yi. The current Yi Yuan was already in existence which he had to look up to. But Yi Yuan did not alienate Tang Yu just because their distance was pulled apart. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, brother Tang. I was also forced into it with no other alternatives. It was just luck." Tang Yu also greeted Huyen Yong, then he sat down beside Yi Yuan and said, "Other than coming to congratulate senior apprentice brother, I also brought some news which I believe senior apprentice brother Yi will be interested in." "Oh, pray tell, brother Tang." Yi Yuan had his curiosity aroused by Tang Yu's words. "Today, I was also watching senior apprentice brother Yi challenging the Nine Heavens Road in the crowd and happened to coincidentally see WN Yuan. Back then, he wasn't far from me, and I was also aware that he was at loggerheads with you, so I kept an eye out. Just as brother Yi broke through to the 9th level essence chi realm in the second stage, WN Yuan quietly slipped out of the crowd. Seeing the situation, I also secretly tagged along. But I discovered that he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he directly left the academy," Tang Yu said. Chapter 108, Retreating in Fear from a Single Sword. Chapter 108, Retreating in Fear from a Single Sword ran away? What a cowardly fellow. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. "Apologies, senior apprentice brother Yi. Tang Yu's abilities are paltry and could not detain him. I could only watch him get away," Tang Yu said in shame. Although he did not show it, Tang Yu felt that he was seriously useless right now. So many things had happened to Yi Yuan recently, yet he could not help with a single one of them. At present, WN Yuan was already like an ant which could be crushed to death with one hand to Yi Yuan. But to Tang Yu, he was as sturdy as the high mountains. Tang Yu was aware that WN Yuan was Yi Yuan's sworn enemy, yet he could only watch him get away powerlessly. This made him feel a deep sense of helplessness and shame. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't mind it, brother Tang. WN Yuan is just a dancing clown. I'll let him live a few days longer. After I return from the Endless Forest, I will settle him along with his father." When he returns from the Endless Forest, his father Yi Hang would just about to exit seclusion as well. At that time, the two of them, father and son, would join hands to give the entire state of Qin an enormous surprise. But when Tang Yu heard it, he was secretly speechless. Senior apprentice brother Yi was indeed still so domineering. Most likely, not a single soul in the state of Qin dared to say they would settle WN Donghai, yet he said it so naturally. Yi Yuan was somebody who refused to suffer any grievances and never embraced the creed where it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. His creed was that a gentleman would take revenge immediately. Fei Qingping nearly caused him to die. Killed. Lin Tiancheng and Zhong Heng made Lu end up like that. Yi Yuan disregarded the rules and just killed them. No essence chi realm had even made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan cleared it just like that. Only such a life was satisfying. Tang Yu also wished for such a life, but not everybody could live such a life. Only a heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan could have the capability to live such a life. WN Yuan was clearly frightened by Yi Yuan, which was why he fled in a panic. Under such circumstances, WN Yuan could only rely on the academy's rules. But the rules were only ornamental to Yi Yuan. Right now, Yi Yuan was simply a maniac. Since he dared to kill Zhong Heng and dared to kill Lin Tiancheng, he naturally would dare to kill him, WN Yuan. In fact, the grudge between WN Yuan and Yi Yuan was much greater than Lin Tiancheng's. Hence, he did not even wait for the final result before fleeing. WN Yuan feared that he would not be able to escape after the result came out. "Actually, there's another matter, senior apprentice brother Yi. I don't know if I should say it or not," Tang Yu said. "Why are you treating me like a stranger, brother Tang? If there's anything, just say it. I always felt that it was a little strange for Lin Tiancheng to target Miss Luer. Logically speaking, Lin Tiancheng only had a small dispute with you back at the illusionary spirit tower, and should not go as far as to be so malicious. So I wondered if there was more than meets the eye to this matter. Thus, I have been investigating the whole course of this incident, and the result was that I really managed to dig something out," Tang Yu said. When Yi Yuan killed Zhongheng and Lin Tiancheng, he was in a violent rage, so he did not think too much then. He just thought that Lin Tiancheng bore a grudge because of the incident at the illusionary spirit tower. Now that he thought carefully, although he made Lin Tiancheng lose face outside of the illusionary spirit tower, it was not to the extent where the other had to die. However, Zhongheng's actions had clearly gone beyond the bottom line, making things somewhat illogical. Yi Yuan also did not think that there was actually another hidden plot to this incident. Brother Tang means Wan Yuan. Yi Yuan quickly suspected Wan Yuan. Tang Yu nodded his head and said, "That's right. Somebody saw Wan Yuan and Liu Ruoshire going to find Lin Tiancheng after the illusionary spirit tower test ended. Of course, there's already no way of finding out what they talked about at that time. No need to investigate. It was definitely them making trouble. Even though I clashed with Lin Tiancheng during the illusionary spirit tower test, it hadn't reached the point where the other party must die. Lin Tiancheng was originally a narrow-minded person. With them sowing discord, he naturally harbored resentment in his heart. It wouldn't be strange for him to do something like that." Yi Yuan's face gradually became darker. But Wan Yuan already escaped. "What to do now?" Tang Yu asked. "Let him be first. Right now, the most important thing is Luer's matter. I'll deal with him after I return from the endless forests. However, this Liu Ruoshire really has a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. If I'm not wrong, the idea of messing with Luer came from her." Yi Yuan words were brother iming with killing intent. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Most likely, it refers to these sort of women like her, Tang Yu said. Yi Yuan stood up, and then he said nonchalantly, "I'm going out for a while." Then he directly left. Watching Yi Yuan back view, Huyen Yong said helplessly, "This rascal really can't stop even for a moment." Tang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Senior apprentice brother Yi just has a personality where gratitude and resentment are clearly distinguished. If others are good to him, he will be 10 times nicer. If others are bad to him, he will also pay back tenfold. Sigh, if he wants to cause trouble, so be it." He made it past the 9 Heavens Road, so he's already equivalent to the High Sect's core disciple. "I think Su Yubai wouldn't dare to act recklessly either," Huyen Yong said with a sigh. Yi Yuan had just stepped out the door when he was blocked by somebody. The person was Wu Luo Chen, who previously arranged a battle with Yi Yuan. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you are truly impressive. You actually made it through the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm." The moment he saw Yi Yuan, Wu Luo Chen praised in admiration. "So, it's senior apprentice brother Wu. The 9 Heavens Road was just luck, didn't count as much," Yi Yuan replied while controlling his impatience. Yi Yuan knew that Wu Luo Chen came to find him to compete. But how could he think about fighting with Wu Luo Chen at the moment? "Heh, I believe brother Yi has already guessed why this Wu came here. Since junior apprentice brother Yi cleared the 9 Heavens Road and broke through to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, you definitely possess the power of a heaven rank student. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can fulfill the agreement back then and fight with me." Wu Luo Chen did not conceal his intentions at all and openly stated it. "Apologies, senior apprentice brother Wu, this little brother has something to attend to right now. If brother Wu wants to battle, please choose another date." Yi Yuan directly rejected him. Wu Luo Chen immediately lost his cool when he heard that, and hurriedly said, "How can that do? I know that you're definitely about to enter seclusion to consolidate your cultivation realm. 2 days later, it's also the endless trials. Who knows how long this wait will last? We should just pick today rather than choosing a date." Wu Luochen's eyes were full of hope, and he looked like he was raring to go. To someone like Wu Luo Chen, fighting was his life's everything. Yi Yuan could only say helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Wu, if I recall correctly, our agreement back then was to wait until I advanced to heaven rank before competing, right? But I'm still an earth rank student presently. If senior apprentice brother Wu is so forceful, wouldn't you be in suspicion of the strong bullying the weak? But junior apprentice brother Yi's battle capabilities are shocking. Although you are still at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, Your strength is definitely not beneath heaven rank students already, right? From my perspective, junior apprentice brother, ye can definitely ascend the martial roll of honor now with your strength, and your ranking might not be below mine. Wu Luo Chen was not so easily hoodwinked. Yi Yuan was anxious to find Liu Ruoxue, yet he was held back by Wu Luo Chen. So he was very annoyed and could not resist saying, "Fine. As long as senior apprentice brother Wu receives one sword head-on from me, what's the harm in competing with you?" Wu Luochen's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Really? Of course it's real. Remember, it's receiving it head-on. If you dodge, then forgive me for not keeping you company," Yi Yuan emphasized. "Haha. No harm. Come on." Wu Luo Chen guffawed heartily. Yi Yuan retrieved the Tsunghua sword from his storage ring and unleashed a fused sword intent straight away. Wu Luo Chen initially was still full of smiles, but right now, his facial expression quickly changed. That horrifying sword intent practically asphyxiated him. How could such a sword intent possibly be received head-on? Wu Luo Chen hastily revolved his movement technique and dodged that sword. Rate Translation Quality Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven rank student, Su Yishan, seemingly in panic, Liu Ruoxue looked at Su Yishan who was in front of her. "Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me." Liu Ruoxue had never been so helpless even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Liu Ruoxue felt totally uneasy. She went to WN Yuan's residence in a lost manner, wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at WN Yuan's residence, she discovered that WN Yuan was not even there. At the start, Liu Ruoxue thought that WN Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting, and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw WN Yuan. Liu Ruoxue suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Liu Ruoxue inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that WN Yuan had left the academy long ago. Liu Ruoxue greeted 8 generations of WN Yuan's ancestors in her heart, but this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find WN Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Liu Ruoxue felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven rank students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Liu Ruoxue still had some rallying power among the lower ranking students, but as for heaven rank students, Liu Ruoxue suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Yishan. She felt that she had grasped her last life-saving straw. Back when WN Yuan was injured, Su Yishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't Elder Su Yishan's second uncle? Even though Liu Ruoxue could not influence heaven rank students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Yishan's relations. HI+P, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Liu Ruoxue no longer hesitated, and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Liu Ruoxue amusedly and said, "Senior apprentice sister Liu and senior apprentice brother WN walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me?" It was still okay if Su Yishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Liu Ruoxue's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. WN Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago. Sniff. Sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to. Liu Ruoxue right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Yishan was stunned. WAN Yuan ran? Ran to where? Liu Ruoxue choked between sobs and said, "Where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to SHI+ELD him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man?" Su Yishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, "I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother WN is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent. Fineness. Hi plusing, Su Yishan sized up the tearful Liu Ruoshui and asked playfully, "Just now, you said you would be willing to do anything?" Liu Ruoshui quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Yishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Yishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Liu Ruoshui wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Yishan's curiosity. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Liu Ruoshui blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Liu Ruoshui was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Liu Ruoshui's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. "Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good." Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Liu Ruoshui's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luochen still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luochen suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on, hence, he used his movement technique right away, and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luochen appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luochen was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luochen was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restrictions spirit artifact, Tsunghua Sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luochen was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luochen, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far said those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks and battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luochen. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luochen who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luochen was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible, I really want to experience it. Wu Luochen shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luochen could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, "How about this, junior apprentice brother Yi? I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs." Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luochen laughed a heh and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Liu Ruoshui's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luochen lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Liu Ruoxue headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister Liu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way. You don't even know who Su Yishan is. This time around, it was Wu Luoquan's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su? Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luoquan. Wu Luoquan raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even rank 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior apprentice brother Yi, why not forget about it? Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven rank student, Su Yishan, seemingly in panic, Liu Ruoxue looked at Su Yishan who was in front of her. Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me. Liu Ruoxue had never been so helpless even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Liu Ruoxue felt totally uneasy. She went to WN Yuan's residence in a lost manner wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at WN Yuan's residence, she discovered that WN Yuan was not even there. At the start, Liu Ruoxue thought that WN Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting, and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw WN Yuan. Liu Ruoxue suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Liu Ruoxue inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that WN Yuan had left the academy long ago. Liu Ruoxue greeted 8 generations of WN Yuan's ancestors in her heart, but this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find WN Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Liu Ruoxue felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven rank students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Liu Ruoxue still had some rallying power among the lower ranking students, but as for heaven rank students, Liu Ruoxue suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Yishan. She felt that she had grasped her last life-saving straw. Back when WN Yuan was injured, Su Yishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't elder Su Yishan's second uncle? Even though Liu Ruoxue could not influence heaven rank students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Yishan's relations. HI+P, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Liu Ruoxue no longer hesitated, and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Liu Ruoxue amusedly and said, Senior apprentice sister Liu and senior apprentice brother WN walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me? It was still okay if Su Yishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Liu Ruoxue's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. WN Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago. Sniff. Sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to. Liu Ruoxue right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Yishan was stunned. WAN Yuan ran? Ran to where? Liu Ruoxue choked between sobs and said, where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to SHI+ELD him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man? Su Yishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother WN is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent. Fineness. HI+ing, Su Yishan sized up the tearful Liu Ruoxue and asked playfully, just now, you said you would be willing to do anything? Liu Ruoxue quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Yishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Yishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Liu Ruoxue wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Yishan's curiosity. Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin? Liu Ruoxue blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Liu Ruoxue was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Liu Ruoxue's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day, ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Liu Ruoxue's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luochen still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luochen suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on, hence, he used his movement technique right away, and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luochen appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luochen was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luochen was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restrictions spirit artifact, Tsunghua Sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luochen was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luochen, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far said those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks and battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luochen. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luochen who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luochen was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible, I really want to experience it. Wu Luochen shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luochen could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, how about this, junior apprentice brother Yi, I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luochen laughed a heh and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Liu Ruoxue's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luochen lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Liu Ruoxue headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister Liu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way. You don't even know who Su Yishan is. This time around, it was Wu Luoquan's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su? Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luoquan. Wu Luoquan raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even rank 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior apprentice brother Yi, why not forget about it? Chapter 110, Investigate Properly. Chapter 110, Investigate Properly. One could tell that Wu Luoquan was unwilling to provoke Su Yishan. Not only was Su Yishan strong, but his background was also exceedingly deep. Without mentioning how great the Su family's power was, just based on Su Yubai's status within the Danwu Academy, not many dared to provoke him. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luoquan apathetically. Scared? If you're scared, then go back. I also didn't make you tag along. This look agitated Wu Luoquan greatly. He raised his head up and said, who's scared? Isn't it just Su Yishan? Wait until I advance to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. I'll beat him until his teeth fall out. TCH, what 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the end, you're still scared. Yi Yuan continued in disdain. Wu Luoquan nearly jumped up when he heard this. Even since he entered the Danwu Academy, his dictionary never had the word scared. He only had today's position by challenging throughout the entire way and beating people all the way. There was naturally no lack of figures with special status among these people. But didn't he just beat them up? Since when had he been scared? The reason why he did not wish to find trouble with Su Yishan was that the time was not yet right. Su Yishan was at the peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm and could break through to the 2nd stage of the spirit condensation realm at any time. Each person in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor was more perverse than the other. Wu Luoquan was indeed very strong, but at his level, who was not strong? The further one headed, the harder it was to jump ranks and battle. Wu Luoquan naturally did not wish to casually provoke a student in the top 10 of the martial roll. After Wu Luoquan broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, he would spar down the list one by one. I refuse to believe it today. Isn't it just Su Yishan? I'll accompany you. If he dares to attack you, I, Wu Luoquan, will receive it. The pitiful Wu Luoquan fell for Yi Yuan's inciting just like that. Up to you. At that time, just don't run away with your tail between your legs. Yi Yuan then left without even turning his head back. Wu Luoquan chased after as he said, "Hey, say things clearly. Who's running away with their tails between their legs? Since when have I, Wu Luoquan, been a deserter?" The residences of heaven rank students were separated from students of other ranks, at the back of the mountain with the instructors. Moreover, each of them had their own house and courtyard with a vast total area, and would not be disturbed by others. Yi Yuan came to the front of Su Yishan's courtyard and bellowed loudly, "Scram out here, Liu Ruoshui." Yi Yuan incorporated ample essence energy into his shout, making it reverberate like rolling thunder. If he did not shout, then it was still okay. But now that he did, it startled many people. What's happening? Did something happen again? Quickly look. Isn't that Yi Yuan? Didn't he just clear the 9 Heavens Road? Why does it look like he's here to cause trouble again? Haha. It's really lively these few days. Yi Yuan is too capable of causing a disturbance, stirring up the entire academy. It's truly one incident had yet to subside, but another wave rises. Yi. Isn't that Wu Luoquan? Why is he mixing around with Yi Yuan? Who knows? That fellow is also a lunatic. 2 maniacs have come together. Speaking of which, who is Liu Ruoshui? It sounds like a woman's name. How did she offend Yi Yuan? I seem to have some impression. It seems like she's a great beauty, F***CK. He doesn't even let a beauty off. Yi Yuan is really a madman. Hey, best to stop speculating. It's true that Yi Yuan doesn't rest, but Lin Tiancheng and Zhong Heng only had themselves to blame. If it were you, would you kill them? We should still hear what Yi Yuan has to say. Who knows if this Liu Ruoxue was also one of the people who bullied Yi Yuan's maidservant? Don't you all find it odd that Yi Yuan is calling for Liu Ruoxue outside of Su Yishan's gate? Yi Yuan had never been fearful of blowing things up. If he, a dignified alchemy emperor, had to swallow his pride and endure in silence in a mortal country, it would cause his thoughts to not flow smoothly. His precious life's encounter developed Yi Yuan's personality of avenging any enmity. Who cares what martial roles expert, or some disciplinary hall's elder? He just had to directly smash over. It was fine if he could not beat them now. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he could still disgust them. After yelling, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Su Yishan to come out. Before long, Su Yishan's courtyard gate creaked open, and Su Yishan walked out with a livid face. What the hell are you doing, Yi Yuan? To actually dare to make a big fuss outside of my gate. Do you really think that nobody can take care of you? Su Yishan said icily. Let Liu Ruoxue come out. This matter has nothing to do with you, go play by the side. Words that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Odamn. Yi Yuan told Su Yishan to go play by the side outside the entrance of his place. Nobody had ever dared to speak that way to Su Yishan in the academy. Yi Yuan was truly teeming with overbearingness. But after thinking about it, everyone felt at ease. Yi Yuan even dared to scold Elder Su. What is Su Yishan? Since when had Su Yishan ever suffered such humiliation? When he heard that, he flew into a rage. Insolence. Today, I will weigh just how incredible a genius who cleared the Nine Heavens road is. Su Yishan fully released his aura and charged towards Yi Yuan with the momentum of Mount Tai bearing down upon Yi Yuan. But just at that moment, Wu Luochen planted himself in front of Yi Yuan emotionlessly, which made Su Yishan's momentum came to a halt. What's the meaning of this, Wu Luochen? Su Yishan asked furiously. No other meaning. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, that will do. I don't care about other things, said Wu Luochen as he remained impassive. In reality, Wu Luochen was also very gloomy right now. He inexplicably incurred trouble with a major problem like Su Yishan. It was true that Wu Luochen's thought process was simple. But he was absolutely no fool. How could a fool become an expert on the martial roll of honor? But Wu Luochen could no longer care that much in order to fight a match with Yi Yuan. Of course, there were still many whom he could spar with within the academy. But Wu Luochen had the feeling that sparring with Yi Yuan would let him reap an unexpected harvest. This was purely instinct. Ever since he witnessed that dazzling sword of Yi Yuan's, he had this sort of intuition. Hence, he kept pestering Yi Yuan to make him spar with him. What a Wu Luochen! Do you know the repercussions of becoming enemies with me? Wu Luochen dreaded Su Yishan, but how could Su Yishan also not be wary of Wu Luochen? Although he was a minor realm higher than Wu Luochen's combat talent was extremely astonishing. Hi+ing. If they really fought, even if he could win, it would surely be a cruise. Hi+ing victory. I've never wanted to be enemies with you. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, I don't care about other things. Wu Luochen repeated these words emotionlessly. These words were in fact bullsh*t. Yi Yuan was here to find trouble, so he would definitely fight with Su Yishan. If Su Yishan did not touch him, did he had to wait to be beaten up instead? Su Yishan could not communicate through with this lunatic and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Humph. You guys are looking for Liu Ruoxue. Why did you come to my place? Su Yishan was unable to deal with Wu Luochen, so he could only put up with the second best, questioning with logic. We've already inquired. Liu Ruoxue should be at your place currently. Go and call her out. I have some things I want to ask her, Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did not see Su Yishan and Wu Luochen's tit for tat. What a joke. You say she's here, and that means she's here? Su Yishan laughed due to extreme rage. Yi Yuan spread out his hands and said, since we can't reach a conclusion, then there's no other choice. I can only enter your place to investigate properly. You dare. Su Yishan was seething with rage. Chapter 111. Come with me. Chapter 111. Come with me. Su Yishan was a peak genius in the top 10 of the martial role. If today, Yi Yuan entered his residence to search for people, how would he have the face to stay in the Dan Wu Academy in the future? These words from Yi Yuan was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation to Su Yishan. Facing Su Yishan's fiery wrath, Yi Yuan chose to ignore it. He made his move and headed towards Su Yishan's courtyard. Courting death. Out of rage, Su Yishan smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it and walked towards the gates without care. Boom. A violent clash between palms. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen both retreated several steps. Clearly, it was a draw. Wu Luochen. You really dare to attack? Su Yishan roared angrily. Wu Luochen gave a zombified face which would not change in 10,000 years and said, I already said very clearly. As long as you don't attack Yi Yuan, everything is fine. But if you attack, I will not stand idly by and watch. You. Su Yishan was thoroughly defeated by Wu Luochen. Nothing got through this fellow. Yi Yuan did not walk fast, but his footsteps never stopped. It looked like he was about to enter the courtyard. At this moment, Su Yishan felt shame and humiliation he had never ever experienced before. He was the pride of the Su family and a proud son of heaven in the Dan Wu Academy. Since when had he ever been put through such disgrace? Yi Yuan actually dared to enter and search his abode in front of so many people. The most hateful thing was that he was unable to do anything about him. Stop right there, Yi Yuan. Su Yishan hollered. Yi Yuan continued forward as if he did not hear it. Halt. I'll call her out. Su Yishan crumbled and finally chose to compromise. Indeed, when he said that, Yi Yuan finally ceased his footsteps. He turned around to look at Su Yishan. Clearly, he was waiting for Su Yishan to call her. Su Yishan really wanted to kill someone right now. Yi Yuan's actions had already completely swept his face away like rubbish. Although Yi Yuan ultimately did not enter, since he agreed to call Liu Ruoxue out, he basically admitted defeat. Yi Yuan is indeed worthy of being a genius who made it through the Nine Heavens Road. He actually dared to sweep away Su Yishan's face like that. Heh. Su Yishan is normally incomparably haughty. Today, someone finally managed to stop him. It's so venting. Yeah. Su Yishan relied on his uncle's authority to do as he pleased in the heaven rank area. Many people felt indignant but dared not to speak up. Today, someone else who's even wilder came and even dared to sweep away his second uncle's face. Isn't sweeping away his face something simple? Except that such a haughty person like Wu Luochen is actually willing to be Yi Yuan's fighter. It makes me surprised. Could it be that he's already taken in by Yi Yuan as a lackey? Doesn't look like it. There's probably some sort of agreement between them, and this agreement is really important to Wu Luochen. That's why he is willing to take the risk of offending Su Yishan to become a hired thug. Haha. Look at Su Yishan wanting to kill someone, but unable to. It's the first time I've seen it. Seriously hilarious. Yi Yuan might feel great today, but the upcoming endless trials probably won't go so smoothly. Regardless whether it's Elder Su or Su Yishan, they would probably spare no expense to kill Yi Yuan. Those gathering around to watch were heaven rank students. Many were whispering, even communicating through voice transmission. One could tell from their conversation that Su Yishan did not seem to win the public's opinion in the heaven rank area. Many held the attitude of gloating over his misfortune when watching the show. As for sweeping away Su Yishan's face, Yi Yuan did not feel any burden at all. The Su family was the Yi family's covert compet. One tour. This was something he already knew. Since Su Yubai could ambush him in broad daylight, then Su Yishan would not go so far as to become friends with him. Since Liu Ruoxue appeared in Su Yishan's residence, it was evident that she came to seek protection from him. In that case, Yi Yuan and Su Yishan naturally were enemies. Yi Yuan never had the habit of saving face for his enemies. Presently, Su Yishan's face was grim, and he was incomparably vexed. No matter how he calculated, he did not expect that Wu Luochen was actually willing to become Yi Yuan's fighter. What are you still hiding in there for? Come out here for me, Su Ishan bellowed in a low voice. Right now, Su Ishan somewhat regretted taking in Liu Ruoxue. A moment of lust beguiling his mind gave him such a huge problem. Following Su Ishan's shout, a graceful and charming figure showed up at the gates. It was precisely Liu Ruoxue. Liu Ruoxue's clothes were a little disheveled, making her appear somewhat ragged. Her complexion was also much withered. Where was there still the former demeanor of a goddess? She had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, and knew that she was probably unable to settle things today. Initially, she thought that finding Su Ishan as her backer could let her escape this crisis. For that reason, she even offered up her most precious thing. But she did not think that Su Ishan could not protect her at all. Senior apprentice brother Su, Liu Ruoxue looked towards Su Ishan feebly. Su Ishan's expression was somber, but he still moved to block in front of her. This action made Liu Ruoxue wildly elated. Su Ishan naturally would not let her be. The situation now was already extremely clear. Liu Ruoxue was someone that he, Su Ishan, was SHI+ELDing. If Yi Yuan dealt with her at his discretion, he would ultimately lose his face today. Just now, when Yi Yuan wanted to enter the courtyard, he was unable to pull himself away to stop it. But now, it was not going to be so easy for Wu Luochen and Yi Yuan to take someone away from directly under him. Furthermore, this matter had already blown up. As long as he held on a while longer, until his second uncle, Su Yubai, arrived, even Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. If you have questions, ask away, Su Ishan said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind Su Ishan's actions. Hearing that, he nodded and asked, let me ask you, Liu Ruoxue, the matter of Lin Tiancheng and Zhongheng bullying Luo, were you and Wn Yuan the ones fanning the fire by the side? Liu Ruoxue was secretly alarmed when she heard him. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually came here because of this matter. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Liu Ruoxue's mind flashed like lightning and thought to herself that there were already no witnesses to this matter. There were only 4 of them present back then. Lin Tiancheng and Zhongheng were already dead. Wan Yuan fled. As long as she flatly denied it, what could Yi Yuan do to her? Thinking up to this point, Liu Ruoxue cried out, Yi Yuan, I know that we had some disagreements in the past. But that was all instigated by Wn Yuan. Every debt has its creditor. You should find him instead. Yi Yuan frowned and said, enough crap. I only asked you about Luo's matter. The instant Liu Ruoxue thought things through, she became less fearful instead. Puffing her chest out, she said righteously, no. I don't even know what you are talking about. I don't even know who is Luo, so how would I harm her? Really? Of course it's true. Liu Ruoxue became increasingly confident as she spoke. Then how do you explain you and Wn Yuan seeking out Lin Tiancheng before, on the day of the illusionary spirit tower test? Yi Yuan interrogated. Lin Tiancheng is the head disciple of the General Affairs. Wn Yuan wished to make friends with him. Is there anything wrong with that? You were clearly the one who offended Lin Tiancheng, yet you want to force the crime on me. What's the reasoning? Liu Ruoxue was also a quick-witted person. The moment she collected herself, she did a reverse checkmate instead. Yi Yuan looked at Liu Ruoxue and suddenly smiled. He smiled until Liu Ruoxue felt a chill continuously escalate from the bottom of the heart. Such a shrewd tongue. Since that's the case, come with me then. I have ways to prove whether what you say is true or false. If what you said is true, our previous grudges will be wiped off the slate from now on. But if it's false, Yi Yuan, don't kill women. Cripple your Dantian yourself, and withdraw from the Dan Wu Academy. The matters previously will also similarly be wiped clean, Yi Yuan said casually. Chapter 112, Fighting 2 Alone. Chapter 112, Fighting 2 Alone. I'm not going. If I go with you, can I even return? Liu Ruoxue rejected straight away. Under these circumstances, she would not leave with Yi Yuan no matter what. Regardless of whether what Yi Yuan said was true or false, Liu Ruoxue did not dare to take the risk. If what Yi Yuan said was true, This incident certainly had connections to her, Liu Ruoxue. Could she still escape? If what Yi Yuan said was false, then he did it to con her away. How could her outcome be good? At this point, Yi Yuan simply ignored Liu Ruoxue. Whether she went or not, was not up to her. What do you think, senior apprentice brother Su? Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan and asked. The intention was already crystal clear. If he agreed, then everything can be settled through discussion. If he disagreed, then fight. Su Yishan naturally would not agree. There were so many people were looking. Don't go too far, Yi Yuan. Do you think that you're a disciplinary hall's elder? You want to bring anyone with you, and they have to follow? Su Yishan said in a low voice. Of course I'm not a disciplinary hall's elder. If I were a disciplinary hall's elder, then whoever I sentenced to death had to die, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone understood these words. Yi Yuan was making a crack about the incident of Su Yubai publicly ambush. Hi+ing. Humph. Yi Yuan, don't scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry. I'll report this matter to the disciplinary hall on my own. The disciplinary hall will get to the bottom of this, and do you justice. Su Yishan gave a derisive snort. The moment he finished speaking, murmuring immediately broke out among the surrounding onlookers. Who did not know that the first elder of the disciplinary hall was his second uncle? Would there still be any justice to speak of once this matter reached the disciplinary hall? Since that's the case, we can only use fists to talk. Yi Yuan did not waste any more breath. He raised his hand and unleashed an 8th layer wave. Now that Yi Yuan was already at peak 9th level essence chi realm, an 8th layer wave was filled with incredible might. Su Yishan clearly did not expect Yi Yuan to attack right away, so he fell behind. However, he was worthy of being a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. He did not retreat at this point, but instead, he advanced with similarly a palm and clashed with Yi Yuan. It actually arrived first even though it was unleashed later. Middle grade tier 2 martial technique, Prajna palm. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Su Yishan's mouth as if he saw Yi Yuan being heavily injured and vomiting blood. A puny little 9th level essence chi realm dared to make a move in front of him. If that was not courting death, then what was? No matter how powerful the stacking waves layered palm was, it was but an incomplete tier 1 martial technique. There was still some use when dealing with first-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Who was he, Su Yishan? Peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm, and a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. Compared to the stacking waves layered palm, the might of the middle grade tier 2 Prajna palm was a level higher. In terms of essence energy, he was more than a level stronger than Yi Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for Yi Yuan to remain uninjured. The way Su Yishan saw it, Yi Yuan was seeking death. He was wary of Wu Luochen but not Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was recently in the limelight, his actual strength was at best slightly stronger than newly advanced heaven rank students. 3rd level spirit condensation realm and 9th level essence chi realm are in completely different weight class. S says. Boom. A violent confrontation. Su Yishan remained motionless, but Yi Yuan fell back over a dozen steps. Su Yishan furrowed his brows. He was very displeased with the effects of this palm. The result had a huge discrepancy from his expectations. Even though it was a hasty response, he had gathered 70% to 80% essence energy. It was just impossible for a 9th level essence chi realm to withstand it. But there did not seem to be major issues with Yi Yuan currently other than his essence energy being a little disorderly. A 3rd level spirit condensation realm was actually unable to completely crush a puny 9th level essence chi realm in a face-off. Su Yishan used to turn his nose up whenever he heard how monstrous Yi Yuan was. Only now that he personally matched up with Yi Yuan, did he realize the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness. No way. Yi Yuan is actually fine. That was the Prajna palm. Just now, I still thought that Yi Yuan was too reckless. I didn't think that his strength was actually so great. Just based on that palm just now, he has probably already firmly entered the martial role, right? Pretty much so. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that those watching the battle were all heaven rank students. Among them, there were quite a few who were experts on the martial role. They were all too clear on the power of the prajna palm. That was a middle-grade Tier 2 martial technique. Furthermore, they heard that Su Ishan had already trained it to the large success rank. It had extraordinary might. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly fine after exchanging a palm with him. Yi Yuan's performance previously was indeed sufficiently monstrous. But no matter how monstrous, it only meant that his potential was limitless. It did not represent how great his strength was. Yi Yuan's skirmishes before were all within the essence Qi realm. Even Lin Tiancheng was at most a half-baked spirit condensation realm. Lin Tiancheng's strength when placed among heaven rank students was among the lowest at the bottom of the ranking. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level essence Qi realm now, the way many people saw it, he was merely slightly stronger than the average heaven rank students. But only now did the heaven rank students understand that Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to talk on equal standing with them. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that first-level essence Qi realm rookie from a month back. He was a true martial role expert. After calming down his disorderly essence energy, Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows. Hey, if you continue watching the show, then this place doesn't need you. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with Wu Luochen's performance. He knew that Wu Luochen wanted to borrow Su Ishan's hand to probe his strength. This made him very disgruntled. Haha, it was too sudden just now, didn't react in time. Wu Luochen cracked a laugh. Facing Yi Yuan, Wu Luochen put away his zombie face that would not change in 10,000 years, and smiled sheepishly, making Su Ishan gloomier. Who said that Wu Luochen was dumb? He was sharp as hell. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes, and could not be bothered with him. He merely said, I'm attacking. You do as you see fit. Yi Yuan's words made everyone faceplant on the ground. Even though he retreated just now, the gap between Su Ishan and him was also very obvious. It was clear that there was not much hope. He still wanted to be foolhardy under this sort of circum stance. Yi Yuan activated Instant Flash and pointed a finger at Su Ishan. Absolute Young Finger. Presently, the might of the Absolute Young Finger unleashed by Yi Yuan already Serpa. Said the 8th layer wave. The cultivation law of the Spirit Bristle Divine King was no joke. Courting death. Su Ishan responded to different situations using the same method. Prajna Palm was unleashed once more. But this time around, Wu Luochen was not a spectator. At the same time Yi Yuan attacked, he also moved. Wu Luochen swept his leg at Su Ishan. Compared to Yi Yuan's attack, Wu Luochen's attack clearly held a greater threat. Under the two's pincer attack, Su Ishan did not panic the slightest bit. Su Ishan's movement technique was similarly a genuine Tier 2 martial technique, with a speed of 1.5 times higher than Wu Luochen. It was this time difference of 1.5 times which let him force Yi Yuan back with a palm first, and narrowly dodge Wu Luochen's leg. At this moment, Su Ishan's strength as the number 10 on the martial roll was displayed in its full. Soon, the three people were locked in battle. The two parties actually fought to a standstill, with neither party able to do anything to the other. Of course, the ones leading the battle were still Su Ishan and Wu Luochen. Yi Yuan was reduced to a supporting cast. Chapter 113, Shaved. Chapter 113, Shaved. Yi Yuan did not seem to be unhappy about being in a supporting role. He knew that he was not Su Ishan's match, so he deliberately dragged Wu Luochen into the water. Su Ishan and Wu Luochen were engrossed in their fierce fighting. He would occasionally throw in a distraction, which would immediately fluid Us Su Ishan. This made Su Ishan so depressed that he wanted to cough up blood. Su Ishan was a little wary of Wu Luochen, but his number 10 on the martial roll was not obtained through Su Yubai. His strength was truly incomparably great. Matching up with Wu Luochen, he had confidence in defeating him within 100 exchanges. But with Yi Yuan causing trouble by the side, it swiftly increased the pressure significantly. Although Yi Yuan's attack did not pose much threat to him, Yi Yuan's attacking power was indeed mighty. Even he, Su Ishan, Would absolutely not feel good taking on an 8th layer wave or absolute yang finger. However, from another perspective, this also proved Su Yishan's might. He was not in a disadvantageous position even when fighting 2 people alone. The top 20 in the martial role are all a bunch of sickos. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen became much stronger after the last battle of martial role. Yeah. The top 20 students of the martial role are of a different level. The top 20 and the next 20's power difference is enormous. The top 20 students' ranking would also change, but the majority of the time, it's inter-swapping positions. It's too difficult for those after rank 20 to try to squeeze inside. After so long, only a sicko like Wu Luochen could charge into the top 20. I feel that he might become the next senior apprentice Brother Long. I also have that feeling. This fellow's too sick. Not only does his cultivation realm rise rapidly, but his martial techniques also improves unimaginably fast. However, no matter how sick those 2 people are, they aren't as sick as Yi Yuan. That fellow simply isn't human. If any other 9th level essence chi realm were swapped into this battle, the outcome would be being one-shotted instantly. Not only can Yi Yuan protect himself, but he can also even cause trouble for Su Yishan every now and then. Don't talk about him anymore. That fellow is destined to be in a different world from us. I reckon that before long, he would become the core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect, right? Even senior apprentice Brother Long doesn't have the qualifications. A matchup between the top 20 of the martial role was not so easy to see. Many heaven rank students were commenting on it, but the final stop was still on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might had completely exceeded their expectations. Many students tut themselves into the battle. But to their dismay, they just could not perform as well as Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan was already much stronger than the majority of them. There were around 400 to 500 heaven rank students in the Danwu Academy. And only the top 100 could enter the martial role, becoming a martial roles expert. These 100 people were all elites among elites. Most of them had exhausted their potential like Lin Tiancheng, becoming mediocre people among the heaven rank students. It was apparent that Yi Yuan was way stronger than them. Even the students at the back of the martial role ranking felt ashamed of their inferiority in front of Yi Yuan. Just as everyone was immersed in their emotions, there was a sudden development to the battle situation. Who knew when an azure tar's sailed sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand? His entire aura underwent a massive change. At this moment, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sword, abnormally sharp. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they felt that aura, they were greatly startled. But Yi Yuan did not give him much time to react. A streak of sword chi slashed towards his head. The timing of this sword was beautifully grasped. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen were right in the process of attacking. Their current state could not easily be changed or even halted. He was being tied down by Wu Luochen, so how could it be easy for him to free himself? This sword made Su Yishan's heart palpitate. That horrifying sword intent could unequivocally tear through his protective essence energy, and directly slice off his head. In the moment of peril, how could Su Yishan be bothered to deal with Wu Luochen? He forcefully withdrew his move halfway, and dived straight down. That streak of sword chi just brushed the top of his head as it shot by. One had to say that Su Yishan's reaction was quick. The dive of his not only evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, but it also dodged Wu Luochen's move. Even so, Su Yishan still cut an utterly sorry figure. While he evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, that streak of sword chi still shattered his headpiece. Currently, Su Yishan was disheveled like a beggar. Where was there any grace of an expert? Spirit artifact. That was definitely a spirit artifact. Many students recognized the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and exclaimed in surprise. My God! Why does Yi Yuan have a spirit artifact? In the entire Danwu Academy, apart from the illusionary spirit tower, only the dean has a spirit artifact as well. Where did Yi Yuan's spirit artifact come from? The moment Yi Yuan's Tsunghua sword was drawn, it immediately caused an uproar. In a mortal country, the scarcity of spirit artifacts already reached a degree which made people despair. The number of spirit artifacts in the entire state of Qin would not exceed 1 hand. But Yi Yuan actually had a spirit artifact in his hand. After the astonishment, virtually all the students had covetous eyes. This truly made people admire, envious, and hate. One had to know that if a martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, it could increase their combat power multiple times. Especially an attack-type spirit artifact like Tsunghua Sword. And the power of a spirit artifact that could be unleashed by Yi Yuan was not even 10%. Only Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could unleash a spirit artifact's true power. If a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, they could absolutely dominate those in the same realm. But now, a spirit artifact was actually held in a 9th level Essence Qi realm's hands. What a reckless waste of God's good gift. Yi Yuan ignored the other people's amazement, and just asked casually, "Now, can I bring her away?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a cold SHI+V ran down Liu Ruoxue's spine. She did not think that Yi Yuan could defeat even Su Yishan. Su Yishan was number 10 on the martial roll. Even Su Yishan could not shelter her. Then wasn't she dead for sure? "Ah, Yi Yuan, you forced my hand." Su Yishan was already completely incensed. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan at any cost. The next instant, a horrifying aura surged from Su Yishan's body. He lightly lifted both hands with the palms facing the sky. Dirt yellow color essence energy condensed in the center of his palms. That horrifying pressure suffocated people. This aura is the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, Heaven Flipping Palm. You have to be careful, Yi Yuan, Wu Luochen solemnly warned him. Yi Yuan's face was similarly serious. He did not expect that Su Yishan still had such a trump card. Just this horrifying aura already far surpassed said the power of 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The might of a high-grade Tier 2 martial technique was extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his sword horizontally with a never-before-seen solemnness on his face. "Yi Yuan, I want you to know that provoking me, Su Yishan, comes with a price. Go and die." Right now, Su Yishan had already completely lost his reason. There was only one thing on his mind, which was to kill Yi Yuan. He brought both palms together, and the dirt yellow glow rippled out. Next would be a terrifying attack. "Yishan, leave it at this." Right then, a faint voice sounded out in Su Yishan's ear. Chapter 114, What has it got to do with you? Chapter 114, What has it got to do with you? "Yishan, leave it at this." Right after this voice sounded out, Su Yishan was abruptly awakened. His aura also withdrew after that, Vonnie's HI plussing imperceptibly. Seeing that Su Yishan's heaven flipping palm was stopped, not only did Yi Yuan not relax, his face turned even graver. Those heaven rank students automatically opened up a path, and Su Yubai walked out from the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. The one who stopped Su Yishan was actually Su Yubai? What happened? Didn't Su Yubai hope for Yi Yuan to die most of all? Why did his character suddenly change? Su Yishan slowly walked to the front of Yi Yuan and the other two. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen respectfully bowed, and called out Elder Su. Only Yi Yuan remained indifferent. "Humph. Don't even know how to greet when you see me." Indeed, without upbringing. Seeing Yi Yuan's behavior, Su Yubai's temper flared right away. Yi Yuan simply replied nonchalantly, "I've cleared the 9 Heavens Road, and already have status equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples' status is even higher than Outer Sect elders. The one who should be greeting should be Elder Su, right? The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples had an extraordinary status. They were all 1 in a million geniuses and were also the target of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's heavy nurturing. They possessed many privileges. On the other hand, Outer Sect elders were at most just supervisors assisting the dean to manage the academy. They did not even count as sect disciples. So their status was naturally not as high as core disciples. Hearing that, Su Yubai's face changed. He immediately gave a cold snort and said, "The High Sect had not yet confirmed your status, so you are still the state of Qin's Danwu Academy's disciple. Don't give me the attitude of some core disciple." Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, "It's Elder Su who is putting on the airs on an elder with me. So I just have to make clear of my current status." Su Yubai sorrowfully discovered that he could never gain any advantage over Yi Yuan, so he could only change the topic. "Where did the spirit artifact in your hand come from? Such a precious artifact, and you actually did not report to the academy. What are your intentions?" Su Yubai also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually have a spirit artifact in his hand. This truly made him incredibly envious. Su Yubai's own lifeblood weapon was a high-grade magic artifact. Initially, it was also suitable for him. But Su Yubai was already a half-step crystal formation realm. If he used a spirit artifact, it would definitely let his strength rise to another level. Originally, he did not think much about spirit artifacts, because spirit artifacts were too scarce. But now, a spirit artifact actually appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. How could he remain unperturbed? For a puny little 9th level essence chi realm to use a spirit artifact, wasn't that wasting God's gift? How could Yi Yuan not know Su Yubai's little thoughts? Hearing that, he only said coolly, "You know that I swore a Heaven Dao oath before challenging the 9 Heavens Road. So it's inconvenient for me to report about the origins of this sword. If Elder Su is uneasy, then you can inquire from the High Sect. This sword should have once had U.S. Trias fame. I believe it wouldn't be hard to inquire." High Sect. High Sect again. Using High Sect to suppress me, right? Su Yubai despondently discovered that he really could not do anything about it. Since Yi Yuan dared to openly take this sword out, it showed that there was definitely no issues with its origins. Although Yi Yuan said nothing, he already indicated the source of this sword, 9 Heavens Road. Came from the 9 Heavens Road? Then this would be easy. Since this sword came from the 9 Heavens Road, how can you keep it for yourself? The 9 Heavens Road belongs to the 9 Heavens Road. Since you acquired the spirit artifact on the 9 Heavens Road, you should par-SS it to the academy to deal with it. Yi Yuan chuckled. Par-SS to the academy to deal with it? It's par-SS to Elder Su to handle, right? Just be candid about wanting the spirit artifact. What's with so many detours? Su Yubai's face-thickness divine art had clearly been cultivated to an extremely high realm. He did not show any embarrassment after having his thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan. This elder is devoted to public interests. Don't try to slander me. After your spirit artifact is par-S said to the academy, how to deal with it would naturally be up to the dean and the elders' council to decide. This spirit artifact originally came from the academy, how can you keep it all to yourself? Su Yubai said it with a strong sense of righteousness. Except, who knew how many people actually would fall for that? Elder Su's public spirit is truly touching. But, according to what I know, the 9 Heavens Road doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the academy. Even if I have to hand it up, it will also be par-S said to the sect. What has it got to do with you? Yi Yuan did not hold back his words at all. You. Courting death. Su Yubai was so angered by Yi Yuan that his 7 souls were about to leave his body, and he looked as if he was about to make a move. Yi Yuan jumped up instead, and yelled out, Elder Su wants to kill people. Everyone, be a witness for me. Su Yubai's raging fire was instantly extinguished by Yi Yuan's shout. Yi Yuan's current status was exceptional. If he were to really kill Yi Yuan in public, his elder position could be considered to have come to an end. The charge of killing a high sect's core disciple was not something he could shoulder. He stopped Su Ishan naturally because of this reason as well. He did not think that a few sentences in, he was already swept in by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was like a hedgehog, leaving him nowhere to bite. So aggrieving. Such utter nonsense. When did I want to kill people? Su Yubai snorted icily. Do you dare to say that you didn't have killing intent just now? Yi Yuan made no concessions at all. Su Yubai had no words to say to that. He switched topic once again. Forget about that first. I heard that you want to bring away this female student for a private interrogation. Do you know that you are setting up a clandestine tribunal? Clandestine tribunal? Then let me ask you, what's the charge for offending a core disciple? You, Elder Su, can say that my status is not yet authentic, but Liu Ruoshui doesn't have that qualification, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This. Offending a core disciple, severe cases can be the death penalty. But according to what I know, she doesn't seem to have offended you. Su Yubai said. How do you know that she did not offend and that it wasn't sophistry? Yi Yuan retorted. Lin Tiancheng and Zhong Heng were already killed by you. This matter has no other witnesses. You aren't going to rely just on your guesswork to sentence her crime, right? Su Yubai smiled coldly. I said just now, I have my ways of making her talk. If she didn't take part in this matter, then the grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. If she feels dissatisfied, I can even apologize to her publicly. What a joke. What method do you have to make her talk? Don't tell me you want to beat a confession out of her. Yi Yuan said casually, I'm afraid that Elder Su has done quite a bit of those sort of things, right? However, I'm not as ruthless as Elder Su, so I'm unable to do those sort of malicious things. Su Yubai's wrath had just subsided when it was evoked by Yi Yuan again. This punk was really someone that exasperated people to death without paying for it. Forcefully suppressing the fury in his heart, Su Yubai said in a low voice, Who in the Dan Wu Academy doesn't know that this elder enforces the law impartially? Right now, we're talking about you. Why did you come on to me? Like that, her? Fine then. I know that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. I wonder if you have ever heard of a type of medicinal pill called the truth pill? Looking at your appearance, you must be unaware. Let me explain it for Elder Su. A truth pill is a tier 2 medicinal pill. If Liu Ruoshui eats it, she will answer anything I ask. At that time, the truth will naturally be revealed. Yi Yuan explained about the truth pill, and also made a quip at Su Yubai. Chapter 115, Refining a Truth Pill. Chapter 115, Refining a Truth Pill. Utter nonsense. This elder has lived to this old age, and I have never heard of such a medicinal pill. Although Su Yubai did not specialize in alchemy Dao, the Su family still managed a medicinal herbs business. He was absolutely not a stranger to medicinal pills. Since he said he had never heard of it, then even if another alchemy Dao elder came over, they probably never heard of it as well. Except that these words were equivalent to stealthily acknowledging that he was ignorant. I already said that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed, so how could you have heard of it before? But it doesn't matter whether you heard of it before or not. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. After I refine a few of them out, then wouldn't Elder Su know if it's real or fake after sampling it personally? At that time, I guarantee that which concubine Elder Su spent the previous night with will be grilled out, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's words prompted roars with laughter from everyone. The laughter only ceased after Su Yubai shot a menacing glance. Yi Yuan had extremely extensive research in alchemy Dao. He dabbled in all sorts of areas. On the other hand, most of the pill formulas in the state of Qin were targeted for the martial Dao. Either to help martial artists increase their strength, or to help martial artists recover essence energy, so on and so forth. This sort of obscure medicinal pill like the truth pill would naturally not be recorded. The highest level martial artists in the state of Qin did not surpass the crystal formation realm, and their age did not get past 300 years old. Even if one was an alchemy grandmaster, how much leisure time would they have to research this sort of obscure medicinal pill? But, like Yi Yuan said, differentiating whether the medicinal pill was real or fake was very simple. Just find someone to test it out. The medicinal effects could not be faked. With so many people watching, faking it would be exposed straight away. Unless the person trying out the medicine was arranged by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai naturally would not commit such a low-level blunder. Humph. Flippant child. I want to see just how you clean up the mess later. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Just like that, Yi Yuan and Su Yubai determined Liu Ruoshui's fate. When Liu Ruoshui heard Su Yubai's words, she ran hastily to Su Ishan's side and pulled on his arm, begging for his help. Senior apprentice brother Su, I don't want to. Su Ishan pulled his arm back, and Liu Ruoshui staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Su Yishan was still enraged after being humiliated by Yi Yuan and felt that this woman was a troublemaker. Why would he pity her? Do you feel that it's still up to you at this juncture? Su Yishan said coldly. In Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing swapped roles. Feng Ruoqing did the series of preparation work for Yi Yuan's pill refinement. Sigh, I say, can't you just rest for a while? You just came back from the Nine Heavens Road, yet you caused another big upheaval in the entire academy, Feng Ruoqing grumbled as she did her job. Yi Yuan was seriously too proficient at causing disturbances. Even since his abrupt rise, it seemed like the academy had never had a break. Heh. Not that I'm unwilling to stop, it's just that there's always some people who keep finding trouble. Luo is my kin. If I can't take revenge for her after being hurt to such an extent, how can I be fit to be her young master? Also, how can I face her after she wakes up in a few days? If they want to touch me, then just come at me openly. Even if I'm beaten till I'm crippled, I also won't harbor such a grudge. But if they touch my family and friends, absolutely not. She did not know why, but after hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Ruoqing's heart involuntarily quaked, and she blurted out, if I suffered like Luo, would you be like this too? Of course. Aren't we good friends? Yi Yuan said without thinking. Blissfulness instantly seeped into her heart, making Feng Ruoqing feel a never-before experience, a sense of satisfaction. But I'm afraid I don't have that opportunity, right? You're a proud daughter of heaven, the youngest high-rank alchemy master in the Danwu Academy. Who would dare to bully you? Yi Yuan added. Feng Ruoqing smiled sweetly and said, that might not be the case. Who knows, there might really come a day where I, this proud daughter of heaven, would require your protection. Haha, I'm afraid that it's the honor of every male in the Danwu Academy to be able to protect teacher Feng, right? Yi Yuan chuckled. Feng Ruoqing blushed lightly and diverted the topic. Oh, right, is there really such a medicinal pill called the truth pill? It's also imparted to you by your master? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the truth pill actually isn't some profound medicinal pill. It's a type of medicinal pill which is applied to the divine soul, making the martial artist's divine soul give up resistance. Since there's a medicinal pill which strengthens soul strength like the soul Nori's HI plusing pill, there's naturally the truth pill. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. So that's how it is. Looks like my horizons are still too shallow. It turns out that if we think about the problem from another perspective, there's actually such an effect. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this can't be rushed. Master's realm is remarkably high. How can I compare to his horizons? Such a simple logic, if I had to come up with a way, I might not be able to conceive it in my entire life. Even when his cultivation was at our current realm, he might not even have understood this logic. Only then did Feng Ruoqing feel at ease. You are right. Cultivation realm determines one's horizons. Looks like my road is still long. The preparation work is done. Start the furnace and refine the pill. Yi Yuan nodded and started refining the truth pill. Compared to during the alchemist test, no matter whether it was essence energy or soul strength, Yi Yuan was way stronger. It would naturally not be as strenuous for the current Yi Yuan to refine low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pills using the yin-yang separation flow technique. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Yubai once more, holding a bottle of freshly made truth pills. This is the truth pill. Does Elder Su wish to personally try it out? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Snort. The person testing the medicine is already arranged. I'll watch just how you clean up the scene later. While Yi Yuan was refining, Su Yubai already inquired from several alchemy Dao experts. None of them had heard of truth pill. Even if Yi Yuan was a low-rank alchemy master, could he be stronger than the seniors in the academy? Hence, Su Yubai had long determined that Yi Yuan was misleading others through trickery. Also that Liu Ruoshui would obediently submit. Su Yubai was an old veteran. How could he fall for this sort of trick? At this time, there were even more spectators. Apart from the students, many instructors also arrived at the scene. Even those from the Elders' Council had assembled, including the 2 deputy deans. Yi Yuan, This dean has already researched the alchemy path for 200 years, and I've never heard of something called truth pill. Do you really have confidence? Hu Changsheng was an alchemy grandmaster. He had the greatest right to speak here. Even he had not heard of truth pill. This made many people have doubts about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not sense any malice from Hu Changsheng, but instead, there was a faint concern. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dean Hu. If this medicinal pill has a problem, I will offer my head to Elder Su. I can see that he has been interested in this youngster's head for quite some time already. This punk must surely be throwing mist in our eyes. I mustn't fall for it." Su Yubai kept repeatedly warned himself in his heart. Furthermore, even if Yi Yuan dared to offer his head, Su Yubai also did not dare to accept it. Yi Yuan already had the status of the high sect's core disciple now. If he were to die mysteriously, Su Yubai would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hu Changsheng's face changed when he heard that, and said solemnly, "What rubbish are you talking about? If there's really a problem, then a punishment is a must. How can you talk so lightly about life and death?" It sounded like reprimanding, but everyone could hear the intent to protect Yi Yuan within those words. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. No use talking so much. Just try, and you will know. Yi Yuan's confident manner made Su Yubai feel uncertain. But when he thought of how even Hu Changsheng did not recognize this type of medicinal pill, then this pill was most likely fabricated by Yi Yuan. Still stubbornly hanging on at this time. "I'll watch just how you die later." Su Yubai was already planning how to punish Yi Yuan. The death penalty was definitely a no-go. But a flogging punishment could be considered. Everything was in place. A fluid US turd-looking Liu Ruoshui was brought in front of everyone. Su Yubai shot an icy glance at Liu Ruoshui and said, "Don't be afraid, Liu Ruoshui." Even Dean, who had never seen such a medicinal pill before. "Do you think it can be real? As long as you can prove that this medicinal pill has no effect, not only will this elder proclaim your innocence, I'll even punish Yi Yuan severely." Understood. Currently, Liu Ruoshui was completely fluid US turd. But after hearing Su Yubai said this, it really added quite a bit of confidence. Yeah. Dean, who was an alchemy grandmaster. A medicinal pill that even he had not heard of was surely fabricated by Yi Yuan. It was a pity that Liu Ruoshui did not attend the alchemist test together with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have such confidence. If Wn Yuan were here, he would definitely rather die than eat the medicinal pill. You got to kidding. To be able to train that fiendishly difficult yin-yang separation flow technique to the legendary stage, it would not be unusual to refine any medicinal pill. Liu Ruoshui sucked in a deep breath, shot Yi Yuan a vicious look and said, "I understand. Yi Yuan, since you frame me so unjustly, this isn't over. I will just try your so-called truth pill and see whether it's real or fake." Yi Yuan did not mind Liu Ruoshui's venomous stare at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "This isn't over. I'm afraid you don't have the chance. Finus. Hi+ing, he turned to Su Yubai again and said, "Let's say the nasty stuff first, Elder Su. If I deceived everyone, I am willing to accept any punishment. But if my medicinal pill is effective and I extracted the truth, then what?" Su Yubai replied without hesitation, "If Liu Ruoshui truly colluded with Lin Tiancheng to set up fellow disciples, she will naturally be dealt with according to the Academy's rules. Her cultivation will be crippled, and she will be expelled from the Academy." Yi Yuan nodded after hearing this. "I believe Elder Su should not go back on your words in front of so many people." "Begin then." "Hold on." Su Yubai halted. "What? Does Elder Su still have issues? This medicinal pill is refined by you, who knows what the hell are you playing at? During the process of testing the medicine, you have to stand back, Yi Yuan." Su Yubai was clearly still a little concerned. What if this medicinal pill was fake, but Yi Yuan had methods to display some means to compel Liu Ruoshui to tell lies? That was also a possibility. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and quickly understood. He had a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Elder Su is really cautious." "Fine. Since Elder Su is uneasy about me, just ask personally. I'll go and take a walk. Yi Yuan then threw the bottle towards Su Yubai and really left without looking back. Su Yubai instinctively caught the bottle and could not help being speechless. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so dauntless, to leave just like that. However, he was still apprehensive, so he shot Su Yishan a look to make him follow Yi Yuan out, and keep an eye on him. All right, Elder Su, Yi Yuan already left. Can we begin? Hu Changsheng said somewhat impatiently. Su Yubai's yardstick of a despicable man had made Hu Changsheng not having any good feelings toward him at all. A dignified disciplinary hall elder without any imperturbability at all, and was so guarded against a junior. Being urged by Hu Changsheng, Su Yubai also felt that he was a little too cautious. Yi Yuan might be cunning, but he clearly could not pull any underhanded tricks in front of him. However, caution was the parent of safety. Su Yubai did not wish to let go of any trace of opportunity to strike Yi Yuan down. He was doing this in order to punish Yi Yuan, to make him enter the endless forest with injuries. The real killing mechanism he arranged was in the endless forest. Killing Yi Yuan inside the endless forest, even if the high sect came, they would also have nothing to say. Even if Huyen Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and co suspected him, what proof would they have? Su Yubai took out a pill from the medicine bottle and Pares said it to Liu Ruoshire. Liu Ruoshire received the medicinal pill, and her face changed color multiple times. Although she already affirmed that this medicinal pill was definitely fake in her heart, when it really came down to consuming it, hesitation was still unavoidable. Swallow the medicinal pill and start circulating all of your essence energy to resist the erosion of the medicinal effect. Su Yubai transmitted his voice. Liu Ruoshire shot a glance at Su Yubai, closed her eyes, and swallowed the pill. The medicinal pill melted right after entering the mouth. Liu Ruoshire did not dare to delay. She immediately circulated all of her essence energy to resist the medicinal effects. But Liu Ruoshire mournfully discovered that she totally could not find where the medicinal effect went to. Her essence energy was circulating, yet she could not find any trace of the medicinal effects. Liu Ruoshire could not be blamed for this either. If she had consumed Sol Nori's HI+ing pills before, she would not be at such a complete loss. But sadly, those sort of medicinal pills like the Sol Nori's HI+ing pill was extremely precious. She had not consumed it before. After a few breaths, Liu Ruoshire suddenly felt her divine soul shudder. Liu Ruoshire silently cussed, but it was already too late now. Her consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. Everyone was paying close attention to Liu Ruoshire's change. Su Yubai saw that Liu Ruoshire's pupils gradually dilated, and her eyes became more and more vacant. A premonition suddenly surged in his heart. No way. It seems like it really took effect. There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill. Simply incredible. Too terrifying. Why do I feel that Yi Yuan is omnipotent right now? Even Dean, who had not heard of this truth pill before. Where did he get the pill formula from? Who knows? Just look at each one of the things he did. Which of them conformed to common sense? Liu Ruoshire's transformation caused a commotion. Clearly, everyone saw that something was amiss. Many people recalled Yi Yuan's words of ridicule about which concubine's room Su Yubai slept in. Back then, they only treated it as a joke. But now, they could not help having gooseb. UMPs all over. Everyone had their secrets and things which they did not want others to know deep down in their heart. But with this truth pill, wouldn't these secrets casually spill out? If one consumed the truth pill, was it not like being stripped naked and then thrown out onto the streets? Body wanted to experience this sort of feeling. Looks like the truth pill already took effect, Elder Su. Begin questioning then, Hu Changsheng said lightly. Although his tone was calm, the shock that Hu Changsheng felt was not the least bit inferior to the rest. Su Yubai had not asked yet, but Hu Changsheng basically already confirmed that this truth pill really worked. There was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in the world. And this medicinal pill was only a low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. The expressions on Su Yubai's face was very interesting. There was shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. At this moment, Su Yubai's thought of eradicating Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly firm. Yi Yuan's threat in Su Yubai's heart had already greatly surpassed, said Yi Hangs. If Yi Yuan were given another few years, no, even just a year's time, the Su family would be ushering in an unprecedented danger. He must not walk out alive from the endless forest. Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Liu Ruoshui's 2 eyes were vacant and lackal. Akin to a walking corpse. Su Yubai took a deep breath and probed her further. Let me ask you, Liu Ruoshui. Yi Yuan said that you incited Lin Tiancheng to set up his maidservant, Lu Er. Was there such a thing? Hearing Su Yubai questioned her, Liu Ruoshui seemed to have some reaction. It was just that the reaction was somewhat sluggish. Liu Ruoshui only replied woodenly after some time, yes. Su Yubai's face darkened slightly and continued questioning, why did you want to deal with Yi Yuan's maidservant? Because I nearly killed him and was scared that he would take revenge in the future. Hence, I used every means possible to deal with him. Lin Tiancheng's strength was hailed as the greatest among the Earth-rank students. He originally already harbored hatred for Yi Yuan in his heart. I incited him to lay hands on Yi Yuan's maidservant. Yi Yuan will definitely find Lin Tiancheng. At that time, I can borrow Lin Tiancheng's hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Liu Ruoshui confessed everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Su Yubai's face became increasingly unsightly. Even though he already guessed that the result would be like this, Liu Ruoshui saying it personally still made him feel stifled. He could not have imagined that there was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world that could make people confess what was hidden deep within their hearts. If their Su family could take control of this type of medicinal pill, their power would rise tremendously. The moment Liu Ruoshui admitted it, all the students started muttering to each other in low voices. It's really her. This woman is really malicious. To actually lay hands on a little girl who was a stranger. She looks so pretty. But she's actually a femme fatale. Such a venomous woman should be killed directly. I heard that Yi Yuan's maidservant Pares said the entry test, and already officially became the academy's disciple. This woman was actually so merciless towards fellow disciples. Truly wicked. The students were stirred up for a moment and felt abhorred by Liu Ruoshui's actions. Even if Yi Yuan and Liu Ruoshui had conflicts, Lu Er was innocent. A young lady was now on the verge of death after being harmed by Liu Ruoshui. She really suffered an undeserved calamity. At this point, Hu Changsheng said, all right, the truth is already out. Go and call Yi Yuan back. Not long after, Yi Yuan was then called back. When he saw Su Yubai's expression, he already knew what the outcome was. I wonder what was extracted just now, Elder Su? Did the truth pill have an effect? Although he already knew the result, Yi Yuan still did not wish to give up the opportunity to make things difficult for Su Yubai. Humph. Don't you already know? Why are you still asking? Su Yubai said grumpily. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not tell. Ah, what do I know? You have to say. If you don't talk, how will I know? Yi Yuan said innocently. You. Su Yubai was enraged by Yi Yuan once again. What about me? Just what did Liu Ruoshui say? Talk. Su Yubai stared at Yi Yuan, and wished he could slap him to death with one palm. Yi Yuan clearly knew the result, yet he wanted him to say it out. Wasn't this asking him to slap himself? Su Yubai did not care about Liu Ruoshui's life or death. But he minded his own face and prestige very much. The disciplinary hall placed the highest emphasis on prestige. If he, the first elder, had his face swept clean by Yi Yuan, how would he punish students in the future? Su Yubai was currently regretting finding trouble. If he knew earlier, he would just directly cripple Liu Ruoshui and be done with it. What was the point of triggering all these? Right now, he felt that he was simply moving closer to let Yi Yuan hit his face. And this slap from Yi Yuan was pretty damn and loud. Liu Ruoshui, she said. Su Yubai repeated she said multiple times but did not continue. Aya. My elder Su, you will be the death of me. Just what did she say? Yi Yuan gave an extremely anxious look, rousing a wave of SN1 GGE ring from everyone. To dare make Elder Su lose face like that, Yi Yuan was truly unique in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai had always been notorious for being cold-blooded and merciless. He had very high prestige in the Danwu Academy. Regardless of who landed in his hands, the outcome would never be good. Hence, he had the nickname of Yama King Su in the academy. Of course, nobody dared to say this nickname to his face. But now, Yi Yuan actually swept Yama King Su's face away. This made many people feel extremely satisfied. It's truly evil will be rewarded with evil. Alright, Yi Yuan. Liu Ruoshire already admitted to framing you and your maidservant. Elder Su, carry out according to the academy's rules then. Deputy Dean Zhong Songtao, who had been silent all this while, could not bear to watch on anymore. So he could only stand up to smooth things out. Oh, so that's the case. Scared me to death. I thought that the truth pill was no good. You should have said that sooner, Elder Su. How will I know if you don't talk? Yi Yuan gave an innocent face after getting off cheap, making Su Yubai gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yet, he was unable to do anything to him. At this time, it seemed like the effects of the truth pill wore off. Some light returned to Liu Ruoshire's eyes. Liu Ruoshire discovered that the atmosphere seemed to be a little off. Suddenly, she recalled the feeling of her divine soul trembling after consuming the medicinal pill and immediately felt that things were bad. Elder Su, Su Yubai was currently seething with rage with nowhere to explode. The moment Liu Ruoshire spoke, it instantaneously ignited his wrath. Su Yubai's face darkened, and he said sternly, Liu Ruoshire, you conspired with Lin Tiancheng to harm fellow disciples, causing them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. In accordance with the rules, I sentence your cultivation to be crippled, and you to be immediately expelled from the academy. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I? Liu Ruoshire's face paled considerably when she heard that. She kneeled down right away and hugged Su Yubai's leg, begging, mercy, Elder Su. Have mercy. For the sake of senior apprentice brother Su and me. It was still fine if Liu Ruoshire did not mention Su Yishan. Once she mentioned Su Yishan, Su Yubai became even more incensed. How could he allow her to continue talking? He straight away kicked her dantian area, sending her flying out. Liu Ruoshire gave a miserable cry and flew out. Su Yubai was a half-step crystal formation realm expert. He kicked out right then in anger. Although he did not use full strength, how could it be something that Liu Ruoshire could withstand? This kick completely scattered the essence energy which Liu Ruoshire toiled and moiled to cultivate, turning her into a cripple. Pew! Liu Ruoshire sprayed out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes bright red, making her look utterly miserable. Humph! When you plotted against fellow disciples, you should have prepared for today's outcome. Right now, Yi Yuan's maidservant is dying. I only crippled your cultivation and expelled you. It's already considered light. If you continue to not know what's good for and bite randomly, then it wouldn't be as simple as evicting you out. Su Yubai came in front of Liu Ruoshire and warned while looking down from a height. Liu Ruoshire felt that her dantian area was completely empty, and knew that she already became a cripple. Hearing Su Yubai's threatening words right now as well, she laughed manically. Ha ha ha. Your Su family really have no good people. If you have the capability, then kill me, Su Yubai. You don't let me say it, but I insist on it. Su Yishan wanted my body, saying he would SHI plus ELD me. In the end, he can't even beat Yi Yuan. You have power and authority, yet you treated me as a sacrificial piece. Su Yubai, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ha ha. Su Yishan also returned right then. When he heard Liu Ruoshire's words, his face turned completely dark. Chapter 118, Su Yubai's Killing Mechanism. Chapter 118, Su Yubai's Killing Mechanism. Liu Ruoshire went mad, and Su Yubai gave out the instruction for her to be forcefully sent out of the academy. When Liu Ruoshire left the academy, she became a wandering soul, at a loss on where to go. She was once full of ambition and thought that she could rise above over. She was formerly delicate and charming like a flower, pursued by all. And now, she, Liu Ruoshire, was just a cripple. A walking corpse. Even Pa S. Sursby could not be bothered to look at her. A day later, an A.S. Sa. S. Sin who was tailing her the entire day stabbed her with a knife at her back, finus. H.I. plussing off this formerly alluring young lady. In reality, many people predicted this ending. It was just that there was no body concerned with Liu Ruoshire anymore. Liu Ruoshire's outcome today was reaping the fruits she sowed. Who would sympathize with a black-hearted woman? After this incident, Yi Yuan then proceeded to read thoroughly the cultivation law jade slip which Feng Ruoqing sent over, and Pa S said her a jade slip he imprinted himself. Feng Ruoqing was initially worried that going to the scripture library to select cultivation law would waste a lot of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan would casually throw her a cultivation law? She used divine sense to sweep over the cultivation law Yi Yuan Pa S said her and was involuntarily astonished. This cultivation was simply custom-made for Feng Jiro. What was different was that this cultivation law was an extreme yin cultivation law. This made Feng Ruoqing sigh in admiration once again at how powerful Yi Yuan's master was. After settling Feng Jiro's matter, Yi Yuan directly entered closed seclusion, and no longer concerned himself with the academy's affairs. As for the spar with Wu Luo Chen, both parties agreed to do it after the endless trials. Wu Luo Chen could tell that although Yi Yuan's strength greatly surpassed said those of the same rank, he was ultimately a major realm away from him. It was still somewhat premature to fight now, so he also gave up. Following Yi Yuan's closed seclusion, the academy seemed to have returned to its former peace. Then, the third day after Yi Yuan entered his retreat, another matter caused a huge disturbance in the entire Danwu Academy once more. Following Yi Yuan's action, the rank 1 on the martial roll, Long Tang, challenged the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was U.S. triously notorious. More often than not, several years, even over a decade would pass before anybody dared to challenge it. But now, there was actually 2 students challenging the Nine Heavens Road consecutively within 3 days. This was explosively big news. Although Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll, there were still not many people who thought highly of him challenging the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was too hard. If Long Tang were already confident a long time ago, he would not have waited until today to challenge it. Hence, the vast majority felt that Long Tang went to challenge the Nine Heavens Road because he was triggered by Yi Yuan. Without any doubt, all of the experts on the martial roll were highly arrogant, let alone the one standing at the top of the martial roll, Long Tang. A formerly unknown student made it past the Nine Heavens Road. As the number 1 on the martial roll, didn't Long Tang get beaten? One had to know that although rank 1 on the martial roll was termed a genius when compared to Yi Yuan who made it past the Nine Heavens Road, the difference was enormous. Only by making it through the Nine Heavens Road could he prove that the degree of his talent did not lose out to Yi Yuan. This was a colossal gamble. If he lost this bet, then Long Tang would not even be able to keep his life. Under these circumstances, expectedly, many students felt that Long Tang was too narrow-minded, and this should not be the conduct of a rank 1 of the martial roll. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan's talent had already long surpassed said Long Tang in many students' heart. He was well deserving for being number 1 in the academy, but Long Tang was unable to accept this reality, so he used his life to wager this name. Only Zhuobugue knew about Long Tang's plan. Although he did not really understand it, it was definitely not acting on impulse. On the contrary, Long Tang was unprecedentedly calm right now. So calm until Zhuobugue was unable to grasp his depth. Just several days without seeing him and Long Tang actually underwent such a huge transformation. Could it be that he was really enlightened? Are you really going, old Long? At the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak, Zhuobugue and Long Tang stood shoulder to shoulder. Naturally, Long Tang replied casually, "Sigh. I know that I can't sway you, so I won't persuade you anymore. I wish you good luck then. I will succeed." Long Tang was wholly composed as if he was only explaining a fact. Zhuobugue and Long Tang had been rivals for such a long time. He knew that he had never been an arrogant and conceited person. But where did he get his confidence? Just because Yi Yuan made it through? Long Tang was not so superficial, right? Long Tang went in front of the stone tablet, swore the heavenly Tao oath, and resolutely stepped onto the Nine Heavens road. At the back of the mountain, in the abode of the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai looked at Su Yishan with a dark face. Yishan, you are the future patriarch of the Su family. How can you not weigh the importance when doing things? You've disappointed me greatly in this matter. Su Yubai reprimanded him relentlessly. Su Yishan sweated profusely and bowed as he said, I was wrong, second uncle. Do you know where you were wrong? I should not have get involved with that crazy woman. Speaking of Liu Ruoxue, Su Yishan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. That woman was a troublemaker, drawing major problems for him. You're wrong. It's just a woman. With your ident, one tie and status, what kind of woman can't you have? You were wrong not because of provoking that woman, but for provoking Yi Yuan. You clearly knew that this woman came to find you to avoid Yi Yuan and you actually dared to shelter her. If it was just sheltering her, then forget it. But you became enemies with Yi Yuan for her beauty. Su Yubai's words shot out extremely fast. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and said, merely a Yi Yuan, who would have thought that he could actually make Wu Luochen work for him? Otherwise what? Kill him? If I didn't make it on time, even if you killed Yi Yuan, you also can't escape death yourself. Even though the high sect hasn't come over to name Yi Yuan, his status as a core disciple can no longer be changed. Did you consider the consequences of killing a high sect's core disciple? You're the next patriarch of the Su family. How could you do things without thinking it through? Su Yubai reproved him. Su Yishan shuddered. Back then, he was in the heat of the moment. How would he have considered so much? Now that he thought about it, he was genuinely fearful. Seeing Su Yishan's appearance, Su Yubai grunted coldly. Do you understand now? Su Yishan sucked in deeply and nodded, saying, many thanks for second uncle's teachings. This child understood. Understood what? Killing Yi Yuan must be a one-blow certain kill, otherwise, hitting the snake and not killing it will result in injuries. Since we're in the academy and I have no way of killing him, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke him. The result was getting skunk juice all over me. Second uncle, this child still underestimated Yi Yuan. The speed of his growth is too quick. Although he did not wish to admit it, Su Yishan already acknowledged Yi Yuan's power. The anger on Su Yubai's face finally subsided and what replaced it was a satisfied look. That's right. You're the young patriarch of the Su family. How you want to play with women is not an issue. But there's one thing. Never, ever, hold up important things because of women. Why did I want to publicly kill Yi Yuan? That's because I saw his future threat. Although I didn't succeed, that was just an accident. Since the matter cannot be done, then we will temporarily put it aside. Why shouldn't we make good use of such a fine opportunity like the endless trials when it's placed right there? The endless trials is our best chance, and also our last chance. Hence, Yi Yuan must die inside the endless forest. Chapter 119, Preparing for the Trials. Chapter 119, Preparing for the Trials. If it was before Yi Yuan tackled the Nine Heavens Road, I had full confidence in killing him. But I don't have that much confidence in killing the current Yi Yuan even though he can't defeat me, Su Yishan said with knitted brows. Su Yishan had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan. He estimated that his strength was roughly around rank 50 or so on the martial roll. He naturally would not take to heart this level of strength. But if Yi Yuan was bent on running, he really had no certainty of holding Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan would not stand there and wait stupidly for his heaven-flipping palm. Su Yubai retrieved a pill bottle and said it to Su Yishan. This bottle contains spirit essence pills. After you consume them, take these 2 days to break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. After you reach the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing him shouldn't be difficult, right? Su Yishan's eyes shone, and he quickly received the medicinal pills. To the top 10 geniuses on the martial roll, the allure of the spirit essence pill was enormous. This could be seen from Su Yubai and Long Tang's wager. After reaching the spirit condensation realm, the difficulty of breaking through realms would increase tremendously. With spirit essence pills, it would be equivalent to saving a great deal of time for cultivation. Some people, when they get stuck in the minor realm, it would be half a year gone. At that time, it would not be so easy if they wanted to catch up to others. It had already been a while since Long Tang got the spirit essence pill, but he did not use it this whole time. One could see that he viewed the spirit essence pill equally importantly. Su Yishan said confidently, "Not difficult." Of course not difficult at all. As long as I break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing Yi Yuan will be a simple matter. Su Yubai nodded his head. Clearly, he felt that this speech was not exaggerated. Su Yishan was the best seedling in the Su family. Otherwise, he would not be so heavily nurtured. After breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, Su Yishan's combat prowess would surely advance into the top 5. Among the top 5 students on the martial roll, only Long Tang was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The rest were all at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Su Yishan enjoyed resources far beyond other people. If he could not even get into the top 5, then he could forget about his position as the young patriarch. Taking care of Yi Yuan was naturally easy for the top 5 on the martial roll. I've already asked your father to send out the Chang brothers to cooperate with you to eliminate Yi Yuan. They are currently already concealed inside the Endless Forest. Once the Endless Trials begins, they would target Yi Yuan. At that time, make contact with them, and come up with a foolproof plan. You must kill Yi Yuan. Remember, if you don't move, then stay low. Once you move, you must kill. You absolutely mustn't give Yi Yuan any breathing space. Understand? Su Yubai said in a low voice. This was not a discussion anymore, but an order. He knew that Su Yishan more or less had a young master's attitude and might feel it was beneath him to cooperate with those retainers. But no matter what, achieving the goal of killing Yi Yuan was the most critical objective among priorities. The others were of no significance, including Su Yishan's pride. Long Tang charged out of the sea of fire looking rather ragged. However, looking at his eyes right now, it was filled with indescribable lusaso. This is the 9 Heavens Road. Although it's exceedingly treacherous, it's also a limitless treasure trove. Long Tang gasped in admiration. Long Tang could not compare to Yi Yuan. The first stage's concepts to Yi Yuan was simply unqualified to make the cut. But to Long Tang, these concept checkpoints were remarkably perilous. But after the dangers, Long Tang managed to grasp some things, letting him reap many benefits. Long Tang did not continue Rus. Hi+ing. He meditated on the spot to comprehend his harvests just now. Long Tang's strength lied in his perception. Otherwise, what right did he have to seat at the first place of the martial roll when he was only at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the top 5, only Long Tang alone was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. His combat prowess was evident. One had to know that there was a minor stage gap between the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Hence, he could also comprehend some things which others were unable to on the 9 Heavens Road. It was just that this way, his clearing speed became exceptionally slow, showing a sharp contrast from Yi Yuan clearing the checkpoints. After 2 days had Pares said, Long Tang merely made it past the first stage. No way. Isn't senior apprentice brother Long going to have his face slapped until it swells like a fatty's like this? It's already so hard for him to make it past the first stage. What should he do about the later stages? Sigh. This also can't be helped. If I were rank 1 on the martial roll with my position being challenged like that by Yi Yuan, I might also come and challenge the 9 Heavens Road too. Forget it. Looking at senior apprentice brother Long, I reckon that it's going to be very tough to come down from up there. After all, not everybody can create such miracles like Yi Yuan. I think so too. Although senior apprentice brother Long is incredible, everyone unanimously agreed that his degree of monstrousness is inferior to Mo Yuntian. If senior apprentice brother Long had confidence in challenging the 9 Heavens Road, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? Sigh, forget it. Let's leave. It's going to be the Endless Trials in 2 days. With senior apprentice Brother Long's speed, I reckon that he won't make it in time. As the endless trials approached, many students dispersed from the Nine Heavens Road. The foot of the Nine Heavens peak promptly became deserted. One day later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was still one day before the endless trials began. He needed to prepare some things to bring into the endless forest. Yi Yuan knew that this trip would definitely be very perilous. He already offended Su Yubai and Su Ishan thoroughly. They did not dare to make a move within the academy, so they definitely would not let go of the chance called the endless trials. But this journey to the endless forest was imperative for Yi Yuan. He had no choice but to take this risk for Lu'er. The medicinal pill Yi Yuan was planning on refining for Lu'er was called the Essence Yang Pill, a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill in the divine realm. This pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also exceptionally harsh. There were 3 core ingredients in the Essence Yang Pill. All of them were exceedingly rare herbs. Only this sort of dangerous, yet resource-rich place like the Endless Forest would have it. Also, Yi Yuan happened to know the location of one of the core ingredients. This core ingredient was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python inner core. That was also because Yi Yuan took note of it back when treating the 7-colored flowing cloud python poison for that brawny man, and asked for the whereabouts of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. But he did not expect that it would really come in handy now. One might say it was coincidental, but in reality, it was inevitable. Yi Yuan was infatuated with the alchemy Dao in his past life and would naturally be very interested in rare medicinal herbs. This sort of good habit also carried forth till today. The 7-colored flowing cloud python possessed a divine beast bloodline. Its inner core's attribute was extreme indomitable yang, perfect for restraining Lu'er's frost poison. And the other 2 core ingredients were similarly extreme yang plants. One was called Crimson Soulgra, SS, the other was Pine Yang fruit. Although these 2 items were hard to find, they were not undetectable. Through Huyen Yong, Yi Yuan already roughly knew the possible locations where these 2 herbs would appear. But the 7-colored flowing cloud python had incredible might. It was a middle-rank Tier 2 demonic beast, equivalent to a human second-stage spirit condensation realm expert. This was also an extremely thorny problem for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan still had another objective for going to the Endless Forest, which was to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Chapter 120. Who's protecting whom? Chapter 120. Who's protecting whom? The Essence Yang Pill was incredibly challenging to refine. Even Yi Hang definitely could not refine it. Hence, if he did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, it would be entirely useless for Lu'er even if Yi Yuan found these medicinal herbs. However, although breaking through to the spirit condensation realm might be very difficult for other people, it was a simple matter to Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor. Closed seclusion for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's realm was not fully consolidated yet. Otherwise, he could break through to the spirit condensation realm right now. His advancement speed from the 4th level Essence Chi realm to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm was too swift. Even though comprehending heart like still water eliminated the hidden dangers brought about by advancing realms too quickly to the extremity, it would affect future cultivation if not properly consolidated. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to be careless about this. To talk about the best way to consolidate cultivation realm, it was undoubtedly to experience numerous fights. And what the Endless Forest lacked the least was demonic beasts. Yi Yuan could fight and consolidate his cultivation at the same time. One of the preparation work Yi Yuan had to do right now was to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill called Spirit Surge Pill. This medicinal pill could increase the probability when impacting the spirit condensation realm. If it was transcendent grade, and it could increase the probability to 100%. Refining the Spirit Surge Pill with Yi Yuan's current strength was a breeze. Furthermore, other people required half-step spirit condensation realm as a buffer when impacting the spirit condensation realm. It was entirely unnecessary for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the past experience of impacting the spirit condensation realm. Compressing essence energy to him was an extremely simple matter. Hence, there was completely no need to tread on thin ice like the rest. After tinkering the whole night in Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan finally settled everything. Yi Yuan saw Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro after leaving the pill refinement room, but not Hu Yong. Feng Ruoqing's face had thick worry written all over it, making Yi Yuan very curious. What happened, Teacher Feng? Hu Yong has been temporarily transferred out by the academy. He headed for a small city at the borders of the state of Qin to take care of business, Feng Ruoqing said. Yi Yuan understood in a flash. He smiled and asked, "Is Teacher Feng being transferred out as well?" Feng Ruoqing could not help commending Yi Yuan's nimble mind. She nodded and said, "There's another batch of students going to take part in the alchemist test tomorrow. It's still going to be me leading the group this time. Actually, Teacher Huyen was originally preparing to enter the Endless Forest to protect you." Heh. What a move to lure the tiger away from its lair. However, if they want my life, they got to have the capability first. Not only was Yi Yuan undaunted, but he was also raring to go instead. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing could not help being concerned. "Yi Yuan, I know that you are very strong. But your current realm is too low. Why not give up the Endless Trials trip this time around? You said the Nine Heavens Road. Even if you don't undergo the Endless Trials, they also won't dare do anything to you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No way. I can afford to delay, but Luer's condition can't. Helping her to suppress the frost poison will only last for another month at most. At that time, even if my master personally came, he would also be unable to save her. Relax. It's just one Su Yishan. I still couldn't care less." However, Feng Zhiro had a disdainful look right then. "Looking at your supercilious appearance, you'll suffer a loss sooner or later. Are you still uninformed? Just yesterday, Su Yishan already successfully broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Now, even if I match up with him, I might not gain an advantage over him." Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to Feng Ruoqing's speech manner long ago and did not mind her disparaging remarks in the slightest. "Oh, 4th level spirit condensation realm? Indeed a little troublesome." Yi Yuan stroked his chin as he said with a frown. "Humph. No fear now. I advise that you better stay in the academy obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lose your little life." Feng Zhiro continued to land blows. Yi Yuan stared at Feng Ruoqing and suddenly grinned. "Already cultivating the water-defying incantation, eh? Not bad of an improvement. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is talented as expected. I believe that with senior apprentice Sister Feng protecting me, there shouldn't be many issues with this trip, right?" Being said like that by Yi Yuan, Feng Zhiro's pretty face blushed lightly and pouted. "Who wants to protect you? You, a big grown man, still need women to protect you. Aren't you ashamed?" "Oh please, it's true that I'm a grown man, but I'm also your junior apprentice brother. A senior apprentice sister protecting her junior apprentice brother, isn't that perfectly justified? Furthermore, you're number 3 on the martial roll. If you don't protect me, could it be that I have to protect you?" Feng Zhiro wanted to continue arguing but was interrupted by Feng Ruoqing. "Zhiro, during this Endless Trials, both me and Teacher Huyen have been transferred away. Now, only you can protect Yi Yuan. Even if Su Yishan broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, he's unlikely to be your match. As a matter of fact, you also received great kindness from Yi Yuan. Slightly repaying it is also expected, yes?" Feng Ruoqing then turned to Yi Yuan. "Zhiro, this lane SS is thin-skinned, so she's embarrassed. Said to thank you. I'll say it on her behalf then. The water-defying incantation is simply custom-made for Zhiro. These 2 days, she cultivated day and night, and said that her body's ailments have been relieved considerably." When Feng Ruoqing said that, Feng Zhiro's pretty face became an adorable red apple, charmingly alluring. "Who wants to thank him?" "Humph." Feng Zhiro left like fleeing after saying this. "This lane SS. I really don't know what to say about her." Feng Ruoqing sighed. "Haha. Junior apprentice Sister Feng has a genuine personality. It's just that she's a little unruly. Let her be." Yi Yuan just laughed it off. Feng Ruoqing also did not know which neuron was misfiring. She suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, what do you think of Zhiro? Ah, pretty good. Teacher Feng isn't matchmaking, right? Yi Yuan suddenly reacted and retorted with a question. Feng Ruoqing's pretty face was flushed red. Actually, I feel that you and Zhiro are quite compatible. Feng Ruoqing did not know why, but when she said those words, she became dispirited for no reason. She felt empty as if she lost something. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Teacher Feng hasn't settled your own affairs yet, right? Thinking about finding a groom for your niece already? I. Feng Ruoqing panicked and blurted out, I'm infatuated with alchemy Dao in this lifetime. I don't wish to waste time on this. Feng Ruoqing already regretted it right after saying it. This was cutting off her route of retreat. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Don't randomly be a matchmaker anymore, Teacher Feng. This job isn't suited for you. Ha. Feng Ruoqing flushed again and really kept mum after that. This counted as Yi Yuan declining Feng Ruoqing's good intentions. Regarding the matter of finding a Dao companion, Yi Yuan really had not considered it. He was shouldering a deep blood feud. This road in the days to come would be incomparably bumpy. Being his Dao companion was not so simple. A single misstep and they would die, with their Dao dissipating. At that time, wouldn't Yi Yuan be in even greater agony? Just as the two were silent, the entire academy seemed to be in a buzz. Yi Yuan involuntarily lifted his head to look and saw a streak of multicolored road pouring down on the top of the Nine Heavens peak. After several days, the Rainbow Road reappeared. Chapter 121, Long Tang Returns. Chapter 121, Long Tang Returns. Is someone challenging the Nine Heavens Road? And they succeeded. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the reappearance of the Rainbow Road. Feng Ruoqing also had a stunned look. She also did not expect that Long Tang could really clear the Nine Heavens Road. It's Long Tang. I didn't think that he would really succeed. Yi Yuan curled his mouth. Didn't everyone say that the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone? Looks like it's nothing more than this. At any rate, Yi Yuan did not experience overwhelming difficulty. But since other people also successfully cleared it, then the legend of the Nine Heavens Road was somewhat untrue. But Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, You're wrong. The Nine Heavens Road is truly difficult to the extreme. Even if I go and challenge it with my current realm, it would be very tough to retreat unscathed. Long Tang being able to clear it can only mean that his potential is enormous. Yi Yuan recalled the terror of that final sword and immediately approved of Feng Ruoqing's statement. He could withstand that sword, but that did not mean that others could also endure that sword. If the array was at full blast, Feng Ruoqing would really perish if she entered it. All right. The endless trials are about to begin. Let's head over first. Earth rank and Heaven rank students were already assembled in the central square. The square was densely packed. There were most likely several thousand people. Because the strength of black rank and yellow rank students were too poor, they were not required to partake. 1p8 in the endless trials. They would only become cannon fodder if they go anyway. The aim of the academy organizing this endless trials was to train students, not to send them to die. The crowd of students clearly also saw the wondrous view of the Rainbow Road reappearing. Each one of them was struck dumb by shock. The legendary Nine Heavens Road was actually cleared consecutively. After the astonishment, it made the thoughts of many who proclaimed themselves geniuses to waver. Zhuobugue looked at that tiny figure on the Nine Heavens Road with indescribable shock. He actually made it through. Could it be that he and I are already no longer of the same world? Zhuobugue murmured to himself. Zhuobugue sucked in a deep breath, and could not resist looking for Yi Yuan's figure among the crowd. It was that person who changed Long Tang and made him undergo a transformation. Just what kind of magic powers did Yi Yuan have? Why couldn't he feel it? This search really made him see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing were chatting and laughing as they made their way over, filling the bystanders with jealousy. Zhuobugue did not mind that. But no matter how he sensed, he could not feel that so-called magic power on Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Long is truly talented. He made it past the 9 Heavens Road as expected. He is fully deserving of the number 1 in the academy. This was a loyal Long Tang fan. Is your brain rotten? It's already been 4 days since senior apprentice Brother Long challenged the 9 Heavens Road. Yi Yuan only used the greater part of a day to challenge the 9 Heavens Road. The two of them are simply incomparable, okay? Furthermore, Yi Yuan made it past the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Qi realm. His potential is limitless. So what? In terms of strength, Yi Yuan is far off. Senior apprentice Brother Long can defeat him with just one hand. Also, as long as one Par S said the 9 Heavens Road, they would have the status of the High Sect's core disciple. Not going to argue with a brain-dead fan like you. Senior apprentice Brother Long's lead is only temporary. Yi Yuan will surpass him before long. Yi Yuan and Long Tang, as the number 1 person of the new and old generation, both also having cleared the 9 Heavens Road, possessed a large group of loyal fans each. On the stage of the square, Zhong Songtao was also ecstatic to see Long Tang clear the 9 Heavens Road. Haha, truly invigorating. 2 geniuses who made it past the 9 Heavens Road actually appeared consecutively in my State of Qin's Danwu Academy. We can stand up with our heads high. Let's see if those bunch of grandsons dare to show off in front of me when I see them in the future. Hu Changsheng also stroked his beard lightly as he said with a smile, truly unexpected. Heaven is protecting my State of Qin's Danwu Academy. To have 2 peerless geniuses appear consecutively. Su Yubai had seen Yi Yuan long ago. He snickered coldly while looking at him. Wasn't it just clearing the 9 Heavens Road? What was there to be COC Kai about? To actually use the status of the High Sect's core disciple to suppress your father. Now, Long Tang cleared the 9 Heavens Road as well. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Su Yubai already made the decision to rope in Long Tang at all costs. This kind of people would definitely become a powerhouse of their generation. With him covering the Su family, they would be as stable as MT Tai for the next few centuries. And Yi Yuan would surely become a quietly fallen comet after this endless trials, becoming a bygone. Long Tang came. The clothes on him already became strips of rags. His aura was also somewhat disorderly, making him appear somewhat ragged. There was a sharp contrast with Yi Yuan calmly clearing the 9 Heavens Road. It was obvious from his condition that the 9 Heavens Road was not so fun. Long Tang definitely experienced terrifying attacks on the 9 Heavens Road. However, while Long Tang's aura was disorderly, his entire person was displaying his edge fully, complete polar opposites from his usual self. This point was very similar to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. What a fine Long Tang. Truly remarkable. Indeed worthy of being number 1 on the martial roll. The way I see it, your potential is even greater than Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan. Su Yubai went up to greet him with a hearty laugh. Su Yubai's words incurred many people's disgust. They also saw his intention to rope him in, but nobody dared to say anything. There was a vast difference between whether Long Tang Par S said the 9 Heavens Road or not. If he made it past the 9 Heavens Road, Long Tang's future accomplishments would absolutely increase multiple folds. If he failed to make it past the 9 Heavens Road, then he would at most be an expert in the State of Qin. It obviously would not be worth it for Su Yubai to pull him in then. Long Tang did not show much of a reaction towards Su Yubai's solicitation. He just bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Long Tang doesn't deserve this." Worthy. What's there to be undeserving about? You, Long Tang, have always been the absolute number 1 in the academy. Now, you even cleared the 9 Heavens Road. Who would dare say that you are undeserving? Su Yubai said smilingly. If it was somebody else, they would more or less have to expound on the disciplinary hall's first elder's solicitation. But Long Tang shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Mo is a senior who already left the Danwu Academy. It isn't good to compare with him. As for Yi Yuan, I am vastly inferior to him. If I did not clear the 9 Heavens Road, I could perhaps still numb myself. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I know just how gifted Yi Yuan is. This title of number 1, Long Tang dare not accept." Following Long Tang's words, Su Yubai's face grew increasingly darker. Long Tang's words were undoubtedly giving him, Su Yubai, a slap in front of thousands of people. How awkward was this for the lofty disciplinary hall's first elder? But Long Tang ignored Su Yubai's complexion and circled around Su Yubai to come in front of Zhong Songtao. He was the highest figure hosting this endless trials. Dean Zhong, Long Tang came here for two matters. The first is to request not to take part in the endless trials this time. Long Tang has just said the Nine Heavens Road and have some gains. I wish to enter closed-door seclusion for a period of time. I hope that Dean Zhong will allow it. Long Tang's current condition was clearly unsuitable for partic. 1p8ing in the endless trials. Zhong Songtao naturally would not be so unreasonable. He nodded and said, Enter closed seclusion and comprehend your gains well. Forget about the endless trials. What's the second matter? The second matter is to express thanks to a person. Without him, I couldn't have cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Oh, there's such a thing. Who has such capabilities to actually aid you in sing the Nine Heavens Road? Zhong Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Long Tang's word aroused everybody's curiosity. But nobody knew the answer except for Zhuobugue. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Long Tang turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd beneath the stage. Everyone looked in all directions trying to find the person which Long Tang spoke of. Just who is it? To actually be able to help senior apprentice brother Long through the Nine Heavens Road, a heavenly Tao oath has to be sworn every time before entering the Nine Heavens Road. Who would divulge information on the Nine Heavens Road? Who knows? I reckon that senior apprentice brother Long hooked up with some senior apprentice sister. The power of love is the mightiest. It was this conviction supporting him as he charged through the Nine Heavens Road, right? You don't say. There might really be that possibility. It's just who knows which family's girl have that honor. In my view, only senior apprentice sister Feng can match with senior apprentice brother Long in the entire academy. It's not her, right? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Teacher Feng has already been acquired by Yi Yuan. If senior apprentice sister Feng and senior apprentice brother Long become a pair, how will they let us live? The students started whispering to each other with their rich imagination. Soon, the topic digressed to Feng Ruoqing and her niece. Martial artists' auditory abilities were excellent. Some words were inevitably transmitted into their ears, making Feng Ruoqing blush to the tips of her ears. Who knew since when she was already acquired by Yi Yuan? Even she was unaware of it. In front of the public, Feng Ruoqing forever had that ice-cold look. Hearing the crowd's discussion, an intangible killing chi spread out. Except that there were too many people talking. She could not possibly kill them all, right? Long Tang swiftly found Yi Yuan in the crowd. He paid attention to Yi Yuan for a very long time already and was naturally familiar with his aura. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Without your guidance, I couldn't possibly have said the Nine Heavens Road. Long Tang extended his heartfelt thanks. Long Tang's words instantly caused an uproar. What? It was actually Yi Yuan? How's that possible? It seemed like they didn't even know each other, right? Yeah. Also, Yi Yuan is only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. What can he teach senior apprentice brother Long? He couldn't have divulged the secrets of the Nine Heavens Road, right? But Yi Yuan is still living well right now. It couldn't be that senior apprentice brother Long cleared it himself like that after watching Yi Yuan challenge the Nine Heavens Road, right? That's too sinister. Everybody felt doubt and bafflement towards Long Tang's words. Even if Long Tang's talent was beneath Yi Yuan's current strength was still weak. What could he help Long Tang with? Furthermore, those familiar with Long Tang knew that he and Yi Yuan were not even acquainted. When did Yi Yuan even help him? Su Yubai's face promptly darkened after hearing Long Tang's words. This Long Tang simply did not know how to appreciate favors. To actually praise Yi Yuan in front of so many people. Even if he did not accept the olive branch he cast, did he not know that Yi Yuan and the Su family were mortal enemies? Was each one of them Russ? Hi plussing to oppose the Su family? If a tiger did not demonstrate its might, did they really treat me, Su Yubai, like a sick cat? You all are geniuses, yes, but a genius who can't mature will only be a speck of dust in history. Who would remember you all? Yi Yuan was also mischievously guessing who gave Long Tang pointers just now. Who would have expected Long Tang to actually name him, leaving him somewhat caught unaware? Hey, are you mistaken, senior apprentice brother Long? When have I ever guided you? This is the first time we've met, okay? Yi Yuan was rather bewildered. Long Tang suddenly beamed, smiling very happily. Those familiar with Long Tang knew that he rarely smiled. Today was really without precedent. You've said wrongly, Yi Yuan. Today is indeed the first time you've met me. But I've already seen you many times before. Virtually every time you fought in the academy, I've been observing you. All the way until you charged bravely into the Nine Heavens Road. Finally, I was enlightened, and found the path which belongs to me. Hence, even though you don't know that I've changed because of you, I still have to thank you. Long Tang proclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's the case. Haha, then congratulations to you. There isn't a need to thank me. It would be great if you can help me finish off that old fellow behind you. Yi Yuan pointed to Su Yubai behind Long Tang and said with a smile. Su Yubai's face darkened even more severely with Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually dare to request Long Tang to kill him in front of so many people. Utterly preposterous. Just keep being smug, brat. I've already laid down an inescapable net for you in the endless forest. Just go without worry. Long Tang did not turn back. He knew who Yi Yuan was pointing to. Haha. I'm still not Elder Su's match right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fulfill this wish of yours. However, 1 year is probably a little tight for me. But it should be sufficient for you. It's still more refresh. I plussing to personally do this sort of thing like revenge. The first half of Long Tang's words sounded like complimenting, but the second half was simply looking down upon Su Yubai, and the meaning of his words was actually acknowledging the truth that Yi Yuan was even more talented than him. Long Tang, do you know the consequences of insulting the Academy's elder? Su Yubai was enraged. Long Tang's back faced Su Yubai. He did not plan on responding from the start. Towards Su Yubai's conduct, Long Tang also despised him greatly, which was why he said those words. TSK. Elder Su is getting on in years. You're really quite forgetful. Senior apprentice brother Long cleared the Nine Heavens Road, so his status is already equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple. His status in the Tranquil Cloud Sect is already higher than yours. So what if he insults you a little? Yi Yuan derided him. Good. You all want to rebel, right? Just wait. Don't think that you can be carefree after making it through the Nine Heavens Road by luck. Su Yubai's flames of wrath could already burn the skies. Better save it, Elder Su. We're about to take part in the endless trials now. You'd better not delay everyone's time. Yi Yuan completely ignored Su Yubai's threat. Zhong Songtao, who was hosting the endless trials, could no longer watch on. Speaking up, he said, All right. Yi Yuan, Long Tang, don't mess around anymore. Although you two already have the status of the High Sect's core disciple, you are still in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, yes? I know that both parties have some grudges, so temporarily put aside this matter. The matter at hand is still to undergo the endless trials. Both parties, give me face and stop arguing. Zhong Songtao's words were clearly partial towards Su Yubai. But Yi Yuan was indifferent. Either way, Su Yubai's face was already swept clean by him. He did not suffer a loss. Rather, it was Long Tang who seemed like he had not finished talking. He asked Yi Yuan, although this request is rather abrupt, I still wish to be able to fight with you before heading for the Tranquil Cloud Sec. I wonder what's your opinion? Even though this was the first time Yi Yuan came into contact with Long Tang, he still had quite a good impression. Long Tang was clearly someone who was forthright and determined. A pretty decent opponent. Furthermore, Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll. Yi Yuan wanted to charge back to the divine realm, so Long Tang was in its true sense his first barrier. He had to possess it. This battle was perhaps destined a long time ago. All right. Even if senior apprentice brother Long doesn't come and find me, I would also go and look for you. This battle, I will definitely go, Yi Yuan said heroically. Chapter 123, Utterly Shameless. Chapter 123, Utterly Shameless. Team up with me, senior apprentice Sister Feng. My 7-star sword art is already trained to the great success stage. I won't drag you down. Why not we go together, senior apprentice Sister Feng? If we encounter high-tier demonic beasts, I will sacrifice my life to let you escape. Together, senior apprentice Sister Feng? All the treasures our team gets will belong to you. I only want the items the mission requires. After the rather unpleasant assembly ended, the majority of the teams left the Danwu Academy. Along the way, many powerful and outstanding young men gathered in front of Feng Zhiro, hoping to team up with her. Feng Zhiro's charm was truly not fake. Just in this short while, there were already no less than 10 male students who requested to team with her. And their strengths were all at the second-level spirit condensation realm and above. One had to acknowledge that Feng Zhiro's cold and icy appearance could greatly stimulate men's desire to conquer. The colder she was to these male students, the more stimulated these males rushed up to her. Even when Feng Zhiro rejected those male students, they still circled around not far from her. Yi Yuan kept following neither too far away nor too near. But now, he joined in, asking with a smile, why not take me, senior apprentice Sister Feng? You see, my strength is meager. The two of us teaming up can fully display your unparalleled majesty. Everyone shot a scornful look at Yi Yuan. Your strength is meager. Your combat prowess can already rank in the top 50 of the martial roll. Can bulls HI+T even reach such a level? Furthermore, don't women all wish to be protected by men? Your kind of degrading request for protection will surely be despised by senior apprentice Sister Feng. Speaking of which, this was already not the first time Yi Yuan hid behind a woman's back. The previous time Su Yubai ambushed, didn't Yi Yuan also hide behind Teacher Feng? Could Yi Yuan be a typical case of bullying the weak but fearing the strong? How could senior apprentice Sister Feng possibly like such a man? Moreover, who in the academy currently was unaware that Yi Yuan already picked up Teacher Feng now? Now, he even came to tease Feng Zhiro. Could it be that he wanted to simultaneously collect aunt and niece? Did he not want to retain his face? Even if senior apprentice sister could not find any man, it was also impossible to share a husband with her own aunt, right? Right at this moment, Feng Zhiro suddenly stopped and turned around to stare icily at Yi Yuan. A bone-chilling intent spread out. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zhiro was about to explode, she spat out 4 words coldly, make way in front. Everybody fell to the ground. Just what in the world happened? This world is too insane. Senior apprentice Sister Feng actually agreed. Could it be that senior apprentice Sister Feng was a thorough cold elder sister who enjoyed this sort of play? If they knew earlier, they would also have pretended to have a pitiful appearance to satisfy senior apprentice Sister Feng's protective desires. Haha. Heard that? Senior apprentice Sister Feng has already agreed to pair up with me. Everyone, stop circling around her already. You all are also aware that once senior apprentice Sister Feng flares up, ordinary people can't take it. Better not find trouble for yourselves. If you are hurt because of this, don't blame me for not warning you all. Yi Yuan told everyone with a smile. Finest. HI+ing, Yi Yuan really led the way to open up the path. There were naturally some who still refused to give up. In the end, after Feng Zhiro drew her sword and nearly sliced off an ear, did everyone leave unwillingly? At this moment, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro already arrived at the borders of the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was filled with dangers. Hence, when students underwent the Endless Trials, they frequently entered in threes or in pairs. The duration of the Endless Trials was half a month. The mission for Heaven rank students was to submit 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. This mission did not seem hard to complete. They just had to kill 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts, harvest 10 stalks of medicinal herbs, and that was it. But in fact, it was not so simple. The strength of the demonic beasts tended to be immensely powerful, often a level greater than the strength of martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived in groups. Once they get caught, it was virtually impossible to survive. Also, some medicinal herbs often had its accompanying beast to guard it. One could suffer the attack of a demonic beast at any time while harvesting herbs. Hence, forming teams to complete the mission was obviously the best option. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you tired at all of showing that icy face all day? Seeing No body around, Yi Yuan turned towards Feng Jiro. None of your business. I want to. Feng Jiro snapped. Although she still maintained that frosty look, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like throwing a tantrum. It was entirely different from that kind of distancing people 1,000 miles away sort of iciness just now. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "You got to marry eventually, gorgeous. How are you going to find your Mr. Right like this?" Feng Jiro said, "All of you stinky men, every one of you just thinks about dirty stuff. None of you are good. Why do I have to show a good attitude to you all? You're overturning an entire SHI+P of people with one blow. Let's not talk about whether men are good or not first. This Tao of men and woman is a natural great Tao. A gentleman pursues a fair maiden. There's nothing inappropriate about this, right? I also didn't say that I can't find a Tao companion. What are you anxious about? Don't tell me that you are so anxious because you fell for this young lady like those stinky men." Feng Jiro's words unconsciously detached Yi Yuan away from the rest. Most likely, even she did not realize it herself. Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Senior apprentice sister might be beautiful, but I'd better keep a respectful distance away from that personality of drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. I don't wish to find a Tao companion who might just stab me one day. That would be such an unjust death." Feng Jiro gnashed her teeth and said, "You're so vapid. Do you have to keep harping on that one thing forever?" Just like Feng Ruoqing, Feng Jiro had always been rather confident in her own charm. But in front of Yi Yuan, she had never found that sort of superiority. Not only did Yi Yuan not humor her and indulge her like the other students, but he also avoided her like the plague. Feng Jiro had never experienced this sort of frustration before. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Yuan's words just now was not deliberately weighed out. But rather, he really did not want to have any association with herself. In reality, Yi Yuan had never schemed after anything of hers. In fact, he helped her and her aunt a lot. Feng Jiro was prideful and haughty. All she thought about was pursuing the extremities of the martial Tao. If she could no longer advance in this lifetime, it would be even worse than killing her. Not only did Yi Yuan notice the problem with her body, he even gave her a cultivation law. This cultivation law, named water-defying incantation, was simply custom-made for her. Feng Jiro advanced at a tremendous pace when training this cultivation law. Without any accidents, she only required 3 months to catch up to her former cultivation law's progress. Although Feng Jiro never expressed anything towards this, she was actually still very grateful to Yi Yuan in her heart. Yi Yuan involuntarily laughed when he saw her look. "Ha. Fine. Actually, it's not that I'm anxious about your affairs, but it's teacher Feng who is more concerned." Feng Jiro asked doubtfully, "My aunt? What's the matter?" Yi Yuan repeated what Feng Ruoqing said in the morning and said smilingly, "Your aunt is also really strange. She's clearly still a young lioness, yet she's worried about your matters." Hearing this incident, Feng Jiro surprisingly did not express any opinion. Instead, she pulled a long face and said, "Quickly go. Continue to open up the path." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Open what path? We can just openly walk in." As he was talking, Yi Yuan fished out 2 medicinal pills and handed Feng Jiro one. Chapter 124, Breath-Concealing Pill. Chapter 124, Breath-Concealing Pill. Feng Jiro looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. A stinky odor wafted over. She could not resist pinching her nose and pus. Plussing away Yi Yuan's hand, asking with a frown, "What medicinal pill is this? So smelly." Tier 2 Breath-Concealing Pill. Tier 3 demonic beasts and below will be incapable of detecting our aura. This will save us a lot of trouble, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Zhiro shook her head repeatedly and said, I don't want to, stinks to death. Eat it yourself if you want to. Yi Yuan smiled and did not insist on it. He swallowed one and kept the other one away. Right now, the two had already entered the boundaries of the endless forest and did not stop for long. They headed straight into the deeper areas. Hey, what place are we going to? Feng Zhiro asked from behind. Going to the Crimson Summit Ridge first, Yi Yuan answered without even turning back. Crimson Summit Ridge? Are you mad? That's the habitat of the long-armed stone ape. There's at least tens of thousands of long-armed stone apes. There might even be a Tier 3 ape king. Are you going to seek death? Feng Zhiro exclaimed in shock. Long-armed stone ape was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Once surrounded by a group of long-armed stone apes, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. Go if you want to. I also didn't make you come along earlier. It was just to help you out of your situation. Do you really think I'm counting on you to protect me? Yi Yuan did not spare any face for Feng Zhiro. Feng Zhiro flew into a rage when she heard this. Yi Yuan, who do you think you are? Just your puny bit of strength isn't even fit to carry shoes for this young lady. Isn't it just a one-way route to Hell if you go to the Crimson Summit Ridge? Gorgeous, don't flatter yourself. I don't want to carry shoes for you. Also, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely be fine. My strength is not as great as yours, but I also won't do something just to die in vain. Understood? I'm not going anymore. I want to see just how you're going to come out from the Crimson Summit Ridge. Feng Zhiro stomped her feet angrily and then stopped. Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back. He kept moving forward with gusto without the slightest intention of stopping. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan had mingled for some time already. They more or less understood a little of the other party's temper and personality. Regardless whether it was the great life and death battle with Lin Tiancheng or challenging the Nine Heavens Road later on, Yi Yuan never did anything he was not confident in. And even though this Yi Yuan's strength was not great, his various means were inexhaustible. She had never seen him suffer a loss. Not that she had never seen Yi Yuan be at a disadvantage before. The only time she saw it seemed to be from her hands. That one sword nearly cost him his life. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure about to disappear from her line of sight, Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and displayed her movement technique to catch up. This fellow completely doesn't know to give in to girls a little. Such a blockhead. Maddening this princess to death. Feng Zhiro said huffily. Yi Yuan's pace was not quick. In a blink of an eye, Feng Zhiro caught up. Without waiting for Yi Yuan to speak, Feng Zhiro said irately, Don't think too much into it, Yi Yuan. I just don't want to be scolded by Auntie when I get back, that's why I'm continuing to protect you. If you die in the endless forest, she will definitely not spare me when I return. Yi Yuan's back faced Feng Zhiro as he simply smiled and kept mum. If he could, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to go to Crimson Summit Ridge either. But one of the core ingredients of the Essence Yang pill, Crimson Soul Gra, SS, just happened to be growing in the habitat of the long-armed stone apes. He had no choice but to go. The long-armed stone ape was a demonic social beast. Furthermore, their strength was very great. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists did not dare to freely intrude. No wonder Feng Zhiro's reaction was so big. After 4 hours, inside a dense forest, a faint blue pretty figure suddenly swung a sword and killed a demonic beast opposite her. The pretty figure landed on the ground panting daintily and her fragrant sweat dripping. This was already the third Tier 2 demonic beast that Feng Zhiro killed. Apart from these Tier 2 beasts, she even killed no less than 10 Tier 1 demonic beasts. After killing so demonic beasts, Feng Zhiro's essence energy consumption was naturally enormous. While at the side, Yi Yuan remained composed as he looked at Feng Zhiro, who was dripping fragrant sweat without the slightest intention to come over and help. Do you still have humanity, Yi Yuan? I came to help you, but you've been standing idly by all this while. Feng Zhiro currently wished that she could split Yi Yuan with one sword. As for Feng Zhiro's sword, Yi Yuan was not too concerned. Although he was not Feng Jiro's match at the moment, it was no longer possible for Feng Jiro to try and kill him with a sword like last time. My great missus, it's you who are noble and refused to eat the breath-concealing pill. Now, you are blaming me for attracting demonic beasts. I have a lot of places I want to go. How would I have the energy to keep wasting time along the way like this? Let's not talk about whether you will encounter powerful demonic beasts if you slaughter your way over or not, just the exhaustion will wear you out dead tired. Yi Yuan said grumpily. The endless forest was infinitely vast. The distance to the Crimson Summit Ridge from the borders was 1,000 miles. To human martial artists, it was already a very deep place. Even though Yi Yuan had a map of the outer regions of the endless forest and could do a detour to avoid some danger zones, it would take too much time. He could afford to dawdle, but Luo could not. So he could only walk in a straight line. Consuming the breath-concealing pill could minimize trouble to the limits. Yet Feng Jiro refused to eat it. Yi Yuan also knew Feng Jiro's temper. Advising her was useless. Only by letting her suffer some hards. Hi+P would she change her mind. Indeed, now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Jiro suddenly had a revelation. No wonder along the way, demonic beasts did not attack Yi Yuan and just pounced towards her vigorously as if they did not see Yi Yuan. So this was actually the reason. Feng Jiro knew Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, so she naturally would not doubt his medicinal pills. It was just whenever she thought of that unbearable stench, Feng Jiro would just shrink back. Seeing Feng Jiro's expression change several times, Yi Yuan fished out that medicinal pill again and said, "Senior apprentice sister, if you plan on following me forward, just swallow this medicinal pill in one breath. Otherwise, we can only part here. You're also aware that I came to the endless forest this time because of important matters. Time is very precious. If we continue like this, you will only become my burden." Although she really did not want to admit it, it was just as Yi Yuan said. She would only become Yi Yuan's burden if this continued. Feng Jiro was extremely compet. One Tive. She could not accept the fact of becoming a baggage that needed to be carried around. Thinking up to here, Feng Jiro reached out to snatch the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, and swallowed it with her eyes shut. The pill entered her mouth, and Feng Jiro realized that it was not as nasty as she imagined it to be. In fact, it carried a faint trace of fragrance in the mouth which overflowed her entire body. Looking at that smile of Yi Yuan's like his scheme had succeeded, Feng Jiro's temper flared up out of nowhere. She pointed her sword at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Did you make fun of me on purpose? I'll kill you." Yi Yuan hurried, dodged and laughed out loud. "My great missus, can you be reasonable? Do you think that if I tell you right from the start, you would believe it?" Hearing that, Feng Jiro was stunned. What Yi Yuan said was really true. Each person knew their temper the best. Even if Yi Yuan explained just how delicious that medicinal pill was from the beginning, there was no way she would have consumed it. Chapter 125, Obtaining Good Wallflower Using Wit. Chapter 125, Obtaining Good Wallflower Using Wit. Feng Jiro consumed the breath-concealing pill. There was no horror. Scent from demonic beasts along the way, so the pair's advancement speed increased significantly. After half a day, the two people walked almost half of the journey. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking?" Feng Jiro asked. "There's good stuff. Finest. Hi+ing." Yi Yuan pranced forth and arrived in front of a cave. Feng Jiro was also very curious as she tagged along. Feng Jiro was about to ask again when Yi Yuan gestured with his hand to keep silent. He transmitted his voice, "There should be a type of herb in this cave called the good wallflower. However, this flower tends to have ironpaw flying bears guarding it." Feng Jiro asked puzzledly, "Why do you know again?" Some precious herbs not only have associated beasts but also have associated plants. This stretch of blue sandalwood forest is the good wallflower's accompanying plant. The blue sandalwood can secrete a type of liquid into the soil, and this liquid is precisely the good wallflower's nourishment, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Jiro was dumbstruck. She felt that Yi Yuan was simply omniscient and omnipotent. Just merely sing by a stretch of blue sandalwood forest, and he actually discovered the highly rare goodwall flower. As an alchemist, Feng-Zhiro naturally heard of the goodwall flower. It was a very rare tier 2 medicinal herb. Except that the herbal essentials did not describe the goodwall flower in detail. Clearly, the author Li Shi+Jun himself was unclear of the source and use of this flower. Something which an alchemy sovereign did not even understand, yet Yi Yuan could enumerate it like his family's treasures. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence was that teacher behind him? Ignoring that teacher, Yi Yuan himself was only 15 years old. What kind of genius could learn so many things when they were 15? However, Feng-Zhiro would only keep her astonishment a secret. Her mouth was condescending, and she said, "You know a lot, huh? In a while, if we can't find these goodwall flowers, let's see what you have to say." Yi Yuan smiled and did not clarify. He transmitted his voice to her. "Later, you lure the iron-paw flying bear away. I'll go and retrieve the herb." Feng-Zhiro immediately frowned heavily when she heard that and even forget to transmit her voice as she responded indignantly, "Are you mistaken, Yi Yuan? You are a grown man yet you keep making women do dangerous things. Go if you want, I'm not going." Yi Yuan gave an innocent look and said, "You came to protect me, senior apprentice sister. Can you bear to watch me go and die?" An iron-paw flying bear is a tier 2 demonic beast with high speed and great strength. If I go, it's equal to casting away my life. I don't care. Either way, I'm not going. Feng-Zhiro's willfulness acted up. Roar. Right then, a huge roar sounded out. The pair's arguing sounds startled the iron-paw flying bear inside the cave. A colossal figure gradually appeared from the pitch-black cave with a body full of fur. It was precisely an adult iron-paw flying bear. "Damn, we alerted the iron-paw flying bear. Quickly run." Feng-Zhiro shrieked and turned around to run away. After running a few steps, Feng-Zhiro suddenly realized that something was wrong. Turning back, she found out that Yi Yuan did not even move. "What are you standing stupidly there for, Yi Yuan? Quickly run. We aren't a match for the iron-paw flying bear," Feng-Zhiro yelled. Iron-paw flying bears had very explosive tempers. Seeing Yi Yuan stand there without moving at all, it swiftly locked onto him. Whoosh! Plus the iron-paw flying bear roared again and pounced at Yi Yuan with lightning speed. But Yi Yuan remained motionless right there like he was scared silly. Feng-Zhiro did not expect that this sort of situation would occur. The iron-paw flying bear's attack power was very strong. If its palm landed fully, how could Yi Yuan survive? Although Feng-Zhiro liked to bicker with Yi Yuan, it did not mean that she could really watch Yi Yuan die like that. In a blink of an eye, the iron-paw flying bear already crossed several dozen meters. That titanic bear paw already smacked down towards Yi Yuan. Feng-Zhiro gritted her teeth and shot towards Yi Yuan with her movement technique at full blast. Ding! The iron-paw flying bear and Feng-Zhiro's sword had intimate contact and actually released intense metal scratching sounds with spark. The iron-paw flying bear's bear paw was brushed away, but Feng-Zhiro retreated several steps in succession. A surge of blood swelled in her chest. The name of Iron Paw of the Iron Paw flying bear was well deserved. The strength of a pair of bear paws was actually comparable to magic artifact. Feng-Zhiro's sword was naturally a rare high-rank magic artifact. But it was actually unable to leave any injury on the bear paw. Right then, Yi Yuan turned around to look at Feng-Zhiro. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to senior apprentice sister Feng for saving me. Since you're already matched up, then I'll have to trouble you to lure it away." You actually made use of me." Feng-Zhiro was exasperated. Only now did she react to being tricked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not unable to evade, but he deliberately did not dodge just to wait for her to come back and save him. Now was clearly not the time to chat. The Iron Paw flying bear already arrived in front of their eyes. Wanting to run away now was useless. Since it was named Iron Paw flying bear, it could be seen that it was big but not clumsy. It had extremely swift movements. The Iron Paw flying bear seemed to be enraged. It howled again but disregarded Yi Yuan and pounced towards Feng-Zhiro. Feng Zhiro swept a cold glance at Yi Yuan and said, "I'll settle the score with you later." Humph. Fineness. Hi plusing. Feng Zhiro carried her sword and turned around, speeding out far away. Yi Yuan chuckled and yelled at Feng Zhiro's back, "Be careful, senior apprentice Sister Feng." After that, Yi Yuan walked over to the cave without hurrying at all. The iron paw flying bear had an enormous build. The cave it chose was naturally very spacious. The cave was not deep. Yi Yuan entered the cave and quickly found the goodwall flower. In fact, there were a total of several hundred stalks. Haha. With these goodwall flowers, I can nurture at least several hundred crystal formation realm powerhouses. Such luxury. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this cave had so many goodwall flowers inside. The reason why Yi Yuan was unwilling to give up on these goodwall flowers was primarily because of the promise he made to Huyen Yong previously. Back then, Feng Ruoqing guessed some parts. But she did not think that Yi Yuan could honor that promise so quickly. The big gift Yi Yuan wanted to give Huyen Yong back then was to help him enter the crystal formation realm. Do not look at how 9th level spirit condensation realm was just that teeny bit away from crystal formation realm. That little bit was so near, yet poles apart. To the vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists, the endpoint of their martial path was the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm was absolutely like a 1,000-man army and 10,000 horses crossing a single log bridge. It was extremely difficult. One had to know that it had already been over a dozen years since Su Yubai was stuck at half-step crystal formation realm. Yet, he was unable to take that step. The difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm could be imagined. According to Yi Yuan's observations, Huyen Yong had the hope of breaking through to the crystal formation realm. It was just hard to determine the time. With his help, Huyen Yong could shorten this step by at least 30 years. Yi Yuan would naturally be using medicinal pills to aid Huyen Yong. The medicinal pill to help martial artists break through into the crystal formation realm was called the crystal formation pill. An ordinary high-grade crystal formation pill could increase the success rate of condensing crystal by 30%. With Yi Yuan's standards, as long as he broke through to the crystal formation realm, it would naturally be not just that. And a goodwall flower was one of the core ingredients for the crystal formation pill. With these crystal formation pills, Yi Yuan could even create an army of crystal formation realm martial artists. Such a force could virtually sweep across the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Chapter 126. Are you for real? Chapter 126. Are you for real? Placing these goodwall flowers inside his storage ring, Yi Yuan continued to search the deeper parts of the cave. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan was very familiar with the living habits of all sorts of demonic beasts. The iron paw flying bear was not just the accompanying beast for the goodwall flower. It also retained some habits of bears, for example, their love for eating honey. Some honey was extremely precious. Yi Yuan just wanted to try his luck by going in. This cave was very tidy. Clearly, that iron paw flying bear cherished this place greatly. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a stone mound. The stone mound was slightly larger than that iron paw flying bear. It was clear that this was where it rested. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings and went over to examine a lump of honey and could not help being thrilled. It's actually silver sword bee honey, and there's so much. I really struck gold. Looks like that big stupid bear couldn't bear to eat it and dead it here. Didn't think that I would profit from this. Heh, with this thing, I can also justify to Feng Zhiro that lane SS later. Otherwise, she would definitely split me in half. Silver Sword Bee was similarly a tier 2 demonic beasts. Furthermore, its attack power was very strong, and its sting was highly toxic. The average person dared not approach it. Looks like that stupid great bear's skin is really thick. To actually finish off a Silver Sword Bee's beehive. Truly impressive. Silver Sword Bee's honey was extremely hard to come by. The effects of just directly consuming it was not inferior to a transcendent grade essence chi pill. After Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, his cultivation would similarly require large quant. 1 ties of medicinal pills. The medicinal pill commonly used in the endless world when cultivating at the spirit condensation realm was called essence drop pill. Yi Yuan obviously would not use such a low-level medicinal pill. He was prepared to refine a medicinal pill called jade water pill. Its effect was more than a level stronger than the essence drop pill. And the silver sword bee's honey was precisely one of the core ingredients to refine the jade water pill. The medicinal pill that could be refined from so much silver sword bee honey was roughly enough to let Yi Yuan break through to the 4th or 5th level spirit condensation realm. And the silver sword bee honey had another use, which was whitening and beautifying. With Yi Yuan's methods, after refining several beauty-retaining pills to bribe Feng Jiro, that lane SS most likely would not find trouble with him anymore. Which woman did not wish to be forever young? After finish these silver sword bee honey, Yi Yuan did not stay on and prepared to leave the cave straight away. If Feng Jiro could not hold on and that great stupid bear came back early trapping him inside, that would not be good. Yi Yuan swiftly went to the cave entrance and was just about to exit the cave when a premonition suddenly struck. 4 streaks of cold light came from 4 different directions, sneak attacking Yi Yuan directly. The strength of these 4 people were all at the spirit condensation realm. The 4 light beams virtually locked down Yi Yuan from all angles for the purpose of taking his life. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan had no time to think too much, and could not be bothered with his image. He directly dropped and rolled inside the cave, barely evading these 4 attacks. Even so, a blade still struck Yi Yuan's calf. Big brother, turns out it's just a 9th level essence chi realm brat. Made us wait so seriously. Don't underestimate this brat. A 9th level essence chi realm could actually dodge our ambush. His strength can't be downplay. What are you scared of him for? We, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, are spirit condensation realm experts. You're even at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, big brother. This brat also has the exit blocked by us. Don't tell me he can fly away. The ambushers did not continue the pursuit but blocked the exit, sealing off the only way out. Yi Yuan crawled up from the ground and felt a burning pain in his calf. Yi Yuan was familiar with poison and knew that the blade was coated with poison. He involuntarily frowned and fished out a detoxification pill he refined from his storage ring and ate it. Only then did it suppress the toxin. The Southern Ridge 4 heroes saw Yi Yuan's actions but did not stop him. They just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. One of them said, "It's useless, brat." This toxin was something we, Southern Ridge 4 heroes, begged from the 5 poison immortal. Even if Tier 2 demonic beasts were struck by it, it would die from the poison half a day later, let alone a puny 9th level essence chi realm like you. Ordinary detoxification pills completely can't resolve this poison. Yi Yuan ignored him, faced the boss-like martial artist, and answered with a question, "You guys are demonic beast hunters?" Seeing how these few people's equipments were shabby and their age was rather old, they were clearly not the Danwu Academy students. So that just left demonic beast hunters. This place was roughly 500 miles away from the boundaries, precisely the place where spirit condensation realm demonic beast hunters frequent. In the endless trials, not only would one suffer attacks from students and demonic beast hunters were likewise a source of danger. They originally worked with their lives on the edge of a blade while the students in the Danwu Academy were all proud children of heaven who enjoy countless cultivation resources. Under this comparison, there were naturally many demonic beast hunters who felt unfair. And among them, a percentage of them would choose to lay hands on students. In past endless trials, the number of students who died at the hands of demonic beast hunters was not small. That's right. If I guessed correctly, you should be a student from the Danwu Academy, right? Looks like it's the time for the Danwu Academy's endless trials once again, the boss said. Why did you guys ambush me? Yi Yuan asked again. The boss SN. 1GGE read and pointed to where the good wall flowers originally were and said, naturally for the precious herbs on you. This place should have many medicinal herbs, right? Looks like it was taken by you. Hand it over, and we will give you a painless end. Hearing the boss's words, Yi Yuan could not resist laughing. You guys won't even let me off if I hand over the herbs. Heh, sorry. Who asked you to be from the Danwu Academy? If I let you off after you exit the endless forest, how will we, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, survive? Then what are you bulls? HI plus ting 4? Just directly make a move to SNATCH it and be done with it, Yi Yuan said sullenly. That boss chortled. He continued talking with an attitude like everything was within his grasp. Talking naturally has its purpose. Do you know what poison we smeared on the blade? This poison is called 100-breath collapse. That's to say that within 100 breaths, the poison will flare up and you'll have no way of resisting, and definitely die within half a day. From when you were poisoned till now, it's been almost 90 breaths. 10, 9, 8, 1, down. This 100-breath collapse proved effective every time the Southern Ridge 4 heroes used it. Even if a gargantuan-build demonic beast were inflicted by this toxin, it would also collapse onto the ground within 100 breaths. Yi Yuan was only a 9th-level essence Qi realm. He naturally could not escape this end. But when he finish the 10 breaths and said the word down, Yi Yuan remained standing there without any intention of collapsing. Hey! Did I count wrong? There's still several breaths of time, Boss said in bewilderment when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan looked at this Southern Ridge 4 heroes boss and could not resist sighing. Are you for real? Playing poison with this little lord, you are still a little too unskilled. When this little lord was playing with poison, I'm afraid your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Comments, 14. You now make them your slaves and let them work for you. Funky_monkey and... How old is this lil boy right now? Carbons LOL. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 127. Sowing Discord. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face, these words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Dan Wu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Dan Wu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th-level essence Qi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Heh, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the 4 of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finus. HI plussing, an azure tar. S-sailed sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Tsanghua sword. The instant the Tsanghua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Tsanghua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations, the Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other 3 people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha. To think that I, Chen Jiechou, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chen Jiechou was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chen Jiechou already started to picture the scene of wielding the Tsunghua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jiechou, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere he said, "Is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact, yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it?" Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' face changed. "Humph. Trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers, you're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry." Chen Jiechou had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chen Jiechou also quietly planned out how to settle the owners. HI+P of this spirit artifact. After SNATC hing over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge 4 heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chen Jiechou braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after S&TC hing the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Ha. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chen Jiechou could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent, we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Ryaya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth, what are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relations. HI+P can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk. Chen Jiechou gave a pained expression. The other 3 people exchanged glances but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Heh, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relations. HI+P was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other 3 people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in nobody dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, "Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first, then each swears a heavenly Tao oath." When Old Second said that, Chen Jiechou's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chen Jiechou was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chen Jiechou laughed and said, "Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush." Seeing this scene, A trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chen Jiechio already had the intent to kill. Currently, those three people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chen Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the three people also felt relieved. Old second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it? Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chen Jiechio's face. Old second nodded and said, the spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the four of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world, and finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die. When that was said, the other three also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chen Jiechio's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 127, Sowing Discord. Chapter 127, Sowing Discord. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yihang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge Four Heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face, these words had indescribable hardness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Dan Wu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Dan Wu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th level essence Qi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Heh, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the four of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finus. Hi plussing, an azure tar. S-sailed sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Tsanghua sword. The instant that Tsanghua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge Four Heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Tsanghua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations, the Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other three people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha 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 ha. To think that I, Chen Jiechio, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chen Jiechio was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chen Jiechio already started to picture the scene of wielding the Tsanghua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jiechio, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere he said, Is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact, yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge Four Heroes' face changed. Humph. Trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers, you're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chen Jiechou had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chen Jiechou also quietly planned out how to settle the owners. Hi+P of this spirit artifact. After Snatc hing over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other three people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge 4 heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chen Jiechou braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after S&TC hing the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Haha. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chen Jiechou could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent, we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Ryaya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth, what are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relations. Hi+P can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk. Chen Jiechou gave a pained expression. The other three people exchanged glances but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Heh, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relations. Hi+P was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other three people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in nobody dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, "Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first, then each swears a heavenly Tao oath." When Old Second said that, Chen Jiechou's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chen Jiechou was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chen Jiechou laughed and said, "Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush." Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chen Jiechou already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chen Jiechou's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it? Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chen Jiechou's face. Old Second nodded and said, "The spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, The four of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world, and finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die." When that was said, the other three also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chen Jiechou's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 128, Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. Chapter 128, Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. As for the problem of the owners, HI+P of this spirit artifact, I feel that we can use a year for the duration. Boss, your strength is the greatest, so you get half a year. The remaining half a year will be split among the three of us. Each of us gets 2 months. The more Old Second talked, the more excited he got. He felt that his allocation plan was very reasonable. It could dispel the boss's discontent and also let himself use a spirit artifact for a period of time. "Oh, your idea is pretty good. I concur," Chen Jiechou nodded and said. "Then what do the rest of the brothers think?" Old Second asked again. Old Third and Old Fourth naturally did not have any objections. Old Second opened his mouth again. He said, "Since that's the case, then let's decide it like this. But to avoid everyone reneging in the future, we'd better set a heavenly Tao oath." Old Second had not finished talking when he flew out. He spewed fresh blood frenziedly in midair and landed feebly on the ground. There was air going in but no breathing out. Clearly, he was done for. This change happened too suddenly. Old Third and Old Fourth did not even manage to react yet. Chen Jiechou did not hesitate. After ambush, HI+ing Old Second, the attack he prepared long ago was launched at Old Third. A chilling light flashed past, and a blade severed Old Third's arm with extreme speed. Old Third's reaction was also fast. He slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this move would have split him into two. Old Third cried out wretchedly and hastily revolved his essence energy to try and stop the bleeding from the wound. Old Fourth looked at Chen Jiechou in horror and reproached furiously, "What's the meaning of this, boss?" The moment the sneak attack succeeded, Chen Jiechou finally felt relieved. Among them, the Southern Ridge Four heroes, Old Fourth's strength was the weakest, being only at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Dealing with him was not hard. What he feared most were Old Second and Old Third joining hands. That would more or less be quite troublesome. If they fought until both sides were injured over here, would it not benefit that brat by the side? No other meaning. My intention. Don't tell me that, Old Fourth, you still can't tell? Chen Jiechou said with a spurious smile. Old Fourth's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You're really vicious, boss. Us brothers have already been together for 10 years, right? You actually laid hands against life and death brothers for a spirit artifact." Chen Jiechou sneered and said, "Life and death brothers? Don't think I don't know your dirty deed. These few years, your wings have grown hard. How many spoils of battle have you all pocketed? When have I not closed an eye to it? Every time we encounter a strong enemy, you run faster than a rabbit, Old Fourth. Who helped you all to fall back? Now that we finally came across a spirit artifact, you actually still want a portion of the soup from me. What's the F***king point of placing this spirit artifact in your hands? Even so, you shouldn't have murdered. We have so many years of sentiment between us brothers. What matter can't be discussed?" Old Fourth appeared to be enraged. "Discuss my *SS. Think your father, I, still don't know your temperaments. If it was some other thing, then forget it. But this is a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact which even a crystal formation realm old freak find hard to get. How could you all possibly watch me use it alone? Hence, it's better to kill off cleanly. This spirit artifact is mine, Chen Jiechou's." The more Chen Jiechou spoke, the more agitated he got. Old Fourth's expression changed several times, but in the end, he still submitted, imploring, "Big brother, my strength is the weakest among us four brothers. I won't even think about owning a spirit artifact. Now that second brother and third brother, one is dead and the other is injured, I'm even less of a threat. Can you let me off? I can swear a heavenly Tao oath that I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of you owning a spirit artifact. Old Fourth said it very sincerely in a manner like he stood aloof from worldly desires, which made Chen Jiechou calm down. After ruminating it for a short while, Chen Jiechou nodded and said, "Fine. Swear an oath." Hearing that, Old Fourth was overjoyed, and he hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Old Fourth no longer hesitated and directly raised his finger pointing to the skies, swearing, "I swear an oath in the name of Heavenly Tao, I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of big brother obtaining a spirit artifact, otherwise." Old Fourth's Heaven Tao oath was recited halfway when a change occurred once more. Chen Jiechou's blade howled towards Old Fourth with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Old Fourth really thought that the boss let him off. How could he have thought that he was so ruthless and had long had the heart to kill for certain? Virtually without defending, that blade light pierced Old Fourth's heart. Up until now, Old Second and Old Fourth died. Old Third still had half his life left. The wound was poisoned. Old Third would die for sure in half a day. Finest. Plussing all these, Chen Jiechou looked at Yi Yuan, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you. Your inciting discord succeeded. There's only me alone left among us four brothers." Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Your Southern Ridge Dead Dogs brotherhood really runs deep. When I was watching just now, it touched me so much that I'm almost tearing." Chen Jiechou could not be bothered with Yi Yuan's sarcasm and said, "I thought that you would take advantage of the chaos just now to run away. Didn't think that you could actually hold back. Haven't you been guarding against me? If I were to escape, it would be perfect for you. Give me a lightning blow, isn't that so?" Yi Yuan said. Chen Jiechou was somewhat puzzled as he said, "Didn't think that your strength can't cut it, brat, but your observation is rather meticulous. A talent. But if that wasn't the case, you also couldn't have incited us brothers to kill ourselves." Chen Jiechou, this person, was very insidious and cunning. He even calculated against his own brothers, let alone Yi Yuan. Although he was dealing with the other three people just now, he always paid attention to Yi Yuan's movements. As long as Yi Yuan dared to move, he would surely give Yi Yuan a lightning-like blow. "Ha ha. Thanks for the praise," Yi Yuan laughed and said. Having already finished off the other three people, Chen Jiechou was not anxious right now. Instead, he started chatting with Yi Yuan. "Seeing that you already have 9th level Essence Qi realm cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid that your status in the Danwu Academy isn't low, right? And yet, a genius like you have to plummet here today. This is really regretful." His mouth said regretful, but Chen Jiechou's expression was very excited. Obtaining a spirit artifact and even nipping a genius in his bud, no matter how he thought, it was an extremely plussing thing. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jiechou pitifully and said with a smile, "I'm asking, if you were for real, why haven't you have a single bit of awareness?" Hoping for a joke to become aware doesn't seem to be very realistic. I also don't know who gave you your confidence, to make you feel certain of fineness. Plussing me off. Chen Jiechou was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You're killing me. A 9th level Essence Qi realm brat actually dares to be so brazen. It's really typical of the people from the academy. I know that your academy students are all really impressive and can leap ranks in battle. If you were a spirit condensation realm martial artist, then I really dare not talk to you like this. But sadly you're only a 9th level Essence Qi realm." Chen Jiechou was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The way he saw it, wouldn't dealing with a 9th level Essence Qi realm be a complete crush on the latter? Even if he was a genius? Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. "Do you know why I sowed discord to make you all kill each other? Do you think that I only wanted to seize the chance to escape? You're wrong. Gravely mistaken." Chapter 129, Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword, 9 Sword Stance. Chapter 129, Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword, 9 Sword Stance. "Oh, mistaken? I want to hear just how I'm mistaken." Chen Jiechou felt that Yi Yuan was very humorous. A 9th level Essence Qi realm racked his brain to make them brothers kill each other not for escaping. Could it be that it was for killing them all? But the reality was so. In truth, when I first took out the Tsunghua sword, I just wanted to test the bonds between you brothers. But I didn't think that the result would give me such a shock and amazing effect. The reason why I spent so much effort to ferment you all was that I wasn't confident in killing all of you simultaneously. It's still best for lesser people to know about the matter concerning the spirit artifact. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haha. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you mean that the four of us combined aren't your match?" Chen Jiechio felt like he had heard a hilarious joke. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. It's exactly so. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Do you think that by having a spirit artifact, you can cross a major realm and fight me? I do want to test whether a Danwu Academy's genius student has real ability or is just a fool who can only brag." Chen Jiechio was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Having frequently walked along the borders of life and death, Chen Jiechio's strength was very formidable. Forget about Essence Chi realm martial artists, even among third-level spirit condensation realms, he belonged to the strong type. Of course, compared to the sort of strength among the Danwu Academy's martial roles experts, it was still lacking too much. "Haha, don't worry. You'll see it right away." The instant his words fell, Yi Yuan's entire aura transformed as if his entire being turned into a sharp sword. As if sensing the sword intent coming off of Yi Yuan's body, the Tsunghua sword actually started to tremor in Yi Yuan's hand. The reason why spirit artifacts were called spirit artifacts was that they possessed spirituality. This sort of spirituality was not that they developed consciousness, but that they could produce a certain degree of resonance with the martial artist. This sort of resonance could increase the martial artist's strength. It was precisely because of this that spirit artifacts were stronger than magic artifacts and precious artifact. Seeing Yi Yuan's transformation, color instantly faded from Chen Jiechio's face and what replaced it was solemnness. No matter how he thought, he could not have expected that a mere 9th-level Essence Chi realm could release such a formidable sword intent. Chen Jiechio finally understood why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. He did not even need to run. Such a powerful sword intent truly had the might to threaten him. "This is my first time executing Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art. You're the first person to see it. You should feel honored." Yi Yuan held his sword and pointed to Chen Jiechio as he spoke. On the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan fused together the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art and his own Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword, the two-sword intents, and named it Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art. The Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art might be strong, but it required sword moves to display. With intent but no moves, a rootless weed. With moves but lacking intent, flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's outlook was extremely high. He deeply understood the logic that what suited oneself was the best. Hence, he did not think to go to the Tranquil Cloud sect to learn the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword ART's sword moves but chose to create his own style. Creating styles was not something fun to do. Learning other people's things was already tremendously challenging, let alone creating one. Those who could self-create styles were undoubtedly all peerless prodigies. Only Yi Yuan dared to play like this. But due to time constraints, Yi Yuan only completed the embryonic form of the first move. Humph. No matter how powerful your sword intent is, without the support of essence energy, how much power can it have? I don't believe that you, a 9th-level Essence Chi realm, can really kill me. Chen Jiechio snorted coldly. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade. Kill. Chen Jiechio decided to take the initiative. The moment he made a move, it was a killing blow. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade was the skill Chen Jiechio became famous for. He had been developing this martial art for nearly 10 years. One could say that he mastered it to perfection. When the blade slashed out, a weeping sound suddenly cried out akin to ghost wailing and wolves howling. It actually had the effect of absorbing souls. This martial technique was extremely powerful. The average martial artists would suck to it the instant they got careless. But sadly, Chen Jiechio met Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water on the Nine Heavens Road. This sort of soul-absorbing had no effect at all to him. And right then, Yi Yuan's sword stance was already completed. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, first stance, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and transformed into 9 silhouettes. 9 Yi Yuans struck with their swords simultaneously and unleashed 9 streaks of azure-colored sword beams. The 9 streaks of sword beams were released later, but arrived first, enveloping Chen Jiechou completely. Chen Jiechou was greatly alarmed. How could he be bothered to hack Yi Yuan anymore? He swiftly drew his blade to defend. Ding, ding, ding. A series of metal striking sounded out. Chen Jiechou was in a flurry before barely blocking the sword beams. Chen Jiechou was well deserved for being a third-level spirit condensation realm expert. These 9 streaks of sword beams were executed using the Tsunghua sword. Its might was extremely formidable. He actually blocked the majority of it. However, there was still a streak of sword beam which breached his defensive circle and punched through his left arm without mercy. Chen Jiechou cried out miserably and clutched his left arm agonizingly. The flesh on his left arm was minced. Clearly, it was already crippled. Chen Jiechou was worthy of being a veteran. After suffering a hit, he shot towards the outer areas with extreme speed without saying anything. He was actually fleeing. Evidently, he was already completely certain that he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. Escaping with his life was of paramount importance. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not give him that chance. Practically the instant he turned around to escape, Yi Yuan kept away the Tsunghua sword and pointed with his left finger. Absolute Young Finger. This was already the Great Circle stage Absolute Young Finger. Its killing might was absolutely astounding. Chen Jiechou also did not expect Yi Yuan to react so quickly. This finger's speed was incredibly fast. There was simply no time to defend. Poochie. With that sound, an intangible force directly pierced through Chen Jiechou's calf. Ah! Chen Jiechou gave another wretch-sounding cry and then collapsed on the ground. I already said that none of you will escape. How can I give you the chance to flee? Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and said calmly. Chen Jiechou disregarded the pain from his arm and leg and quickly scrambled over to kneel in front of Yi Yuan. He cried out miserably, "Mercy, little brother. I, Chen Jiechou, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended little brother. I deserve to die. I deserve death. As long as little brother spare my life, I'm willing to work like a bull and a horse for you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I think that you brothers have all committed countless crimes, right? Killing you all counts as executing justice on behalf of heaven. A bull or a horse like you, I dare not accept. Go in peace." Fineness. Hi+ing, he directly removed Chen Jiechou's head without giving him the slightest chance. Yi Yuan did not have any pity at all towards these sort of human dregs. Recalling the scene when he displayed the 9 sword stance just now, Yi Yuan frowned and murmured to himself, the 9 sword stance can still be perfected. The might of this 9 streaks of sword beams is unbalanced. Unleash. Hi+ing the sword was also unharmonious. There's still some time lag. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with that strike just now. Right then, a feeble voice was heard. "Why, young hero, I beg you. Save me." Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Yi Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be old third of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. His arm was hacked off by Chen Jiechou, and the blade carried deadly poison. Right now, the poison already spreading throughout his body. The antidote had always been under Chen Jiechou's charge, which was why he left Old Third alone. Southern Ridge Old Third had no time to be astonished by Yi Yuan's prowess. But he recalled Yi Yuan ate a detoxification pill, and the result was that the 100 breaths collapse was utterly useless. Only Yi Yuan could save him now. Yi Yuan gave Southern Ridge Old Third a pitiful look and said, "Disasters from the heaven can be withstood, but the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Since you all thought of robbing others, you should have been mentally prepared to be killed. Furthermore, to be able to die at the hands of your own brothers, you can die in peace. Earlier, Yi Yuan was watching coldly from the sidelines and had long seen that none of the four people were good. Yi Yuan was not some fresh rookie, so he obviously would not make this kind of low-level mistake. Seeing Yi Yuan about to leave, Southern Ridge Old Third panicked and quickly called out. "Young hero, I have important intelligence. I only ask that young hero save my life." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with that fellow. He collected the storage rings left behind by those people. Even though he did not hope to find good stuff from these guys, at any rate, it was his loot. "Young hero, I really have important intelligence. A few days ago, we said by the Lotus Moon Gorge and discovered that the demonic beasts around the canyon were causing a commotion and plussing towards the depths of the canyon. There must be some natural treasure being born." Two Southern Ridge Old Third feared that Yi Yuan would really leave, so he simply said it out. But Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it. "With such a natural treasure, why didn't you guys go? How can a natural treasure, which caused a collective upheaval of demonic beasts, be ordinary? I'm afraid that you baiting me to go to the Lotus Moon Gorge isn't something as simple as saving you, right? When did I? Why, young hero?" Facing Yi Yuan's compelling gaze, Southern Ridge Old Third faltered. He did not think that Yi Yuan had such a mature mind at such a young age. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fine then. To let you die in peace, I promise that I'll definitely go to the Lotus Moon Gorge. Since you still want to play mind games with me on your deathbed, then don't blame me." "Finest. Plussing." Yi Yuan smacked his palm down on the top of Southern Ridge Old Third's head. "Why, young hero, mercy." Following a blood-curdling scream, Southern Ridge Old Third died. Although the Southern Ridge Old Third revealing this news was his dying throes, one had to admit that he coincidentally struck Yi Yuan's weak point. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan truly did not have any immunity towards natural treasures. He would not give up until he went to see it. After settling the business here, a blue-clothed figure fluttered over. Who could it be but Feng Jiro? When Feng Jiro came close, she stabbed towards Yi Yuan with her sword wordlessly. Yi Yuan hurriedly dodged and cried out, "Senior apprentice sister, I have something to say." "Say your head. Have a taste of my sword first." How could Feng Jiro listen? With a wave of her hand, she struck with her sword again. Although Feng Jiro's sword looked vicious, in truth, she did not use killing moves. Ever since nearly killing Yi Yuan previously, Feng Jiro more or less learned her lesson. And the current Yi Yuan was no longer someone she could casually flatten with a sword. Of course, Yi Yuan naturally could not retaliate. He was in the wrong in the first place. "Senior apprentice sister, I did that all for you." While he was talking, another sword struck. Yi Yuan cried out and swiftly evaded. "For me. Sounds really nice. Do you know how much effort I spent to shake off that big stupid bear? Enough crap eat my sword." Feng Jiro was played by Yi Yuan and even had no choice but to help him draw away the iron paw flying bear. Her heart had so much pent-up anger. "You stop first, all right, senior apprentice sister? Aya, hear me explain things carefully," Yi Yuan said while dodging. "What's there to explain? Stand still for me and eat my sword first before we talk." How could Feng Jiro be willing to give in? The two people, one chasing, and the other fleeing. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword strikes were unleashed, but Yi Yuan just refused to stop. Yi Yuan was also chased until he became irritated. He suddenly halted and shut his eyes to let Feng Jiro freely stab over. Feng Jiro also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly play this move. She instantly jumped in fright. If this sword landed, how could Yi Yuan survive? Yi Yuan had given a lot of help to them aunt and niece. Feng Jiro did not say it, but her heart was still rather grateful. Chasing down Yi Yuan was just to vent her anger, not to really hurt him. Yi Yuan's action came too suddenly. Feng Jiro simply could not react. Withdrawing her sword at this time was already too late. But Feng Jiro was a 4th-level spirit condensation realm expert at any rate. Her control towards the sword already reached an extremely powerful level, and she managed to change the trajectory of the sword mid-path. This sword barely shaved by Yi Yuan's ear with immense trepidation. But right then, Yi Yuan's face and Feng Jiro's face was practically plastered together. Yi Yuan had his eyes shut, and Feng Jiro's exhalation smelled like orchids, unintentionally affecting Yi Yuan's mind. Feng Jiro's pretty face went red first before taking a step back and yelling, "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? Do you know how dangerous that was just now?" Yi Yuan opened his eyes and suddenly cracked a smile. "If not like this, senior apprentice sister won't give up. I know senior apprentice sister cares for me and definitely won't kill me. Don't give me that. Don't think I dare not kill you." Feng Jiro raised her sword again, but threatening again at this time appeared to be so weak and frail. Yi Yuan chuckled and pushed the sword aside. "Senior apprentice sister, if you want to kill me, you have to at least let me finish what I have to say first." Feng Jiro kept away her sword and snorted. "Fine. I'll hear just what you have to say. But if you don't give a justifiable reason, you can walk the rest of the way yourself. Finus." Hi+ing, Feng Jiro was so peeved that she turned around. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth." Is senior apprentice sister still satisfied with this explanation? When Feng Jiro heard those words, the anger on her face swiftly faded, and what took its place was curiosity. She turned around and curiously asked, "What 100 years of youth? Say clearly." Yi Yuan laughed and explained the function of the silver sword bee's honey. Feng Jiro instantly became elated when she heard that. Clutching Yi Yuan, she asked, "Is what you said true? That whatever beauty retaining pill can really maintain my appearance for 100 years without aging?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "100 years is just the beginning. If I perform above my usual standards and refine out a transcendent grade beauty retaining pill, then 150 years is not an issue. Furthermore, not only can the beauty retaining pill let you maintain your current appearance, it can even moisturize your skin, making it fairer than snow." "Really? Then doesn't that mean that I'll look even better than now?" Where was there still any demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven presently on her? Feng Jiro looked just like a little girl ignorant of worldly affairs. However, she could not be blamed for this. As long as one was a woman, regardless of how unparalleled her martial arts was or what a peerless beauty she was, they would still place a heavy emphasis on their appearance. Feng Jiro was only a mortal country's little princess. In the future, she would surely grow old. Growing old like that was the most frightening thing for every woman. It was even more terrifying than dying. Hence, they would risk their lives to try and delay the coming of that day. Chapter 131, Despondent Sieging Team. Chapter 131, Despondent Sieging Team. Somewhere several hundred miles away from Yi Yuan and Feng Jiro, 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists were currently sieging a powerful lion-type demonic beast. Damn fellow. Chang 1, attack its eyes. Chang 2, Chang 3, let's go and hold it back, a youth commanded the other 3 people. "Yes, young master," the trio acknowledged in unison. This lion-type demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. It was already at the peak middle stage tier 2. It was already not far away from breaking through to the late stage tier 2. The 4 people actually appeared to be straining to deal with this demonic beast together. Following that youth's command, the other 3 people coordinated abnormally well, akin to one ent. One tie. Chang 1 leaped and landed on the head of the lion-type demonic beast. The demonic beast naturally would not give this fellow free rein to threaten it. It raised its paw wanting to grab at Chang 1. How could the other 3 give him this chance? Attacks akin to rain falling struck towards the lion-type demonic beast's abdomen. After all, these were 3 middle-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. No matter how strong this demonic beast's defense was, it dared not let this sort of attack go unchecked. With no alternatives, that demonic beast retracted its paw and went from attacking to defending. But at this time, Chang 1 grabbed hold of the opportunity and pulverized that demonic beast's eye into mincemeat. Seeing the situation, the 4 people were euphoric. A series of attacks raided on the demonic beast again, directly sending it flying out. That demonic beast received heavy injuries. Not only did it not retreat, but it also went berserk. Roar. The lion-type demonic beast gave a heavy roar and attacked the 4 people frenziedly. "Be careful. This is its death throes. Don't fight it head on. Let's hit and run to slowly expend its strength. It can't hold on much longer, the youth instructed. Yes, young master. In reality, these three people were veterans. They also knew what to do without the young man's instructions. Before long, that lion-type demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The four people let out a long sigh of relief. When the demonic beast died, the four slumped on the ground panting non-stop. They all suffered injuries which were not light. Damn it. Being delayed by this demonic beast, we are getting further away from Yi Yuan. The young man swallowed a medicinal pill as he gnashed in teeth in hatred. This youth was precisely Su Yishan, who was planning to kill off Yi Yuan during the endless trials, while the other three were the Su family's retainers, the Chang trio brothers. There were many people when they just entered the forest, so they naturally could not make a move on Yi Yuan then. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan and Feng Jiro walked faster and faster? They were actually unable to catch up. It was not that their speed was slow, but because there were demonic beasts continuously harassing them along the way. This demonic beast just now was the most powerful one they have encountered. Just the delay cost them a whole 2 hours. Relax, young master. My enchanted shadow bug has been following them this whole time. We'll catch up to them eventually, Changwon said. Su Yishan was aware of Changwon's tracking capabilities. It was just that he was feeling very annoyed. I'm just wondering why the demonic beasts only attack us when Yi Yuan also walked through here. Maybe it's also because we're unlucky, Changwon said uncertainly. Even with Changwon's rich experience, he could not think of a reason. Luck? Isn't their luck way too good? We tracked all the way here, and the places they walked through didn't show any traces of fighting at all. That's to say that they didn't even go through a single battle while we have been through over a dozen big and small fights. The more Su Yishan said, the angrier he got. Finally, a punch smashed heavily on the ground, sending dirt flying. Truly quite sinister. The road the two of them walked is basically a straight line, as if they were running straight towards someplace. But in the endless forest, nobody had ever dared to journey like that. There are plenty of high-rank Tier 2 demonic beasts' territories along the way. If they accidentally startled them, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Changwon also felt very depressed. That's right. Don't tell me that those demonic beasts are all blind and deaf and simply couldn't sense them at all. At this rate, we will be exhausted to death by these demonic beasts before finding them, Su Yishan said with fervent hatred. Initially, he thought that killing Yi Yuan in the endless forest was a very simple matter. He did not think that it would be riddled with troubles now. The further in they went, the stronger the demonic beasts got. Continuing in a straight line like this was definitely out of the question. They must avoid the territories of those powerful demonic beasts and go forward in a roundabout manner. But this way, when could they manage to find Yi Yuan and co? Before coming, Su Yubai already told him that the endless forest was the best as well as the final chance to eliminate Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan left the endless forest, the Su family would welcome never-ending troubles. Changwon also realized that the matter was rather troublesome now. Before coming out this time, the family head had already issued the death command. They must kill Yi Yuan. If the mission was not completed, then carry their own heads back. The family head had never issued such a command before. One could see just how great Yi Yuan's threat to the Su family was. Changwon sucked in a deep breath and took out an endless forest map from his storage ring. Opening it, he placed it in front of Su Yishan. Young master, continuing like this is indeed out of the question. Since they are hurrying towards a certain place, why don't we find that place and then lie in ambush there? Changwon suggested. Hearing this, Su Yishan immediately calmed down. He nodded and said, "What you said is right. Share your idea." Changwon reached out with his finger and pointed on the map. "Look here, young master." Ever since they entered the endless forest, they didn't stop for a moment as they went along this straight line towards the northwest direction. With their strength, it's impossible to go somewhere too deep. It must be within an area of 1,000 miles. Then, inside this 1,000 miles, where is the place they are most likely to go to? Crimson Summit Ridge. Su Yishan blurted out. Changwon's finger started from the entrance and kept extending until 1,000 miles in the northwest direction. That place impressively marked Crimson Summit Ridge. Sigh. Is Yi Yuan insane? To actually go to such a dangerous place like Crimson Summit Ridge? Su Yishan sucked in a cold breath. Changwon shook his head and said, based on common sense, him going to the Crimson Summit Ridge naturally saves us from striking. But looking at the current situation, this Yi Yuan's methods are really hard to conjecture. Ignoring other things, just based on him being able to not alarm these high-rank demonic beasts along the way is already an incredible ability, and according to my estimation, it's highly likely that he's going to the Crimson Summit Ridge to find some medicinal herbs for that little maidservant of his. Changwon's analysis struck deeply, practically exactly the same as the truth. Since they came to gang up and kill Yi Yuan, Changwon naturally did sufficient homework. He understood Yi Yuan very thoroughly. Even a minute detail like Lu'er was noticed. Su Yishan was forcefully shocked awake and could not help shooting a surprised gaze at Changwon, seeing him in a completely new light. No wonder father sent him to siege Yi Yuan. This guy could not be underestimated. Very clearly, Changwon's analysis basically had no flaws. This was also the most logical explanation. Initially, Su Yishan was still worried about whether or not Yi Yuan would take part in this endless trials. Finally, his concern was proven to be superfluous. Yi Yuan was not foolish enough to think that he could spare him. But he still came. That meant that he had a reason to come no matter what. And this reason was exactly Lu'er. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. Then, what do you say we do now, Changwon? Su Yishan actually sought for Changwon's opinion. Changwon also appeared to be rather surprised. He understood this young lord a little. Su Yishan had an ingrained pride and generally looked down on the Su family's retainers like them. But today, he actually sought out his opinion. It looked like Su Yishan matured quite a bit during this period of time. Only such a Su Yishan was worthy of being the Su family successor. Changwon no longer hesitated and stated his thoughts. Regardless whether or not they went to the Crimson Summit Ridge, there is definitely a destination. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for them to get that medicinal herb. We just have to chase after according to the direction the enchanted shadow bug is pointing to and set up an ambush in advance. I figure he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's keep heading towards this direction while avoiding some of the powerful demonic beasts' territories later on. This way, even if we detoured a little, it would at most be around half a day's time. We can definitely still make it. Su Yishan ruminated for some time and felt that what Changwon said made sense. They were unaware of Yi Yuan's goal at the beginning, so they just blindly chased. In the end, the time delay from being impeded by demonic beasts increased instead. Since they have the direction now, they naturally need not fear them escaping. Circling around the powerful demonic beasts' territories might even be slightly faster. Okay, we'll do as you said. Recuperate a while first and then set off. Su Yishan instructed. Yi Yuan had settled things with Feng Jiro. The pair swallowed another breath-concealing pill each and rushed over to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Yi Yuan, were those 4 people all killed by you? You're actually already this powerful. Feng Jiro was still rather astonished by Yi Yuan's power. Those were 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists, and they actually all died in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can I have such capabilities? I just used some small tricks and made them kill each other for a while. That's why the results were like that." Only now did Feng Jiro feel relieved. So that's the case. Gave me a fright. If you could kill those 4 people alone, doesn't that mean that you already have the strength to rank in the top 30 of the martial roll? Initially, the ranking everyone gave Yi Yuan was roughly around rank 50 on the martial roll. It was nothing difficult for this strength to defeat several ordinary second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Feng Jiro knew that the strength of demonic beast hunters was greater than the average martial artist. Furthermore, there was a third-level spirit condensation realm martial artist among them. Yi Yuan was able to hold the 4 of them there. Raising another 20 places was nothing much. Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Being at the 9th level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength of the top 30 on the martial roll. When he broke through to the Spirit Condensation realm, just how terrifying would that be? Feng Zhiro felt that it was inconceivable just thinking about it. Luckily, Yi Yuan denied her conjecture. Otherwise, Feng Zhiro would really have felt that so many years of hard work went to waste. You're really full of tricks. Several veterans were actually completely toyed by you. After Feng Zhiro felt Ria's assured, she could not help scorning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Who asked this junior apprentice brother, to be lacking in strength? If I didn't come up with some ruses, then wouldn't I be unable to even keep my life? Otherwise, Teacher Feng would not have made senior apprentice sister come and protect me." After pondering, Feng Zhiro thought the same as well, but her mouth stated otherwise. "Don't give me that. Your life is tenacious as Hell. You didn't even die when challenging the 9 Heavens Road. Looks like even the heaven can't be bothered to take you in." Yi Yuan laughed but did not reply. What Feng Zhiro said was really true. Yi Yuan did not take the 9 Heavens Road to heart, but he was clearly already dead in the divine realm. But now, he was standing here perfectly fine. Yi Yuan felt that this was like a dream just thinking about it now. Around half a day later, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro finally arrived at the Crimson Summit Ridge. This place was highly treacherous. Apart from the long-armed stone apes, there were also quite a number of powerful demonic beasts around the Crimson Summit Ridge. Demonic beast hunters had never dared to step foot fully into a place of such a level as the Endless Forest. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would move cautiously in this place. If they were surrounded by the long-armed stone apes, the outcome would be being ganged up on and beaten to death. The two found a safe place to hide and secretly observe the situation on the Crimson Summit Ridge. It was fine if they did not look. But one look and Feng Zhiro freaked out. Although the forest was very dense, the indistinct coming and going of white long-armed stone apes appeared to be very glaring. They walked around in groups of 2s and 3s, appearing as if they were patrolling. These long-armed stone apes gathered and formed teams. Why does it look like they are patrolling the mountain? Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprised, as she transmitted her voice. The stone ape race have extremely high intelligence. Their awareness towards territory is already stronger than other demonic beasts. And their hierarchy is very strict, namely Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King. Stone apes live in social groups and do not permit others to encroach into their terrain. The moment they discover that there's a trace bar, sir, they would gather and attack, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro asked in bewilderment, "No way? Since you're so familiar with the long-armed stone ape's habits, aren't you courting death by coming to the Crimson Summit Ridge?" Listening to Yi Yuan's meaning, the long-armed stone apes had very strong exclusiveness and aggressiveness. Once they were discovered, they two of them would be in grave danger. The so-called Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King of the long-armed stone apes, respectively corresponded to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Forget about the Ape Generals and Ape King, just the several tens of thousands of ape soldiers could drown them by Hi+ing them. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Zhiro and chuckled very helplessly. Seeing Yi Yuan's laughter filled with mockery, Feng Zhiro flew into a rage again. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Yuan pointed at his head and said with a smile, "Why is the human race powerful? Not because we cultivate faster than the demon race, nor is it because our bodies are better than the demon race, but because our intellect is way higher than the demon race. Hence, use your brain first before doing things and not just think about running or charging about recklessly, understood? You mean that you have a plan? Then quickly say it. Hang on. Well done, Yi Yuan. Are you trying to say that I'm even dumber than demonic beasts?" Feng Zhiro reacted to it swiftly, and her rage meter shot straight up. However, she learned her lesson this time and did not make any sound, but spoke with voice transmission. Only that the expression on her face became increasingly ice-cold. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "I say, senior apprentice sister, can you not be so sensitive, all right? I'm just telling you a fact, but you just had to turn around and scold yourself. Why? Humph. Don't be proud of yourself. Now isn't the time. Watch how I settle the score with you after we get back. Feng Jirua snorted icily. Facing the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, the proud senior apprentice sister Feng finally knew how to weigh things and not blow her top easily. There was only one iron paw flying bare, so she could still lure it away. If they alarmed the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, then the pair would not even get the chance to escape. Haha. Many thanks for senior apprentice sister Your Excellency's grace. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Enough crap. What method do you have to enter? Quickly say it. Feng Zhiro pent up a stomach full of anger and said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how to enter? Of course, it's by swaggering in. Chapter 133, Knowledge is Power. Chapter 133, Knowledge is Power. Swaggering in? Did your brain short-circuit? There are so many stone apes. How do we swagger in? Feng Zhiro stared wide-eyed at Yi Yuan as if she was looking at a fool. Senior apprentice sister, please don't measure others after yourself, alright? I already said just now, you got to use your brain before doing things. Yi Yuan gave another emotional sigh. You. Feng Zhiro's brows were vertical. This fellow actually ridiculed her again. Fine, you're ruthless. But don't you know that women bear grudges very well? We'll record down the accounts this time one by one and tally it all up after we return. The long-armed stone apes might be powerful, but they have a weakness, which is that they have virtually zero night vision abilities. And we have the breath-concealing pill. They can't detect our scent. Hence, just wait until it gets dark, and we'll just swagger in. Yi Yuan explained. This also works. Feng Zhiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. How did this fellow know so much? Nobody even dared to come to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Even Crystal Formation Realm martial artists dared not stop here for long, let alone they understood the habits of the long-armed stone apes. Why can't it work? Yi Yuan retorted with a question. But didn't you say that the breath-concealing pill is only effective for demonic beasts below Tier 3? What should we do if we bump into the Ape King? Feng Zhiro inquired. I've already inquired long ago that within 1,000 miles radius of the Endless Forest, the highest is only Tier 3 demonic beasts. The Crimson Summit Ridge is still within the 1,000 miles radius. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Hence, this place at most has a Tier 3 Ape King. Such a large Crimson Summit Ridge, just how lucky do we have to be to encounter the Ape King? Now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiro felt that there really did not seem to be much danger. Such a dangerous-looking place was actually as easy as walking on flat ground to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was only like walking on flat ground for Yi Yuan. If it were some other person, they would have no idea how to refine the breath-concealing pill and would only seek their doom by coming here. This fellow was truly a monster. It seemed like nothing could stump him. Feng Zhiro was also a haughty and proud individual. She always felt somewhat unwilling to submit. Not knowing why, she faintly looked forward to some situation to occur later up the mountain. Who asked you to be COC Kai? A moonless dark night. The faint breeze made the leaves rustle as 2 figures slowly headed for the Crimson Summit Ridge. Although demonic beasts had greater vitality than humans, they are not tireless. Currently, it was midnight, and most of the long-armed stone apes headed back to the mountain to rest. It naturally would not be like daytime where ape shadows were aplenty. Human martial artists' night vision abilities were quite strong. Even though they did not have the same range as daytime, nor was it as clear, seeing things within a small radius was still not an issue. Furthermore, with a rise in realm, the changes that essence energy had towards martial artists' bodies would also become greater. The night vision abilities of human martial artists would become increasingly stronger. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan walked towards the mountain unhurriedly in fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes. The Crimson Summit Ridge is so huge. Where do we look for the Crimson Soulgra? SS? Feng Zhiro suddenly transmitted her voice and asked. The summit. Yi Yuan only said 2 words. What? The summit? There's a very high chance for that Ape King to be at the summit. Feng Zhiro nearly made a sound. Can you not get all worked up over nothing? Why is this place called the Crimson Summit Ridge? Why is the medicinal herb called Crimson Soulgrass? SS. Please use your brain, all right? Yi Yuan said grumpily. This woman had no use at all other than making a fuss over every little thing. Being uncultured was truly frightening. Seeing Feng Jiro still having that blank look, Yi Yuan could only explain, this place is called Crimson Summit Ridge because the mud at the summit is crimson in color. That sort of mud is called Crimson Xiong soil, one of the extremely few soils which can breed the Crimson Soulgrass. SS. However, the quant. 1 tie of Crimson Xiong soil on this Crimson Summit Ridge isn't a lot either. Just that small patch at the summit. Hence, for us to obtain the Crimson Soulgrass, SS, we must go to the summit. Feng Jiro did not know what to say either. This Yi Yuan was simply like an encyclopedia. He knew everything. Only him with such broad and profound knowledge dared to barge into this Crimson Summit Ridge with Essence Chi realm cultivation, right? What if? What if we bump into the Ape King at the summit? What should we do? Feng Jiro, who was subdued by Yi Yuan, suddenly had her momentum weakened considerably. How would I know? If we really come across it, then just drop everything and run. As for how far we can run, it will be up to our capabilities. Well, this is my affair, no need to drag you into this. Why don't you stay instead? Yi Yuan said very irresponsibly. No way. I promised Auntie to protect you. I can't watch you take risks alone. Feng Jiro was very resolute on the matter. Haha, then thank you so much, senior apprentice sister. If we really run into the Ape King, to have a great beauty like senior apprentice sister accompany me along the Yellow Springs, it's also a beautiful thing. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Feng Jiro suddenly felt like she was duped. But the words already came out of her mouth, so she did not intend to take them back. She just rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and said, enough crap, quickly go. Due to the fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes, the two walked very slowly. Only after 2 hours did they gradually fumbled their way to the summit with scares but without danger. The summit was an open space. The long-armed stone apes already cleared it out. Arriving at the summit, there were many more night patrol long-armed stone apes. And from the looks of the aura coming off of their bodies, there were even quite a few Tier 2 long-armed stone apes among them. It looked like that Ape King was definitely on this summit. So many long-armed stone apes. What to do? Feng Jiro asked rather anxiously. Yi Yuan swept a gaze across this open field and transmitted his voice, see that small hill in the distance? There's a cave up there. If my speculation is right, that Ape King should be inside that cave. In the entire summit, the place with the thickest Crimson Xiong soil is on that small hill. The Crimson Soulgrass. SS should be there. Ah! Isn't he that very dangerous? Right now, we are at the summit. The moment we're discovered by the Ape King, then we won't even have the chance to escape. Feng Jiro said worriedly. It's indeed quite dangerous. But I also have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Without the Crimson Soulgrass, SS, Luer definitely won't make it. Seeing Yi Yuan risk his life for a maidservant, Feng Jiro was also deeply touched. Such an affectionate and faithful man, there really isn't many in this world. Normally, Yi Yuan appeared to be cheeky and frivolous. But, when it really came down to the 11th hour, he was highly reliable. Then, what should we do? Feng Jiro kept away her nervousness and resolved to cooperate with Yi Yuan to harvest the Crimson Soulgrass. SS, Yi Yuan observed for a while and then said, have you noticed that there aren't any long-armed stone apes patrolling around the vicinity of that small hill? Feng Jiro looked towards that small hill and found that that was really the case. Behind the small hill is a cliff. We'll circle over there and scale up the cliff. As long as we don't startle the Ape King, the possibility of us getting away is still very huge, Yi Yuan said. See, can this work? We have to pass by that cave if we're climbing from the cliff. I don't really care anymore. At this point, we can only take our chances and give it a shot. Before long, day will break. Once dawn comes, we will have even less of a chance. Yi Yuan made up his mind. Feng Jiro gritted her teeth and said, okay. Later, You go and find the Crimson Soulgra. SS. I'll keep a lookout for you. Chapter 134. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Chapter 134. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro avoided the night-patrolling long-armed stone apes and circled around to the cliff area. This cliff was virtually perpendicular to the ground. The distance from the top of the cliff to the place she and Yi Yuan were standing at was a full 1,000 feet tall. Yi Yuan, this cliff is so high. Can you make it? Feng Zhiro asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. Scaling heights was completely different from using movement techniques on the flat ground. When one was ascending heights, they had to shake off the gravity from the earth. Using movement techniques had a huge burden on martial artists. After all, even if it were Crystal Formation realm martial artists, they also could not soar in the skies. Spirit Condensation realm martial artists still had the advantage. But it was practically impossible for Essence Chi realm martial artists to scale a 1,000 feet cliff. Firstly, the essence energy of Essence Chi realm martial artists could not bear the consumption of 1,000 feet distance. Secondly, Tier 1 movement techniques were insufficient to support martial artists to scale 1,000 feet. What do you mean, can you make it? Take away that question mark. Of course I can, Yi Yuan said without any care. But the top of the cliff is a full 1,000 feet away from us here. Isn't it just 1,000 feet? You go first, senior apprentice sister. I'll follow. We're already here. I can't keep dragging senior apprentice sister down. Yi Yuan smiled and said. No matter how Yi Yuan said it, it sounded like he was going beyond his means in order to look impressive. If he were to climb halfway and fall because his essence energy was unable to support him, that would not be fun. This cliff was a full 1,000 feet away from the ground. One misstep and his life would be guaranteed gone. There's really no problem? Feng Zhiro asked suspiciously. Of course there's no problem. When have I disappointed senior apprentice sister before? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Zhiro thought about it. It seemed like Yi Yuan was really a freak and it appeared like there had never been anything he could not do before. Perhaps he could really make it. Fine, then I'll make a move first. Feng Zhiro nodded, and she tiptoed lightly, bounding on the cliff. Feng Zhiro's body was light as a swallow. The sheer precipice which appeared to be beyond reach was akin to walking on flat ground to her. Her movement technique was the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, Spiritual Swallow Dance. It was originally famed for its light, graceful movement and speed. It was very suited to be used to scale this cliff. Only to see that she either tiptoed or lightly tapped occasionally with her sword scabbard on the cliff. Her entire person shot up the cliff with extreme speed and in a blink of an eye, she crossed over 200 feet in distance. However, the higher Feng Zhiro climbed, the further her heart fell. Because she could not sense Yi Yuan's presence. Feng Zhiro could not sense a single bit of sound from below her. Did Yi Yuan not move yet, or did he fall down already? Feng Zhiro really wanted to tilt her head down to see if Yi Yuan was there or not, but climbing the cliff was also not a relaxed matter for her. How could she have spare energy to bend down and look for Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan still had not moved yet, could it be that he was intentionally playing with her? Impossible. There was no way that Yi Yuan would be so bored to that extent. Did he fall down already? But without even making any sound. The more her imaginations ran wild, the more anxious Feng Zhiro got. The actions of her movement technique also became somewhat erratic. Skid. While Feng Zhiro was restless, her feet slipped and did not give support. In a blink, Feng Zhiro's figure fell sharply. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Just then, Feng Zhiro suddenly received Yi Yuan's voice transmission. It turned out that Yi Yuan was actually following closely behind her all along, but right now, Feng Zhiro already had nowhere to borrow strength from, unless she used her sword to stab into the cliff. But that way, the impact of the sword and the cliff would surely give off an ear-piercing sound. The whole mountain full of long-armed stone apes would be alarmed. Even if they could ascend the cliff, they would also be unable to escape death. Hence, in an instant, Feng Zhiro gave up on saving herself and allowed herself to plummet down the cliff. She decided to take a look at Yi Yuan before dying. After she died, There probably would not be anyone constantly bickering with him anymore, right? However, she did not manage to see Yi Yuan, because when she had just slid down around 20 feet or so, she felt a palm lightly supporting from beneath her feet. It was this support which allowed her body to go back on the right track once again. Senior apprentice sister, you go up first. I'll follow right after. Practically at the same time, Yi Yuan transmitted his voiceover. Feng Zhiro knew that this was Yi Yuan saving her. But having suffered such an impact, could Yi Yuan still survive? She could even hear the sound of the wind rush. Hi plusing as Yi Yuan descended sharply. Not knowing why, Feng Zhiro had an impulse to cry currently. Yet, she knew that she could not waste this chance Yi Yuan risked his life to exchange. Hence, her toes tapped downward, using the momentum to execute the spiritual swallow dance, and headed up the cliff speedily. Feng Zhiro forcefully chased away all the thoughts in her head and focused her mind on climbing the cliff. To the Feng Zhiro who discarded her distracting thoughts, scaling this 1,000-feet precipice was not a tough matter. Before long, Feng Zhiro saw the top of the cliff. Her toe tapped on the cliff one last time, and her entire person flew up the cliff like a swallow. But at this moment, Feng Zhiro did not have the slightest joy from conquering the cliff. She slumped on the ground, her heart feeling like a knife was twisting in. Feng Zhiro, it's all your fault. You caused Yi Yuan to die. Sniff, sniff. Feng Zhiro sobbed lightly but did not dare to make any sound. She used her hands to cover her mouth as she just convulsed there. Tears cascaded down from the corner of her eyes and drifted down the cliff along with the wind. Feng Zhiro, the one who should have died was you. Why you are still alive now, but Yi Yuan's dead. Feng Zhiro, why couldn't you have been nicer to Yi Yuan normally? He clearly helped you out a lot, but why can't you swallow your pride to say thanks? Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. Feng Zhiro kept on blaming herself in her heart, but she knew that Yi Yuan would never hear it. Although Yi Yuan's voice transmitted earlier that he would follow right after, Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan definitely only said that to console her. Under the impact of her plummeting down the cliff, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of survival. Even with her 4th-level spirit condensation realm strength and high-grade Tier 2 movement technique, it was also impossible to survive under those conditions, much less Yi Yuan who was only still at the 9th-level essence Qi realm. Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan's instant flash was already trained to an extremely profound level. But that was still a Tier 1 movement technique after all. How was it possible to negate such a large impact power? I'm sorry, Yi Yuan. I won't die. I'm going to finish your dying wish. Plus I'm going to find the Crimson Soul Gra, SS and other herbs. I'll return to the state of Qin and request for Lord Wu Daofeng to help Lu'er refine the Essence Yang pill. If Lord Wu Daofeng can't refine it, then I'll go outside to look for even more amazing alchemists. No matter what, I'll definitely find a way to let Lu'er survive. Feng Zhiro silently swore. Fineness. Hi plusing, Feng Zhiro forcefully roused her spirit and stood up, preparing to seek out the Crimson Soul Gra. SS Feng Zhiro looked at the pitch-black cliff, and her tears started flowing once again uncontrollably. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Saying this in her heart, Feng Zhiro turned around and prepared to leave. But right then, Feng Zhiro suddenly heard wind rush. Hi plusing sounds coming from below the cliff. It seemed there was something moving,